Hey, Quinn.
How are you? You know.
Less than I did when I was 20. Yeah,
But it doesn't.
yeah.
It doesn't.
All right, well, good luck today.
Yeah, thanks.
Morning, Ron. How are you? I'm well. Look like you're doing good. Hi, Val, I'm fighting that.
What's your secret? I got a pinch an inch. I still get to the top of the mountain every station.
That's right. As long as you keep doing it,
You know,
that's the thing.
at my age.
Good. I mean, I'm seeing it. I'm 66. Most of the guys that I hung with were older than me. I'm starting. Yes, exactly. One of them's 80 now.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Bill. Matt Menard. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Yeah. Right.
Take care.
No matter what, you know, people are big.
Well done. Let's beat. Yep, absolutely. Hey, troublemaker.
How you doing, sir?
I'm good. Nice to see you. You too. Merry Christmas.
You too.
Yeah.
And then.
Excellent, excellent.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
No, so that's. Oh.
I think that. I would not. I would just want to make a verbal presentation to try to.
Worry about it during.
Yeah, so, well, basically what will happen is usually some initiation, not. I don't know, one of the people. And I also think. So, they do very well. I came out of the field.
Test. Test.
I just think this. Whenever we don't.
Yeah, I don't know. There was
Talking about me, so you can let me if you want.
Are you?
served on that committee. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, you will make.
Yeah. I did read that, though. I did see that, you said that, I got that on. Just, that came up in the meeting. Right. Yeah. Oh, we are. This.
Right.
Yeah, so.
Hey, Mac.
It is shaking.
Yeah.
Let's
I got it. So, yeah. So this came from a mall. One of the ranch.
Yeah.
That's what she wrote. That's a problem.
Oh, really? That's very. Yeah.
So that got me into Christmas. Yeah.
Right.
And feeling pretty good on that. You know. Yes, I heard that, and then, someone has done a great job. Yeah. My cabinet paper started. Yeah.
And the other thing is kind of, that's what reflecting on a while, in your presentation. But postcard.
Oh, yeah. All right, good luck.
Room 317, MPAN mic check.
Hey, Brad, this is 6. Can you hear us? Can
Yep,
see you.
Drew, Region 7, can you hear us?
I got you. Can you see us, Brad? I can't see us on this screen. So.
Yep, we can see you.
Perfect.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Anyway.
All right, appreciate it.
Sorry, I read that. The article in the paper. No. I'm so glad you came. Guys.
Yeah, I wanted to reach out to you. I just been satisfied with all this stuff. But I do want to connect with you. And you're over in. I don't live over that way. In the new year.
Okay.
So kind of mapping things out. But when you're home, you got coffee or something.
That would be great. I know, Laura Ramples. Laura and great place. We're gonna float one end of the river to the other end.
Okay.
Probably around the. So that's probably on time out of you.
All right. That's fine.
But yeah, let's,
I'll keep in touch.
Thanks a
Good
bunch.
to see you.
if I can open it.
Good, how are you doing? Yeah, we're gonna get together. I mean, it's, fast approaching. But, yeah. They just, they. So our convention. Hey, Jared. Hey. It's going okay, man. What's going?
Well, I don't know if you remember, we had Steve.
Oh, yeah, we learned that.
We met in, Yokohama one time. I run into him. You know, Maxon Church or representative. Yeah. I hope so. For me, first is we knew they were gonna change things. I don't necessarily. Increase permits to a high, higher number, but still. I don't. I think I'm very basic. When I understand. Problems, Harvard, just go educate like that, and then, well, there's over time. It wasn't about. I don't know which one is that. On the right one. Well. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Okay. Right. Well, and you know, there was so I'm from this town. Yeah, and. This is it. With that initial. I didn't draw the tag. I did my second. Here with the cow. Good. Oh, very good. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Lori, that's me. Is that okay? I have to go first. I can go in the back. When I'm done. So there are one, Tim, and I don't know the other one. Or just- we just need to-
I know I'm built for it, so.
Sit there.
As soon as I get done.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I didn't. Hi. I remember you. Anyway, yeah. Oh, yeah. For some reason, I thought it was in the Supreme Court. Me too. But I'm sure I've seen it. I'm Bill Mitch.
Oh, Brian. Actually, nice. So much.
Yeah. Me and Jerry.
Yeah. You know, it might make it a long day.
Well, they don't have the real proposals. If you didn't print this. These are all this. This is just. Well, they'll change, right? Well, yes. Yeah.
Where are you all? Where are you doing? Funny place. You can just stop. Is that right? It's gross. Probably actually.
Yeah.
Sure. Better than driving over to this town.
Yeah.
And they are.
I'm great. That was.
Landowner sports. There's Mark Schwalm. Doug Prince was there.
Tap it.
Now, you used to be up in Alaska. Do you ever make that up in fishing?
A lot of them permit. They're putting some of that in the corner, right?
Right. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, that's awesome. It's like 1 hour. Is that right? How many questions? How much questions? Or see? I would- But you. Okay, sure. I went to graduate. Proficient game. Yeah. You wouldn't have known that. I mean, Bill Morris. And I don't know what he was. Yeah, biochemistry. I worked up though in the Institute of Biology is where my lab was, so I hung around.
Yeah.
Those names are ringing a bell, but I can't. Well, I became stay-at-home dad. I like to tell people I'm a trophy.
All right, I think we'll call the meeting to order. Could everyone stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Do we have a flag? All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, well, I'll ask for a motion for approval of the minutes from our last meeting.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any corrections or additions? All those in favor of approving the minutes from our last meeting signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, we have the commission expenses.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the commission expenses as presented.
Is there a second? Any corrections or additions? All those in favor of approving the expenses signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay. Can you guys hear my voice? All right. So just let us know through the meeting if we have any other technical problems. Thank you. All right, we'll start out with commissioner reports. I'll start out with Region 1, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, the one thing that I want to point out what's happening in Region 1, and it's a remarkably important effort. So I think most people know that back in the day, Weyerhaeuser had a tremendous amount of land, and then they sold it off, or Plum Creek, I should say, and then they sold it off to Weyerhaeuser, and then Weyerhaeuser didn't hold it for very long and then sold it off. And now there's a process where individual big chunks of land are being privatized. And the region has done a really phenomenal effort of trying to bring all of that, what really constituted public land, and keep it with the same character and still allow the kind of access. So Jim Williams and his team has been working tirelessly to try to approach these brand new landowners and either work through block management programs or other types of access so that he's preserving the amount of access that occurs up in that region, because otherwise you're looking at the loss of well over 1 million acres of land that traditionally has been hunted publicly. So just a big shout out to the team there in Region 1 and the efforts. We have one more that we're going to approve today, and I think we have a really big one. It's kind of the last straw of that whole program. So I just wanted to point that out. And then they've also, more than any other region, we've got new parks and some other opportunities that have been afforded by that team. So they've done an excellent job. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Region 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Jana Waller. This is my first physical meeting. So let me start out by saying how nice it is to be here. I represent Region 2, and there's a lot to report, but I know we're short on time. But I just want to let everyone in Region 2 know that since the last meeting in October, there's been more public comment than any of the other regions inside Region 2. And I want to let you know that your voices are heard. You know, every single message sent in through the FWP site is read by the biologists. And I feel like they listened a lot on the initial proposal from back in October has been tabled thanks to public opinion. And some of the boundary changes moving forward, I suggest everybody go look at those. Haven't heard a whole lot of negativity from those, but you know, let your voices be heard and send those comments in. Personally, I think we all agree that we've gotten a lot of emails and messages in the last week or two, but those are also all read and listened to by all of us commissioners personally. It's really hard to respond to every single one of them when they're in the hundreds, sometimes thousands, but your voices are being heard, and it's really a pleasure to be here. Like everyone here, I love Montana and I love our hunting heritage, and thank you very much for letting me be here.
Thank you, Commissioner Waller. Commissioner Siebel, do you want to go ahead? I know I'm jumping around here, but I'll just go in order.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Brian Siebel with Region 5. I got a great update from Mike Ruggles, our region supervisor. Appreciate the information and just some highlights from that from the last since the last meeting in October. Still lots of people coming in to get their licenses printed that they didn't get or it failed to print online. So really the region's really looking forward to the next step in the licensing. That's going to be a big move for us. I know we're going to make some big improvements there to simplify things and just make things easier on everybody. I had a really busy enforcement year down in Region 5 this year, and we were short on game wardens, but fortunately it sounds like they're nearly back to full staff on that and getting everyone trained. On the wildlife side, we had a pretty low year as far as harvest goes and check stations. Hunter participation and success was down overall, especially the first part of the season. The last part of the season, things got better. There was more participation and actually pretty good success, and in some cases higher success than normal with fewer hunters. But what we're seeing in Region 5, and I think a lot of the state, is really strange game distribution patterns going on where the elk are where they normally aren't. And a lot of that has to do with drought. And some of the big fires we had in Region 5, especially down by Red Lodge, really moved a lot of the animals around. So that's going to be really interesting. They're already starting the flights for mule deer and seeing the same thing on the flight. So it'll be really interesting to see how the winter surveys go. Probably the most important thing on the fishery side is that the Lake Elmo project, the Lake Elmo and Billings that we approved here from the commission is drained. It's at dead pool level now. They're working on access and some sites and also working on they will have the water back in this April, and the lake will be fishable with catchable trout again this summer in 2022. So the last part, Madam Chair, that I'd like to bring up as far as being my commissioner report. Back in the October 28th meeting, when I made the motion to deny the request for crossbows, I also made the comment that I would also like to further take some steps with the department to investigate that. And so at this point in time, I'd like to request that the department move ahead with first of all, information gathering on what other states do with regards to crossbows, how they qualify people to use crossbows, just to see what some of the other rules are and see what's working, what's not. And most importantly, I'd like to recommend, as I did at the time I made the motion, that we form a working group of the stakeholders. These are people that want to use crossbows, people that they're opposed to it, and find out if there's any common ground there at all. So I think that was a good, it's something we need to do to follow up from our October 28th meeting, and I would request that the department do that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Siebel will do, and we've already started some of that. Thank you, Doctor. Got some of the people together and looking at some of the options, and I'll actually turn it over to Commissioner.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Siebel, we do have a plan already in place that has been started on that very subject. It includes researching other surrounding states on their permits, their use of crossbow, and their seasons and other criteria applied to the use of crossbow. Interview Montana permit holders, and there are 300 and some, so it could be a tall order, but it has been started. And then research total archery hunters from surrounding states in comparison to the ADA disabled permit qualified. So see what other options other states have for ADA permits and allowance for disability archery hunting. Finally, we've already reached out to John Paveo, who is the state ADA coordinator, and he's on board to help us with this as well. And so we have started that effort and will continue to do so. So if there's anything else you can think of that needs to go in that plan, let me know and we can do that.
Great, thank you. What is the, Madam Chair, what is the progress or the thoughts on forming a working group?
That too has been, we've started that and reached out to John Paveo, hoping that he can help with pulling some folks together. In addition, archery hunters, Marlon Clapham is somebody who's actually been doing the modifications to archery equipment. We've asked him to be a part of it. It's really just people who are interested and have some knowledge on that. That's how we've been surveying folks so far, but there hasn't really been any sort of rigor put to the work group, just people who are interested and people who have the information. We've asked them to work with us on it. So again, if you have ideas on that, let us know. Otherwise, we'll move ahead with that and have a recommendation and synopsis of our findings sometime in the next, it probably wouldn't come till later mid-year in order to get it done by the archery season, but we would come to this body and talk to you about the findings, if that's acceptable. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Walsh.
Good morning. I just want to echo Commissioner Waller's comments about the public feedback. We've had tremendous outpouring of email and voicemail and social media postings about the proposed elk modifications to elk regulations and modifications to hunting districts. And I want to let everyone here and listening in know that your voice matters. I think it's had an impact on what we'll be doing this morning. And I apologize to all in Region 4 who I've not been able to respond to or give callbacks, and just hope you'll understand that there's hundreds of voicemails and emails. It's not just your individual, and we all think all the commissioners up here have busy day jobs as well, and particularly in Q4, that can be really pressing. I also want to comment just a moment on the progress that we're making with the Madison River Work Group, which I'm chairing, and thank Commissioner Byerth for attending our last two meetings. We've had two meetings since the last commission meeting, largely informational in nature, and the staff of FWP has done a tremendous job of collecting both biological information and social information on the issues related to the Madison River. We approved a pilot fishing access site ambassador program at our last meeting, and Dave Cumline, a longtime outfitter and guide from Bozeman, is heading that effort up with Mac Menard, who's here from MOGA, and I'm looking forward to seeing the proposal on that. We also had 3 of our members visit all of the fishing access sites on the Upper Madison
with FWP staffer Jay Poppy, who wanted to get some additional information with them and fine tune the recommendations we made for improvement back at our first meeting in September. So I think that's progressing well. We'll be voting on modifications to the ARM on December 27th, I think at 10 a.m. That's up for public comment right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Walsh. Commissioner Byerth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lots happening, of course, in Southwest Montana and the Madison in particular. In general, the hunting season, even with bizarre weather that we've had and, just changing circumstances with the drought, I was impressed to see all the returns from the check stations and to find that, hunter participation and harvest was down a little bit for elk, but it was actually up quite a bit for mule deer. And in general, it turned out to be well within the norms in spite of the crazy weather. Game damage hunts lapsed from the early season, but we're into the next round now in mitigation or management seasons, I should say. We've got the Madison Valley, which is an annual management hunt, has been approved. We also approved the game damage hunt for the Granger ranches and also in the Madison Valley. We expect with the fires and drought, we expect that there will be game damage in the Fleecer area around Divide. And so a management hunt or a game damage hunt's likely there. The cooperating landowners allow a lot of public access, and there's concern that with the lack of forage up on the winter range that they'll be really hammering the private land. So we'll be looking at getting hunters on the ground through late season. I also approved the chronic wasting disease hunt in the Ruby and Jefferson area. Last year, there's quite a bit of success and good participation on the part of landowners and hunters. And it looks like we're in good stead to move ahead again this year. We had the first chronic wasting disease hit over in the Paradise Valley, just south of Livingston. There's a lot more details to learn, but there was a positive mule deer doe just south of Livingston detected. Commissioner Walsh already talked about the work group. The big event in the Madison fisheries wise was the failure of Hebgen Dam outlet. And as it turns out, flows rapidly decreased from about 650 CFS out of the dam to about 200, 250. The alarms didn't go off because the shaft, the alarm is triggered when something happens in the shaft and the gates dropped or severed below the shaft. So the alarms didn't go off there. And the alarms at the USGS gauge didn't go off because it never fell below 250 CFS. Needless to say, the sudden drop exposed a lot of stream margin, a lot of fish in isolated pools. A lot of reds were probably frozen, but it was a really impressive turnout by the staff and by the public to rescue fish and put them back into the river. In the end, the outpouring of concern and just the action just showed how much the sportsmen and women of Montana care about the resource and are willing to arrive at a moment's notice to keep things going. All in all, the Northwest Energy, I gotta give them kudos. They had divers down within a few hours trying to detect at the Anaconda Foundry, produced or forged a linkage that was necessary to make the repairs in short order. And really it was about a 36-hour upset. So in the long run, that effect on the river and the fish populations will probably be minor. And I don't expect great changes in the future. I also attended the Upper Missouri River and Reservoir Citizens Advisory Committee. And I don't know if many of you know, but there's been a lot of contention over fisheries management through the reservoir system and into the Madison. And through a variety of plans and plan revisions and public processes, I got to say that group is doing outstanding. I almost expected another rough and tumble public meeting, but it turned out great. The participants are all very positive. fishing has been great in the reservoirs and it looks good. The next couple of years, we're going to see a burgeoning perch population, at least in the lower end. So by and large, it just goes to show that even through this contentious stuff, we can get through. We all care about the resource. And as long as we're open to hearing other people's perspectives, things get done. So I want to congratulate Fisheries Division, the region, Adam, and sorry, I'm blanking on the manager's name right now, but Jason, yeah, thank you. I want to congratulate you all for great work and also those CAC members who kept showing up and got the job done. Finally, I guess we're going to talk a lot about season settings, so I won't go into that in great depth, but thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We obviously wrapped up another successful hunting season this year. As Commissioner Siebel had mentioned, we too notice there's a lot of distribution of animals where we're not used to seeing them. So, but overall, the hunters were satisfied, at least from what we have heard. There was some concern expressed with the perceived, I say perceived increase in non-resident hunters. I cannot verify that, but overall, there was good age structure in the animals, at least those that were observed at the check stations, and very few complaints. Regional enforcement observed the standard infractions that typically happen, but felt overall that it was a very smooth year. Moving on, bird hunting and the new muzzleloader season, I guess we've got a few more days of the muzzleloader season, are still viable options for those that need to get their outdoor fix. And we're concerned in eastern Montana with the ice fishing forecast due to the drought that we've been experiencing. I'm sure it's not just limited to Region 7, but a lot of the prairie ponds have dried up, and so the larger bodies of water are probably going to be hit hard or be the only options. Other than that, we've been trying to work on the elk regulations as well as working on an updated elk management plan.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lane. Just a quick Region 6 update. Excuse me, block management numbers are still being tabulated, but it looks like it could be a possible record high year of block management use. The largest increases on properties near the Canadian border for this year for Region 6. Wildlife staff are assisting with tuberculosis monitoring and wildlife associated with the TB detection in Blaine County, and small mammal sampling has begun this week for that. Wildlife staff will be flying postseason deer surveys soon, and likely following the conclusion of the ongoing muzzleloader season. We have biologist positions that are still vacant in Malta and in Glasgow. Wildlife staff are working with the city of Havre on an urban deer plan. And fisheries staff are focused on processing samples and data collection still during summer field efforts. So that kind of wraps up my Region 6 report, and I think let's just go ahead and figure out these dates for 2022 now, just so we don't forget to do it at the end of the, does everybody have a list of the dates? We were emailed the dates for next year. I can tell you what they were. February 4th, April 21st, June 23rd, August 25th, October 27th, and December 16th. Does anyone have any conflicts? Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, I did not register my formal complaint today that this meeting is right in the middle of our 9-day traditional muzzleloader season that we approved. And I know that next year, the December meeting will be right in the middle. So I would bringing all these people, taking them away from potential to participate in that hunt. I would request that we might try to move the December meeting if possible.
I know that the previous week is completely out for me. And if we get the next week, it's going to get too close to Christmas, would be my, my opinion on that. Any other?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I had sent a email into the department. Well, I've got an important conflict at the end of October. The American Sport Fish Association Summit
Okay.
is held over those dates. we can move that even to the first of the week.
I don't have my calendar. What, like a Tuesday, are you thinking?
Either Monday or Tuesday. Tuesday, Monday would be ideal.
Okay. What is the date? Do you have that?
The 25th or the prior week is wide open for me. I don't know about
Okay.
the rest of you. The 20, if we just went 1 week earlier, the 20th would be fine. October.
Is there an opinion of the staff, I guess? Yeah, I mean, if the 24th works, let's just do that Monday. Will that work for, is Monday okay for staff, I guess? We won't be able to do anything the day before.
Yeah, that or the prior week.
Sure. What's everyone's opinion? Would you rather go to the prior week? Janet, do you have? Okay. October 20th? Okay. So the October meeting would be October 20th. Any other conflicts?
Madam Chair, I actually legitimately have, just going through this, a conflict in April on the 21st.
Okay. Any suggestions?
The 19th, that Tuesday could work. Or possibly, yeah, and I can make some times around that week, week before, week after.
Okay, let's just go with the 19th. If that works for everyone. Okay. So we have February 4th, April 19th, June 23rd, August 25th, October 20th, and December 16th. All right. Someone like to make a motion to approve the dates for 2022?
So moved.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Shauna, would you mind sending the new dates to everyone in? Thank you. All right, Commissioner, or the Director's report, please.
Madam Chair. Commissioners, I'm going to keep mine real short because I'm actually going to give probably a 5-minute introduction to wildlife when I do that. But basically, one of the main things we're working with right now is the 17th, we have a private land public wildlife council meeting. And they're going to be focusing on a couple of things. One is we've got a lot of these PAL agreements that they work on. And the other thing they're going to work on is the 454 agreement. Is that better? Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay. So the PLPW meeting will be the 17th of this month. And we're going to work on, the main thing we're going to be working on is access, the access issues we have currently, or the access we currently have. To look at that and see which ones we're working with and which ones we can improve. And the other thing we're going to be working on is the 454 agreements. That started with the PLPW in 2001. And they're going to look at the changes that have happened in legislation and see if there's anything they need to propose to go forward. So they'll be working on those things. And as I indicated, the rest of my discussion will be when I introduce the wildlife today.
Thank you. All right, I guess we're ready to move into enforcement.
Morning, Chair Robinson, members of the Commission, Director Warsek. For the record, my name is Phil Kilbreth. I'm here today representing the Law Enforcement Division of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, and I am the boating law administrator for the department. I'm going to give a quick presentation on the Boulder River Citizens Advisory Committee recommendation. Back in April of 2020, the Commission directed the department to create a Citizens Advisory Committee to analyze and evaluate boating restrictions for the Boulder River. The department recruited and selected a diverse group of individuals along with Commissioner Siebel. We had a meeting the end of the summer and came to a consensus after reviewing several alternatives. The committee's final recommendation proposes closing the Boulder River and its tributaries to motorized vessels, except motorized vessels powered by machinery of 10 horsepower or less would be permitted from April 1st through September 30th from the confluence of the Yellowstone River to the Natural Bridge. Subsequent to the Boulder Citizens Advisory Committee, one of the members has communicated that they are no longer in support of the original working group recommendation. The public has not had an opportunity to comment on this recommendation, although they will have an opportunity to comment today. And the individual from the working group is here and can present his views. So the Boulder River currently does not have any motor restrictions on its main stem. And some of its tributaries in Park County are limited to 10 horsepower or less. Were this proposal to be implemented, all the tributaries in the main stem above Natural Bridge would be closed to motorized boating all year. And then on the main stem below Natural Bridge, April 30th through September 30th, the summer season, vessels of 10 horsepower or less would be permitted from the confluence of the Yellowstone to the Natural Bridge. So the commission can initiate rulemaking on this proposal. The commission can modify the proposal or choose not to. If the commission initiates rulemaking, the department will collect public comment and report back to the commission. Happy to answer any questions, and I believe we have staff from Region 5 as well.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the commission? Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, if I may make a few comments about the
Yes,
process.
please.
It was my recommendation or my motion that we actually form this working group when the petition was brought to us originally. And I want to compliment, I also want to give Commissioner Byerth credit because he was also in attendance at the meeting. At the time, it was in his region since we've redistricted. But I wanted to just say that I think that the process that we went through and the reason that I put this forward in the first place was the precedent setting part of this and knowing that there was lots of rivers with lots of private land around them and being a multiple use person, I wanted to make sure that we had all the stakeholders there. And I think from the process, and I'd love Commissioner Byerth to comment on this as well, we had the stakeholders in the room, and at the end of the day, nobody got everything that they wanted. I think everyone walked out of there with a little bit of disappointment, but at the end of the day, we restricted what you could use, when you could use it, and where you could use it. But there was something for everyone in there. It wasn't perfect for anyone, and I guess from my perspective, that's a pretty good process when you get done with it. If there's kind of that evenness across the board. So I'm going to recommend if you're willing to entertain a motion, I can make the motion right now. I move the Fish Wildlife Commission initiate administrative rulemaking on the Boulder River as recommended by the Boulder River Citizens Advisory Committee as follows. The Boulder River is closed to use of any motorized vessels except any motorized vessels powered by machinery of 10 horsepower or less are permitted from April 1 through September 30 from the confluence with the Yellowstone River to the Natural Bridge.
Their second.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments before I go out for public comment? Okay. Just a reminder that all comments today will be limited to 2 minutes, and I will let you know if your time has run out. So I'll start with people in the room.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Clayton Elliott, ELLIOTT. I'm here today representing Montana Trout Unlimited. We were original supporters of the petition and appreciated Commissioner Siebel for sending this out for a more thorough discussion. And I think that's the juncture that we're at today. I think the work group had great discussions, brought forward a proposal, and we can go out for public comment. Our issue and of concern on this particular matter is potential damage to riparian areas and aquatic life. And I can't necessarily say where we stand on this proposal yet, but that's what the public comment process is for, and we look forward to that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Robinson, members of the commission, Director Warsick, Dan Rostad from Big Timber, ROS TAD. I'm here representing the Sweetgrass County Conservation District and the Boulder River Watershed Association. To make it brief, You received an email by the original letter that the Watershed Board of Executive Board submitted. They are concerned, even though I did participate in the work group. Coming back, I do speak for them, not for me. I'm speaking for them, saying that they still oppose this. Boulder River is not the river for motorized watercraft. Excuse me, it's just too small. And so that is who I work for. Those are the people I'm communicating to you with, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Cliff Weller, Weller. I am also from Big Timber, and I was also a member of the Citizen Advisory Group. And I would first just like to mention my support for this process. I think it's very valuable to be able to get public feedback like this. And by the end of the meeting, I will say that I did not mention or did not say too much about the discussion at the time, because all of the alternatives that we had narrowed it down to, I thought were very favorable and would be good to move forward with. And with that, I also want to voice my support for this recommendation. And also, I would recommend that the wording maybe be clarified just a little bit more to make sure that the tributaries are included, because that was part of the recommendation, but just saying that the Boulder River is closed from the Yellowstone to the Natural Bridge, and without saying the Boulder River with tributaries, I think it would be better to have that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments on this motion? Okay, seeing none, or any other questions, or Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, just a question for the department. The motion that I made did say just the Boulder River is closed. And would it be appropriate to add and its tributaries to that motion?
Yes, I think so. I wonder if it was actually a misprint. If you look above, it talks about the Boulder River's recommendation, and it includes the language and its tributaries. So I think it would be better included in the motion as well. Thanks.
Madam Chair, I'd like to amend my motion.
Commissioner Byer.
Support that.
Okay, thank you. Although all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Gosh, you know what? I'm going to back it up. Are there any people on Zoom to comment on this motion? Or anybody in the regional offices? It does not look like there are any commenters. So we're good to go. Thank you. Thanks for keeping me on track. All right, we'll move to the next. We'll start with fisheries, and thank you, Mr. Kilbreth, too, for your presentation.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Director Warsich. My name is Eric Roberts. I'm the Fisheries Management Bureau Chief. I'll be presenting the two fisheries items on the agenda today. The first of which are 2022 fish removal projects. Generally speaking, fish removal projects refer to actions to manipulate population densities and species composition of a fishery. Fish removals are a common management tool to reduce competition between species, remove undesirable or invasive species, protect species with elevated conservation risk, or to improve the quality of a sport fishery. Most removal projects are intended to improve fishing opportunity by reintroducing species better suited for available habitats or by reducing competition with other species. In order to ensure the department is authorized to conduct fish removal projects, the department adjusted policy last spring to seek approval through the commission for fish removal in restoration projects. In June, the commission reviewed 22 removal projects and approved 14 projects that had not been reviewed by the commission. The status of those projects was provided in your commission packets. For 2022, there are 13 fish removal projects planned, with one project already receiving commission approval through the Future Fisheries Improvement Program. Of the 12 projects proposed for 2022 that still need commission approval, 9 are intended to improve or conserve native species populations, and 3 are intended to remove illegal introductions. Use of chemical for removal is proposed for 5 projects. mechanical removal, and 5 projects in both chemical and mechanical removal, and 2 are proposed for 2 projects. The project previously approved for future fisheries is the Native Species Conservation Project relying on chemical removals. The 13 projects proposed for 2022 have received different levels of public review. 3 projects have completed environmental assessments and public review, and 9 projects have EAs pending, and all MEPA compliance has been completed for the project already reviewed under future fisheries. After 2022, the department plans to rely on the statewide fisheries management plan for commission review of fish removal projects. The management plan will be reviewed and updated next year with commission action plan late next year. As required through Senate Bill 360, the management plan will include extensive public meetings, and the department intends to seek initial public input on proposed removal projects through that process. If the management plan is approved by the commission, the department intends to review and update that plan every 4 years. We expect some projects, fish removal projects, that is, to still need commission approval outside of the management plan process for things such as illegal introductions or immediate conservation needs. Today, the commission could choose to approve all or a portion of the proposed projects or choose not to approve these projects. If the commission approves the projects, the department will continue preparation for proposed fish removal work. If projects are not approved, the department will have to reevaluate all fish removal projects and determine how not proceeding jeopardizes commitments and partnerships. With that, I'll stand down for any questions or any discussion. Thank you.
Commissioner Walsh.
I have one quick question, and that is 2 of the removals were for goldfish or koi on private land. And is that because they're at risk of escaping and getting into public waters? And then number 2, does the private landowner share in the cost of that removal?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Walsh, that varies. These are typically very small ponds that this occurs. It usually involves aquaria and removal of fish from those out into out onto the landscape. The conservation concern there is escapement into public waters. Oftentimes they're small enough water bodies that the department will just absorb those costs. However, we've worked with our enforcement personnel to come up with some better guidelines, procedures, just to better cover those costs. And so it's kind of a shaky answer, but it varies depending on the water body.
Any other questions?
Madam Chair, I move the commission approve the fish removal projects proposed for 2022.
Second.
Thank you. Any other comments before I go out for public comment? Okay. Go ahead.
Good morning again, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Again, for the record, Clayton Elliott, ELLIOTT, here today representing Montana Trout Unlimited. Wanted to thank Mr. Roberts for his good presentation today. Just wanted to stand in support of these restoration projects, fish restoration projects. I think it's important to underscore the amount of public process that's gone into many of these projects, and will continue providing opportunity for the public to be engaged, to learn more, and to actually share in the work. Many of these projects, restoration efforts, underscore the opportunities to improve watershed health, improve species conservation, but also create a lot of economic opportunity in our rural communities, employing contractors right in local places. I can speak most poignantly to the projects that we are engaged in. For example, Beaverhead County hiring contractors right there in Dillon. And lastly, a lot of those restoration projects include elements that improve agriculture opportunity and conserve water, which of course in this era of drought is critically important. And then the last thing I would just add is that through these efforts and the restoration work by our organization and partners in FWP, potentially avoiding Endangered Species Act listings, create better fishing opportunity, and prevent AIS spread and transfer. And I would just underscore my gratitude to the department and the fisheries division, in particular, Dr. Rice, Eric Roberts, the regional fisheries managers, who are great partners with us as we work to put these projects on the ground and create real economic opportunity. And I know the Madison is not on the subject, but I just wanted to thank those very same people, Dr. Rice, Mr. Roberts, Travis Horton, Mike Duncan. I could go on and on about the names of Fisheries Division staff that helped us in that effort. So I just wanted to publicly thank them for everything in the last couple of weeks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other commenters?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Abigail St. Lawrence, that's ST period, LAWRENCE, here on behalf of the approximately 1,000 members of the Fishing Outfitters of Montana, Fishing Outfitters Association of Montana, or FOAM. Since 1978, FOAM has existed to both promote the fishing outfitting work here in Montana and also to preserve and protect fisheries throughout Montana that we all enjoy, whether you're out on the waters with or without outfitters and guides. In May of this year, FOAM submitted a letter to FWP in strong support of the fish restoration projects that you're reviewing today, as well as ones that you have previously reviewed. The fact is that throughout the world, and certainly in Montana, we know that the projects that are proposed today and the ones that have been performed previously are a robust and effective method for native fisheries restoration and conservation. Obviously, this is important to FOAM because the folks that we are bringing into Montana and the Montanans that we are bringing out onto the waters and teaching them how to enjoy those waters responsibly depend on those robust fisheries. Further, as you heard, not only do we have economic activity throughout the state that is benefiting from these removal projects, but as we all know, the recreation-based economy in Montana is a strong and vital part of our overall state economy, and certainly one that will be helped by these fishing removal projects and restoration projects. We would ask for your support and certainly thank the Fisheries Division for all their work in preparing these projects, evaluating where they're needed, and we look forward to further participation as the Fish and Wildlife Department and the Fisheries Division continues to work on the statewide management plans, and we will be participating in those as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further commenters in person here? Okay. Do we have anyone who would like to comment in the regional offices? Do we have any other commenters online? Looks like we may have one. Okay, is it *6? What is it to a *6 to unmute? And then you can go ahead to comment. Mr. Fowler, you would need to do *6, please. There you go. Yep, go ahead.
Hey, I just, as an avid fisherman, outdoorsman in Montana, a couple of questions has come up, and I just want a brief overview of this. But after removing a population of fish out of a region, if it's out of a stream, river, section of river, or wherever the program is designed to for the removal, has there been consideration for habitat work in those areas to enhance the native fisheries? Just from my little experience with understanding science, if we have the habitat, they know how to reproduce. So I just wondering if we're looking at the habitat as much as we're just looking at the cost of removing all the fish and then crossing our fingers that it reestablished with native species and the non-natives don't reintroduce as well. I guess what I'm wondering is how do we keep that from happening?
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Mr. Fowler, usually habitat is stage one of these projects. Oftentimes we'll go in and do habitat enhancements prior to any sort of fish removals, especially for native fish projects. And again, the majority of these projects, especially the conservation projects, are intended to conserve wild fish populations and improve recruitment and survival of those wild fish populations. And it's a it's a sort of an ecosystem-wide approach, and habitat is largely phase one of any sort of on-the-ground aspects of these projects, including the fish removal part of it.
Thank you.
Thank
Are there
you.
further commenters online? All right, it doesn't look like it. Any other questions or comments before we go to a vote? Commissioner Walsh?
Just one more question, and that is if we allow the public to come fish these waters aggressively before the poisoning goes in.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Walsh, a lot of times that is the case. You may recall last summer, we lifted fishing regulations on Buffalo Creek. That's one where we're intending to do a fish removal either this year or next year. Usually when that opportunity presents itself, we do capitalize on that.
Any other questions? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, the second fisheries item on the agenda today is the annual rule for approved bait seining waters. This rule is to review and approve waters allowed for commercial bait seining. A commercial bait fish seining license is required for persons 15 years of age and older to seine and to transfer bait fish for commercial purposes in Montana, and for any person who seines for and has in their possession more than 24 dozen non-game bait fish. The commission may designate waters that are allowed for these purposes, and FWP describes these waters annually in the commercial bait seining application form. Approved seining waters are regularly monitored for AIS and pathogens and maintain adequate population abundance to accommodate bait collection. For 2022, the department proposes to add one area to the approved commercial bait seining list, and that is reservoirs in the Arrow Creek drainage in Choteau, Fergus, and Judith Basin counties. The department took public comment on proposed changes from November 18th to December 8th. 2 comments were received. One comment was against the use of commercial take of fish or wildlife and generally misunderstood the scope of this rule. The other comment pertained to commercial seining in the Marias River below Tiber Dam. This stretch of river was closed to commercial seining after suspected presence of zebra mussels in 2016 in Tiber Reservoir. Although recently determined mussel-free, Tiber is still designated as an AIS management area, and the department would prefer to keep seining restrictions in place downstream until the Tiber rules are lifted. Additionally, collection can still occur in the Marias in the Eastern Fishing District, which is downstream from the Highway 223 bridge down to the mouth. Our Region 4 fish manager, Jason Roten, did speak with this commenter, and he was pretty pleased with how that conversation came out. Today, the commission could approve the proposed list, modify the list, or not approve the list. Modifying the approved waters list would require additional analysis by the department staff to determine if the addition or deletion of a water body would be appropriate to meet demand and/or pose an increased pathogen or invasive species risk. Not approving the approved waters list could jeopardize commercial bait fish collection. Department staff expect that water bodies on the approved list are adequate to support commercial seining while maintaining viable fish populations and minimize risk of pathogens and AIS. With that, I'm available to answer any questions.
Are there any questions?
Madam Chair, just a simple question for Mr. Roberts. What is a rough participation in this? How many licenses does the department issue on a given year?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Bioworth, as I recall, it's not a huge number of licenses. It varies by region. And not surprisingly, most of them are in the eastern part of the state. I can't pull off the top of my head what that number is. It's if I recall correctly, it's in the low hundreds, but I can track that down and get you a better number.
Are there any other questions?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Tabor?
I move that the commission approve the 2022 approved commercial bait seining waters list.
Second.
Okay, second. Thank you, Commissioner Lane. All right, is there anyone present who would like to speak to this motion? Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to speak to the motion? Is there anyone online who would like to comment? Seeing none, is there any other questions or comments from the commission? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners.
Thank you. All right, we're going to start with the wildlife.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, for the record, Hank Warsack, Director. And I'm here to give a little background of how we got here today from my perspective. And what it is when I took over the department as director, one of the things I wanted to follow was the public trust doctrine. And that and underline what the department's role is. And that role is to provide the best information for the trustees to make informed decisions for the benefit of the public. And when we started the season setting this year, back in May, I asked the biologist and all the wildlife managers to look at this in the scoping with an eye towards what does the science say? What can the resource withstand? What can we do? How liberal can we get? And also with an eye towards simplification of regulations. And that's a carryover from Director Williams. When I worked for the department before, we worked in licensing to try to simplify regulations. So I had them look at an eye towards simplification. And if we combine districts, we should look at doing that. And also, once again, what can the resource stand? And I also asked them to bring it forward in the scoping in two different ways. One was from the biological standpoint and the other part from the social standpoint in the scoping. Well, the scoping has taken on a life of its own, which is really good because we've got a lot of input, a lot of people talking about it, and what has brought us up to this point. So when we had everything come together from the department or from the regions, and we met with DO staff, we looked it over. And I also asked them to look at any area where we're way over objective and we're doing status quo. We have limited permits to be able to explain why we have limited permits in these areas. And they did a really good job of that. And I applaud the staff. They did a Herculean effort to bring these things together. So when we did this, we had 8 districts that were really not changed at all. And part of my mentality was on this is, doing the same thing over and over again with expecting a different outcome is a definition of insanity. So I wanted to look at something a little bit different. So we as the DO staff come together and threw a proposal out that was going to come in front of the commission that was wide open. And it went to opening general licenses for private land and limiting public participation in permits because we wanted to make sure we didn't harvest too many elk in those areas. That really started a firestorm. And I take full responsibility for that because I spent the last 5 days on the phone talking to people. And what it did is we found out there's a lot of people that really want to solve this issue. And the issue is, how do we get access to private land? How do we work with people? And the number one thing I've heard going through the state and meeting with people and different things is a lot of landowners are upset because they can't even hunt on their own property. So this is what I'm going to do out of this. And I've also, there's a multi-pronged approach to this. The other thing I asked the governor and got the okay to do is put a group together made up of the different parties. And I've already talked to several people and I've got a lot of people through these discussions that want to join this. So I'm going to set up a committee of 17 people and we're going to discuss this just like we did several years ago for the fee increase. And that worked really well because this is going to require some legislation. And we tried something last session that was called House Bill 505. The problem is we weren't able to vet it and get enough people to do it. So I want to look for solutions like that come to the legislature to help balance and get more opportunity for access, and also come into play with the drought coming on. We're going to get more, there's going to be more emphasis put on landowners. A lot of them had to cut their herds way down because of the drought. And now they've got elk coming in, they're eating the grasses and stuff like that. So it's just going to be more contentious. So like I said, I've had quite a few people come forward already to talk to it. We've got the Montana Wildlife Federation, Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, different groups. I'm looking for the stock growers, all the different groups to come together. And that's one of the things I talked to the governor about when I took the position is I want to bring people together that disagree, but can come up with some solutions with a common goal. And I think now is the right time to do this. And we've set the stage with that. Like I said, I've talked to a lot of people. A lot of people were upset, but by the time we're done talking to them, they really appreciate this effort. So I'm going to turn this over to Quentin pretty quick, but that was a mentality on that. And the other part of this is going forward too is there's a couple things going on. We have to come up with a new elk plan and we need to work on that. And I keep on hearing the word objective. And I think we need to look at really more of what is tolerance for this. And I think we need to bring people together that have a good sense on how to figure these things out. The other thing, we're willing to invest more money in access investments and just try to change this and move it forward a lot more to get access. So there's some recommendations the department brought forward that we learned from going around the state and talking to people when we did that tour. The DO staff did, and they had some really good ideas out there. So we're hopefully bringing them forward. And I'm going to turn it over to Quentin. Thank you.
Thank you, Director.
Chair Robinson, other members of the commission, Director Warsack, thank you. I'm just going to be very brief, just to start the topic of elk off as we're now entering into the season setting portion of this meeting. Biennial season setting, this is the conversation now formally with the commission in front of the commission to identify, talk about, review, comment, edit, and ultimately adopt the hunting seasons for most of the managed species in Montana for the 2022 and 2023 seasons. Division Administrator, Wildlife Division Administrator Ken McDonald is going to walk us through the specific proposals. I just wanted to take a couple minutes to kick that process off and remind everybody again that this is the first formal introduction to the commission. What the commission adopts today, in essence, is what they are saying, let's send this out for public review and comment. Public comment opportunities through much of January. That public comment will be digested, will be forwarded to the commission, and will be considered in light of what, from the department standpoint, what changes might be offered to those adoptions from December to represent final proposals from the department. And then, of course, also the commission will receive those public comments in direct fashion in their raw format for the commission's deliberation, as well as they look to eventually, again, on February 4th, as the commission approved earlier today, decide what the final definition for those regulations are 2022, 2023. I also want to start, Chair Robinson, with your tolerance, talking about the director referenced a start that the department put forward, specifically 8 districts that are significantly over objected with limited permits, and the department put forward a proposal that move those to general license opportunities on public land and maintain permits at reduced levels on public land. I want to be very clear, that is not the department's proposal here today. We've modified that, our proposal here today. And again, Division Administrator Ken McDonald will clarify in his more detailed presentation. But the proposal here today is to maintain for firearm permits for bulls in those 8 districts, the structures maintained. We do recommend proposed increased permit levels. And then for the archery season in those districts, we propose, there is a proposal that we'll be making here in short order to move those archery permits to unlimited general license. And so, again, want to be very clear, as we measure and assess the volume of comment, there's been multiple references to that by commissioners, appreciate the public input. And so again, from the first step on this topic, we have pulled that proposal off the table. What the commission does with that, of course, is ultimately up to the commission, but we are no longer proposing that those 8 districts to go the way we initially proposed. I do also have, to reflect that, I haven't got enough for everybody, but with your tolerance, Chair Robinson, I'll hand out a few copies of some adjusted motions that spin off of that change, and hopefully the crowd behind us can circulate those as we move through those. Also, Reporter Tom Kugel in the IR generally cover those adjustments as well. With your tolerance, Chair Robinson.
That would be fine. Thank you, Mr. Kujula.
Read and pass. Thanks, Mac. With that, Chair Robinson, I would also point out that on the topic of elk, it was interesting as the director described process as we move through initial scoping and helping the public, asking the public to help us understand what what season adjustments in the context of simplification would make sense. We also had some members of the public that were clearly interested in this particular piece, some adjustments that maybe had a connection to simplification, but maybe not. And of course, that's open for discussion and presentation and adoption here as well today. And so a couple of those, wanted to mention them because they have, I know they've also reached the commission in some back and forth with the commission on some of those. We've heard some proposals for change of boundaries in the 420 area. We've heard adjustments to the 900 permits and to the firearm permits from groups like UPalm and et cetera. And I want to point out that some of those documents, we've referenced them, we've looked at those and other inputs, and some of those documents are on the website as well per specific requests from those parties. With that, Chair Robinson will certainly stand for any questions, and if your tolerance would hand the mic over to Division Administrator Ken McDonald to begin us walking through elk.
Yes, please, and thank you.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, with your tolerance, I'm going to sit down because it's going to be a long day today.
Yes, that would be
I
fine.
got a lot of stuff. So I'm Ken McDonald. I'm the Wildlife Division Administrator with Fish, Life and Parks, and I'll be going through a whole binder full of season proposals, but I thought I'd start with just some introductory comments. So what we're doing today is the biennial season setting. It occurs every other year and covers pretty much all of the hunted species except for fur bears and wolves. Louder. Okay. In the past several seasons, season setting efforts, we've done a public scoping process typically between August and October, where we've asked the public and the commission if there were specific things they would want us to consider. We typically did that online and got some comments, but it really wasn't a lot of comments. This year, as a result of the efforts that Director Warsack described, we had a really enhanced scoping process where we started with direction to our staff to look at hunting districts, to look at license and permit types, look at places we could simplify regulations, put that into a kind of a draft proposal, put that out for public review, kind of a scoping with some enhanced scoping with some proposals to comment on, and then did some public meetings. As a result of that, we got quite a bit of feedback from the public that we used to then craft a lot of the proposals that are in front of you. That was mainly focused on deer and elk. And so a lot of the deer and elk proposals came through that scoping process. Some of what's in front of you today represent the change originally proposed by the department. Some are reversions back to the original form based on the public feedback, and some are kind of hybrids of the two. And then one other point I want to be sure is clear is that for each of the species regulations we're talking about, the entire booklet, so for deer, elk, antelope, the entire booklet is actually being proposed. We're going to focus today on just primarily the changes that are being proposed that are different from what's in this booklet, but the entire booklet is open for review and change. If there's anything beyond what we talk about today, is open to commission to change. The changes we're proposing are summarized hopefully in your packets, are summarized in a master list for each of the species. Those changes are also reflected in the draft regulations that I think you got last night. So the changes that we had last week are reflected in here, so you can see what they would look like if what was proposed today passed. Obviously, there's already some differences, like the elk proposals we'll talk about, I think are still reflected in here, but we're changing those up. So hopefully those will help you though to see what we're doing here. The other things in your packet then, so you have the master list, you have the cover sheet. There should be a justification for each change. Those were prepared by the regions. And then for elk, there's several series of briefing papers for hunting districts that are over objective. So we
thought it would be helpful to, where we're over objective, to describe that hunting district, what's going on there, and what could be the impacts of changing those regulations. So quite a bit of material in there to help you inform your decision. With that, whatever you pass today will be available for public review and comment for a 30-day period. We'll then come back in February for final approval. During that 30-day comment period, we'll be hosting a number of public meetings across the state. Before today's over, I'll get you a list of where all those will be. At a minimum, each region will be hosting a virtual meeting in conjunction with their Citizens Advisory Committee. Those are all on different days in January, so that anybody in one part of the state could get onto the Zoom and listen to what's being proposed in other regions and could comment to proposals in other regions virtually. There'll also be a number of in-person meetings, smaller venues in different regions. And like I said, I'll get that for you today. At the end of that comment period, we will evaluate all the comments. We'll make adjustments based on comments and then come to you in February for final approval. The final thing I have to say is there's a lot of detail in here, more than any one person can know. So we've got, I've got Brian Wakeling, our Game Management Bureau Chief, here to help. He's kind of responsible for assembling a lot of this. So he gets a lot of credit for working with the regions and assembling this. We've also have regional staff available in each of the regions. If you have very specific, like hunting district specific questions that the regional folks can answer best. So unless there's any questions about that, I will move into elk. Okay. All right, so first up on our agenda is the biennial season setting changes for elk. Most of the changes in your packet are adjustments to hunting district boundaries, consolidation of boundaries, adjustment of boundaries. There's some adjustments to season structures and changes in the license and permit types. Some of the bigger, I'll go over some of the bigger statewide changes and then refer you to your master list for very specific changes. So as the director pointed out, probably the proposed changes you heard about the most in the last week was that proposal to go from a general either sex, a limited either sex permit in 8 different hunting districts to a general on private and limited on public. We're pulling that proposal, and in its place, the department is proposing to maintain that current season structure, maintain limited entry permits in those 8 hunting districts, which are 411, 417, 426, 535, 590, 702, 704, and 705. So maintain the structure in those 8 hunting districts, but increase the general season either sex quota by 50%. Or as Quentin said, during the firearm season, the either sex quota would be increased 50%. So for example, if the quota is currently 300, the proposal would be to bump that up to 450. So to make it real clear what that is, in those 8 hunting districts, hunting district 411 and the new proposed 535 combined would go from 300 to 450 permits. Hunting district 417 would go from 225 to 340 permits. 426 would go from 60 to 90. Hunting district 590 would go from 250 to 380. And the combined hunting district 702, 704, 705 would go from 225 to 340 permits. And maybe I'll stop there and see if there's any questions about that component before we hit the next ones.
Are there any questions or comments from the commission? Okay. Sounds good. Go ahead, please.
All right, the next part of this is there was a proposal to unbundle what we call the 900 archery permits. So several years ago, the department went to a limited entry for archery. In any hunting district, we had limited entry for rifle. Those ended up encompassing 22 hunting districts. They ended up being bundled into a single permit. We called it the 900 permit. Presently, there's 4,000 of those archery only permits in that 900 bundle. The proposal for this year is to unbundle those and split them into either a hunting district specific archery only permit, a region bundled permit, or take them to general season. So, and then the other component of that that's new from what's in your packet is in those hunting districts where the regions are proposing maintaining a limited permit. We would propose that those be unlimited permits. So they would still be a permit, but they'd be unlimited. And the significance of that is with a permit, you're restricted to hunting in that district that the permit is valid for. So if you, for example, I'll find one here, hunting district 465 would go to an unlimited archery only permit. If a person were to draw that, they would only be able to archery hunt in that hunting district. I'm sorry, that's 455. So to go through the list of what previously had been bundled and now will be affected by this proposal. Hunting District 401 and 403 would go to general license. Hunting District 411, 412 would go to unlimited permit. 417, 426 would go to unlimited permit. 447 would be unlimited permit. 450 would go to general license. 455 would go to unlimited permits. The new proposed hunting district 515 would go to general license. Hunting districts 502, the new proposed 535, the new proposed 555, 590, and the existing portion of 701, as a combined group, would go to unlimited. Hunting District 575 and Hunting District 580 would go to general license. And Hunting District 702, 704, and 705 would go to unlimited.
I just have a quick question. Has this been sent to the regional offices so that they can print it out for anyone that's in the regional office?
I believe, did you send that? I believe we sent it to the regional wildlife managers this morning.
Okay.
What was the question?
Have the change has been sent to the regional offices, they can print them out.
Yes, they have.
Okay, thank you.
So it sounds like direction is if you're in a regional office and you've got that, please print them off for the folks in the regional office.
Yes, please. Thank
Yes.
you.
So that's the next piece is this unbundling of the 900 to the proposal I just read. Any questions on that?
Go ahead, Commissioner Siebel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. McDonald, just a couple clarifying questions. What was the determination process on these hunting districts, whether they went general license or unlimited permits?
I'll look for Quentin, but I believe that if they're general license, the regions were already proposing that. So in your master list, those would have been the ones that have the unlimited permits. They were proposing some limited number. And we've adjusted that to go to unlimited to address some of the criticisms about over objective.
Okay. Thank you. Follow-up question.
Go ahead.
Mr. McDonald, just a clarifying question on the proposal as it sits right now with 502, 535, 555, 590, and Porsche 701. Region 5 originally in their write-up had created a 595 area, which combined all the 500s in that group without 700. Are you proposing in this proposal that those still stay combined as one unlimited permit that would be applicable to all those hunting districts or individual, in that particular one, individuals?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Siebel, the proposal would be keep those combined into a single bundle. It would probably still be that 595. It would just be an unlimited versus I think that the proposal from Region 5 was 1,500.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Tabor?
Mr. McDonald, one of the suggestions or a lot of feedback we've gotten is this concept of first and only choice, or trying to make it so that if you do get drawn, even for an unlimited permit, that's where you stay focused. And I believe this proposal effectively reflects that. One of the ideas came up is interchangeability of whether you stay in a district or whether you stay within a region. And so could you maybe just, or perhaps this is for you, Quentin, talk about the variability of that, because we want to leave some flexibility. So some people have a lot of heartburn of being put just in one district only. There's probably an equal measure of people that are frustrated with folks going all around the state if they're not successful in one. And so this concept of maybe not limiting it to a region or to a specific district, but maybe to a region as an option. Could you just maybe talk us through what our options would be?
Chair Robinson, Vice Chair Tabor, thank you for the question, and I'll stay in the clarifying mode for just a moment. The presentation on this topic, the 900 archery either sex elk permit, that we also have, and Ken incorporated it because it's part of the package, but there's also a proposal to be in front of the commission here. It's the next one up, to proposing that anyone who receives a permit, an either sex permit, they're required to hunt in, and we are, as it's written here, we are proposing that required to hunt in the district or districts that permit is valid for while that permit is valid. So let's say, for example, it's a permit, it's an archery only permit valid in 411. And what that proposal would do, if adopted, while during the archery season, that's the only place that permit holder can hunt for an antlered bull elk. Once the archery season is over, the permit's no longer valid, and they can, if they're not successful, obviously, and still have a general license, they could go wherever the season allowed an antlered bull to be taken on the general license. So for context, for reception of the proposal in its entirety, Ken included that description, but it's actually not in this 900 motion as it's presented to you today. Just wanted to clarify that a little bit. There's half of that. So with that clarification, moving on to the answer to your question, half of the answer then is our proposal is directed at the scale of district or specific group of district. Vice Chair Tabor.
Follow-up, Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Tabor.
So if the public wanted to suggest the concept of saying, okay, that feels too limiting, understand that there should be some limits, but not that specific, what would an option look like?
Chair Robinson, Vice Chair Tabor, Director Warsack, thank you. So one option could be that it is the permits are valid for, you essentially offer a different kind of bundle, and you bundle all of the districts within a region that have this circumstance. So from region to region, it might be 4 districts, it might be whatever that would be. That's one way you could do that. The commission could pick up an idea like that here today and put it into the motion. That could come forward. The commission could say, hey, let's scope that a little bit with public comment, not necessarily put it in the motion, but ask the department to specifically scope that issue. And then, of course, if nothing changes here, remember, things can change still yet in February. So that's available. Another option, and it's reaching back a little bit into the history of those permits before they became the 900 bundle, is to make other bundles that don't necessarily have a connection to the region. So maybe it's a geographic proximity filter. These 5 districts are close to each other. They may spill over multiple regions, but let's bundle that. Let's bundle those, and let's bundle those, and let's bundle those. As another example, Vice Chair Tabor, if that helps. Thank you.
Commissioner
Madam Chair,
Barth.
I think in the effort to simplify regulations, we've created a lot of complexities. And this go round is particularly complex. And I think in the end, where I had to go back because of the complexities of all the changes, I had to go back to the justifications written by the regions to get their perspectives on the elk numbers and distribution, the way the seasons have worked in the past and the way they predict they'll work in the future. And I don't see a lot of consistency in the current proposal with those justifications. And here's some particulars. specifically in hunting districts 411, 12, 17, and 26, a lot of comments talk about overcrowding of archers because on public land, which is in effect driving elk over to private land, exacerbating the crowding or the problem with moving elk to private land where they're not available. Similarly, the new 455 is on Beartooth Wildlife Management Area, and having unlimited permits there would be kind of counterproductive to trying to keep the elk within the confines of that district where they can be addressed and not cause crowding problems. So where I'm a little hazy though, is that if you provide unlimited archery permits with the first and only choice, do you expect that that would avoid crowding in those hunting districts?
Commissioner Byers, Chair Robinson, that is much of the essence, much of the functionality that is speculated and sometimes realized in a first and only choice, coupled with the proposed requirement to stay in that district if you get there. So what that means is walking that through a little bit so you don't incorporate those folks that perhaps put in for a hard to get limited entry permit drawing first choice. Typically, they wouldn't get those if it's by definition hard to get. As often as not, they wouldn't. So they would be sure to get the unlimited as their second choice. So you're building the pool that you would restrict that pool build by going with first choice only. And then with the proposed requirement to stay in the district that the permit is valid for, you kind of up the ante, so to speak, as a hunter is looking at the application sheet. Do I want to make that sort of commitment? If I do, I'm going to get the permit, but do I want to make that commitment and stay in that geography for that season? And so we do think it's a fair question, at least, to assume that those filters by an inch or by a mile will reduce the number of applicants and in a different fashion to address the question of crowding. Commissioner Byron.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
In the justifications, I believe it was Region 4, there was a pretty clear limit as to the number of archers that the region thought would be a sustainable number. In fact, not over harvesting in archery, a number that was a targeted number for the herd size and for the amount of pressure in that given or those given districts. I wonder if rather than kind of throwing it out there as an unlimited and hoping the first and only and hunt in that district limits it, why don't we just lean on the justifications and use those numbers rather than hoping that it'll work?
Vice Chair Tabor, Chair Robinson, I'm sorry, Commissioner Byarth, Chair Robinson. Another good question. The answer that I would offer is, again, from the director's comments first thing this morning, is taking a different look at it and seeing if does this different approach bring us to any different place, particularly in the context of being overpopulation objective. That is the answer we would offer. And so, and to roll that forward, that's one of the reasons you saw, I know the 8 districts are an enormous part of the hunting season for some people, but there's also a finiteness to that. And that sort of thinking was part of that finiteness. I don't want to call it a pilot, but see if this works. Commissioner Byarth.
Go ahead.
Follow up. Thanks, Madam Chair. I think if you review the history of these districts, these over objective districts, one thing leaps out, is first that these objectives have no relevance to current population levels. They were created back when there was very small herds in the area, very low hunting pressure as well. So first, we're trying to follow a state management plan that's out of date. We're trying to follow a directive by the legislature that says follow the objectives, even if they're out of date. Looking at the long list of changes and attempts to reduce those through the shoulder seasons and we have shoulder season criteria that aren't being abided by. The one element, the one variable that stands out that has never been addressed, and that is when you get access for hunters to the elk herds, hunters are very efficient at reducing those herds. I see nothing in this proposal that gets us there. We talk a lot about landowner opportunity. Well, landowner preferences give them an advantage. That most landowners can get a draw in their area with a limited permit. Does this actually wash out their ability in a way? So I guess my point is, until we get public access or a lot of hunter access to these elk herds, we can't reduce the objectives, no matter what we try, whatever dance we play, whatever plan we put in place. That's the one thing that will get these elk herds down to objective. It works in Region 3. It works in other regions. That's the one thing that can do the job. And these proposals, these statewide and new proposals out of the director's office just simply don't address that. There's other tools that we're going to have to develop, and soon.
Are there any other questions or comments? Director?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Byard, I would reiterate that once again, we're trying something different. This has been many years of doing the same thing, and we know what's going to come out of this. The same old thing of not getting the number down. We have a mandate to try to bring populations down to get to that. And we're not meeting that. So example 426, the reason, if you look at the paperwork from the biologist, the rationale was that we're trying to have a limited permit because we're trying to get 30 bulls to 100 cows. When you ask what that number is, it's 126 bulls to 30 cows. So I think we need to have some more harvest on these things, and that's what we need to do. And if you expand the number, the other problem is, I agree with you 100%, is trying to get landowner preference. That is nothing that this body can do. It has to go through legislation to change it. That's a group I want to work on to get some more access, because a lot of the landowners that I've talked to will not allow people to hunt on there if they can't draw a tag. And they would open up, they would share it if they had that opportunity. So how do we come up with that? If we increase the number, there may be more landowners to get this that may offer some more opportunity. What we know right now with a limited number and not expanding that and expanding the opportunities, we're not getting the harvest that we need. So we got to try something. And once again, this is for a 2-year trial.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Tabor.
One other point I'd make is that we're only just on the first page of a series of other proposals, and none the least of which is, I think what I heard loud and clear. If I look at it from my perspective, it's always been about the protection of resource being number one. Number two, that we create as much opportunity as possible for everybody, not just one constituency or the other, but for everybody. And thirdly, that we greatly improve and help out private landowners, because if you think that the current relationship between the public and private landowners is good, and this is going to make it worse, you're misinformed. You know, a lot of where frustration is what's got us here. And so what we need to do is improve that and really work on that relationship. And I think most of the commissioners are very committed to that. So there's some other stuff and some other ideas that have been garnered from public comment and everything else, where we're going to try to do just that, increase opportunity and access. But first and foremost, access gets increased by working in conjunction with landowners instead of trying to penalize them into compliance. That just has not worked. We know it hasn't worked. We got to do something different. And so I think a lot of these proposals start to really work at collaborative processes rather than punitive ones.
Thank you. Mr. McDonald, do you want to move on to the next item, please?
Sure. So continuing in elk, the next kind of statewide large-scale proposal is to make it clear that holders of a permit may only hunt in the hunting district that permit is valid for during the period identified on the permit. Quentin explained that already, so hopefully that made sense. So an example is archery only permit limits a hunter to hunt only in the area that permit is valid during that archery season. After the archery season, if they still have a valid general season license, they can hunt elk in any other open hunting district. So again, this would apply not just to the archery only, but to any limited permit or unlimited permit, any permit. would be valid only in that area that the permit is valid for during the time that permit is valid. Questions on that one? Kind of one other associated component in the, you'll see across the suite of proposals is the elimination of antlerless only elk permits. We would be proposing to replace those antlers only elk permits with B licenses. And the main impetus for that is that unless specifically excluded, the permit limits a person to just that species. A license allows you, it's basically an additional animal. And one of the things that we've heard, so one of the implications of this is, particularly in Western Montana, there's concern about anybody taking more than one elk. So by proposing this change, theoretically, a person could take a bull elk or whatever's allowed on their general license plus an antlerless on a B license. Whereas with the permits that are currently in place, they would only be allowed to take that antlerless animal on the permit. And so it creates a lot of confusion to hunters. It creates some problems, just confusion with our licensing folks and deadlines and things. So we think this will be actually make the regulations simpler and easier to understand, and won't have any biological impact. So any questions about permits?
Commissioner Siebel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. McDonald, Commissioner Barrett brought up something that I hadn't seen in any of this, and that was a concept of first and only versus on these unlimited license versus, and that's not something that I was contemplating. So I agree with Quinn's assessment that there's two ways to separate. One is geographically making people pick their area that they're hunting in, regardless if it's first or second. But and then of course there's that other option of making it first and only choice. My preference is to at this time is to give people the opportunity to put in for their dream rifle tag and then have their archery at a very specific area. And I guess I'm encouraging the public as part of this process, regardless of what comes out today, to comment on that and what people think about those options, knowing it's going to increase the number of people putting in for the coveted rifle tags, but also understanding that every archer is going to get a tag but then be more isolated in specific areas. But that's more of an observation than anything. And I guess I didn't see that addressed anywhere in your recommendations. So I just wanted to clarify that it wasn't there.
Commissioner Siebel, Chair Robinson, that is correct. I wanted to make certainly before anybody moved on either the permit motion or the 900 motion that Ken has walked us through, we would make it clear that as written, it doesn't reference the first and only choice.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay. Another component of the overall statewide elk regulations are the late seasons or shoulder seasons. In the proposal before you, we're proposing to continue the late shoulder seasons through February 15th in those 35 hunting districts where we have had those. So basically the status quo. The proposal is to keep them as is and focus primarily on private lands. We've included an alternative in your packet that's been discussed, and that would be to go to a 3-week late season. In our proposal, it would be that follows the muzzleloader season. It'd be valid on an open public and private land. And so that would be an alternative to the current shoulder seasons that go till February. The main reason for considering this alternative is concerns we've heard from some landowners and some hunters about hunting late into the winter with the current structure. We didn't propose that, but it is something that's come up, and so we've included it in your packet. If that's an interest of the commissions, that's a direction or a concept that could be considered.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Tabor.
Mr. McDonald, clarification. So in our last action on shoulder seasons where we were doing experimental, we did create the opportunity in certain districts at the advice of regional folks of when it might be appropriate to look on public land and private land, trying to understand the interplay between the two. And so if we stay effectively with status quo, we wouldn't be changing that process per se unless we specifically purposely change that.
Chair Robinson and Vice Chair Tabor, that is correct. So the regulations that are in place now would be what carries over. So that includes those changes that were made this summer to allow some public land hunting in some of those hunting districts.
Any other questions? Okay.
So those are the kind of the major changes. That there's a lot, many pages worth of hunting district specific changes. A lot of those are the result of consolidating or realigning hunting district boundaries and then adjusting quotas accordingly to fit those new boundaries. Some of the license and permit types, one of the biggest changes again is going from antlerless elk permits to B licenses, and then a variety of other things that unless you want to, I wasn't going to go through those, but they are in your master list for review, and those would be, if you adopted them, what those changes would be what goes forward. One other point I wanted to make is you guys did, the commission received a comment from a landowner in the hunting district 420 asking about or proposing to carve out the private property portion of 420 and put it into 448. His letter is in your packet. There's a folder, I think, called reference comments. We've asked our Region 4 folks to evaluate that and provide comment, and they developed a quick briefing paper that also should be in your packets. And basically, they do not recommend going forward with that. They point out that the hunting district is over objective. The hunting district is as objective already, so it's not a over objective issue. There's a very liberal antlerless opportunity. And as well, there's several other landowners in that district that do not support that proposal, mainly because of potential impacts on the bull population there. So again, the Region 4 did not recommend moving forward with that proposal, and so it's not included in your packet. So with that, I guess the next step would be, unless again there's very specific hunting district level questions, we'd ask you to approve for public comment the proposals as presented today, and also as presented in the master list, with the following exceptions that we talked about. And so we recommend that you adopt the proposals in the master list for regions 1 through 7, unless specifically addressed in a separate motion. In those 8 over objective units that we talked about, maintain the current structure, but increase permits by 50%. Unbundle the 900 archery permits. Allocate as described in my presentation earlier, either going to general or unlimited. And make it clear that holders of permits may only hunt in the district or portion of the hunting district that permit is valid for during the times it's valid. And then if there is a desire to change the late season, that would need to be an adjustment to the master list as well. So a lot of stuff there. Hopefully it makes sense. I think you had some potential language to help inform that. And if there's any questions I can answer, or we can have staff answer, I'm happy to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Tabor.
So what I'd like to do is add one more to your list, and specifically it's with regards to cows. And Quentin and I talked pretty extensively prior to the meeting, and I'm going to need his help kind of out loud crafting what the language looks like. What was very compelling to me in the comments that I received was this process of focusing on the females as the real tool to try to reduce populations in areas, and going to this concept of effectively having as best you could, an unlimited number of cow tags in all these districts that have, material amounts over objective. And what would that look like, and what would the mechanism be for the department to create that set of licensures? And so in just kibitzing with Quentin, he had, as he usually does, some excellent ideas. And so hard thing to make you do, Quentin, I realize, but can you just kind of articulate our conversation and help us formulate what this addition to the package might look like?
Vice Chair Tabor, Chair Robinson, thank you. And we'll take a stab at that. And the concept that we discussed, as I understood, was to propose a statewide, unlimited, over-the-counter antlerless bee license, valid in those hunting districts that are 2 times or more over objective on private land only. That's the concept. A little bit of clarification is, so unlimited over-the-counter would be available to residents and non-residents. There would be a price difference that's set by statutory direction. And then the other clarification I would offer is, as I spoke that concept, Vice Chair Tabor, this would be in addition to whatever other antlerless opportunities that are already described at the district scale. So it would not replace, it would be another option. Ultimately, the legislature has confirmed that any one person can take 3 elk in a license here. Vice Chair Tabor.
Thank you, Quentin. So I hope this is clear to my fellow commissioners and all that, but it really does speak to this concept of getting after the female overpopulation on private land. It would create quite a bit of opportunity. Obviously, landowners will have to decide how they want to work that. That's a landowner by landowner decision, but it creates a tool where effectively a very large group of people could come in and help get after it in a way that's both affordable and intentional. And that's why I wanted to make it as part of the suite of ideas that we're bringing forward.
Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tabor, the districts, are these the 8 districts that are already over objective where we say 2 times, or does this include additional districts?
Commissioner Siebel, Vice Chair Tabor, Chair Robinson, we kept it, our conversation was at the concept level. So I believe some of those at least would meet that filter, Commissioner Siebel. And undoubtedly, if this concept were to go forward as it was written versus perhaps literally inserting what districts it does, and we can go through that exercise here today or in February. If it were to go forward generally, we would clarify as an agency going into the hunting season what those districts are, recognizing the potential for them to change across the biennium. Commissioner Siebel.
Follow up, please.
Go ahead.
Just along these lines, I think and we did, and I do want to say publicly that I really do appreciate all the input from the public on this topic. And I commend the director for actually initiating a firestorm. I don't normally compliment people on that, but we did initiate he did initiate a firestorm. We all got that information at the same time, and but really appreciate the input. And I think we got, we drove people to come up with some really good suggestions that they've been thinking about. So I really appreciate it. One of them was, as Commissioner Tabor pointed out, this idea of cow hunting on private land and really focusing on the cows. And so I want to say that I support the concept. I also support the concept that was brought up of, I'm all about, as Commissioner Tabor is as well, an incentive-based approach in the future. And as we go forward, and I would encourage the department to put forth legislation in the next legislature to work on incentivizing landowners to offer access for hunters and including cows to really get the population under control and incentivize them. And I'll leave the open end on what the incentive might be, whether it's tags or financials suggested by some of the public. But I think it's a great idea, and the incentive-based approach is something that needs to be tried in the state. So thank you.
Commissioner Tabor.
So one of the message I'd send to the public, we specifically are focused on private land on this. A lot of times people say, well, in my area, I don't have access to private land, I'd still like the opportunity. Please flush that out in the comments. The vast majority of the comments we got thus far, though, pretty much indicated that opening it up for cows on public land is a non-starter because that's not where the population problem is. It's really resident on private land. But I invite you to, for those that say, well, geez, what about us? We're public land folks. Please understand that this is the region's over objective. So Region 1, don't worry. We know we're not over objective up there. So this is not eligible in a lot of places where we're under siege and we're worried about our elk populations. This is only really focused on areas where we really have to get after it. The other part that I do want to comment because Commissioner Siebel brought it up. A lot of you had excellent suggestions and you say, well, why aren't we doing this? Why aren't we doing that? And I think the director addressed it specifically, but a lot of the suggestions that you have, which are excellent ones, actually require statutory change and it isn't within the authority of the commission to do some of these things. So a lot of the swapping, if you will, or incentivization, working with private landowners, all great ideas. It's one of the reasons why we're so robust with 454s because it has that kind of spirit to it. But that's hopefully what that working group will do is start coming up with more and more imaginary ideas that incentivize and allow, a true collaboration and partnership so we can open up access. So thank you, Quentin, for that. And I believe you guys know how to author that. If we do a bundled thing, you'll know how to add that additional part to our language.
So I guess my question to the commission is, if you are wanting to separate your regions out with specific changes that are not covered in this list, then we can do that. But if you are comfortable with what Mr. McDonald has presented before us, I think we could do it in one motion unless there's one specific one that you'd like to, or whatever. If you want to do them separately, that's fine. But Commissioner Walsh.
I'm just curious about the, Madam Chair, I'm just curious about the flexibility that we'll have in the next 30 days during the public comment period. So that if we decide the issues that Commissioner Byorth raised in Region 4 regarding the Beartooth WMA and others, if we, I just received this morning, so I haven't really had a chance to visit with the staff in Region 4 about it. But if we decide the next couple of weeks that, hey, we really do need to retain a quota in this specific hunting district, are we going to have that flexibility?
If you go ahead, please.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh, and perhaps this is what the chair was just going to suggest. One thing you've already heard one of the commissioners say, I think it was Vice Chair Tabor, was a request from the public to hear from them on those specific issues. And I don't think it has to be in a motion for you to hear from the public. Indeed, everything from the previous season is up for discussion here today. So if you ask for that specific comment, I suspect you'll get it. And that would be sufficient to make those changes in February. Does that help?
And there will be meetings across the state also to take comments on specific things. Commissioner Byer.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just as a follow-up, then there's a commitment on the part of the director's office to give us an opportunity as commissioners to give you input based on the public input for those changes. I just have really one in Region 3 that stands out as just there's a portion of 314 and that's split by a given landmark, and that portion actually splits herds. The northern elk herd that is associated with Yellowstone is not above objective, and yet the northern half is. And that's an example of one. I'm willing to get it out for public comment, but I just need to make sure that we'll have the opportunity to adjust those in the process rather than just wait till the last minute.
That would be my hope, that we could get all this after all the public meetings and public comments of the 30 days, we can kind of get it ironed out and come back. And I'm assuming, like, I just want to remind everybody that this is a proposal stage. They'll be out for public comment and the meetings around the state. And then we'll do the final in February. And that's, if you don't make any changes to the final, you don't take public comment, but I don't see that that could ever, I don't foresee that happening. So we will be, again, taking public comment at our February meeting on this issue also. Commissioner Byerth?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So that's to say that all the regulations that are proposed now that don't receive any changes or modification could be lumped in one vote. And yet a new master list of altered could be voted on separately.
Thank you for the.
Thank you.
Yes. Any other comments? Oh, Commissioner Waller?
I think it's also important for the public to understand how the commenting process works, and that obviously when they reach out to us personally, we're going to read that and see that, but it's so important to reach out on the FWP website. So those biologists and staff can see those comments per region.
Yes, I would second that it's very important to go through that process just to make sure that your comments are officially documented. We get hundreds, if not thousands sometimes, of emails, so it can get lost in the shuffle if it's just an email to us personally. So please use that other, I'm not saying don't email us, you can email us, but make sure that your comments are also made officially through the process. Commissioner Lane?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify when you had mentioned, were you talking about bundling all of this that was discussed?
Yes.
So I would just like to consider, and I don't know at what point I need to do this, but I would like to include Region 702, 704, and 705 to be able to have a late season cow hunt. And then all of those valid antlerless bee license would be viable.
So we could add that to the motion, couldn't we? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Could you repeat what 70?
I wish to include regions 702, 704, and 705, or district 702, 704, 705, for a late season hunt valid through February 15th, with any valid antlerless bee elk license.
A question
Go ahead.
on private land only?
So currently, the way it reads, it's private only.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just looking for clarification, not an advocacy one way or another, Commissioner. Just as you
Yes.
transcribed that, it wasn't clear to me if you are proposing those to be a late hunt only on private land.
Private, yes.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner Siebel.
Oh, Madam Chair, I need some clarification on that. On the, we've got two different aspects. One is the existing shoulder season as it stands and the districts that are there. And then the new proposal for unlimited cow tags on private land in 8 regions over objective by 2 times that you brought up. And I guess I'm confused as to which one Commissioner Lane is requesting there for 702, 704, and 705.
I could. Commissioner Siebel, Chair Robinson, and Commissioner Lane, as I understood the concept, and like Commissioner Vice Chair Tabor and I talked before, Commissioner Lane and I had a brief conversation. And what I understand his proposal to be in addition to the over-the-counter unlimited bee license in districts 2 times or more over objective, that his proposal is, that proposal would essentially add a late season antlerless element to those districts and just those districts. And the definition, as I understood, would be those antlerless license opportunities that are valid during the general season would be valid through February 15th on private land only, if that answers the question, Commissioner Siebel.
Follow-up question. I don't believe the shoulder season right now has some aspects of public land in it.
Yeah.
Right. So this is a special carve out of a shoulder season that's only valid on. Okay. Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, we, so just to clarify, because I think and just pulling this together as I understand it, Commissioner Lane is asked to add 3 districts on for shoulder season and specifically excluding public land in that area. We only have experimentally 4, maybe 5 districts that we designated for shoulder season on public land because of the unique nature of the elk distribution on those and based on recommendations by the biologist. All regions across, or all districts across the board are eligible for this new cow tag element, assuming they're over the 200% objective.
Yes.
So,
Sorry to murky the waters, sir.
and to be clear, I would think, and Madam Chair, if you want, I guess I'm ready to make a motion. So I move that we adopt this package as it's presented, because there's 2 options listed under late season antlers elk. We're going to stay with status quo and not the new 3-week post muzzleloader, but as it stands right now, with the addition of the 3 districts that Commissioner Lane, and with the addition of the antlerless elk as Quentin has described it. I make that motion.
Second.
Okay. Are there any other questions or clarifications needed? Anyone? Mr. Byron?
Madam Chair, it'd be helpful then to have the motion read back to us.
Sure.
Prior to going out to public comments, so the public is well aware of what we're proposing.
Sure. Mr. McDonald, would you mind doing that, please?
Chair Robinson, commissioners, the whole suite of them.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So the first part would be that the department or that the commission adopt for public comment the proposals listed in the master list for regions 1 through 7, unless specifically addressed, unless there's an exception specifically addressed. And then those exceptions include in the 8 over objective hunting districts that we've talked about, maintain the current structure, but increase the limited entry firearm permits by 50%. Another exception is
Can I clarify too? And it is on public and private land. It's not limiting it to one or the other.
Correct. It's the structure that's in place now. It just increases the permits by 50%. There's already in your packet a proposal to unbundle those 900 archery permits, the 900-20 archery permits. The proposal is to allocate them as we described, either as a general season or unlimited. There's a proposal or another exception is make it clear that holders of a permit may only hunt in the district or portion of the hunting district that permit is valid during the times it is valid. In addition to the master list is include a late season in hunting districts 702, 704, 705, valid to February 15th on private land with any valid B license or permit. And I don't recall if we have permits there, so I'm saying license and permit. And then the addition from Vice Chair Tabor to make available unlimited cow tags in all hunting districts, or statewide, I'm sorry, make unlimited statewide B licenses sold over the counter in all hunting districts that are at least 2 times over objective. And I didn't get, is this on private land only?
Yeah.
On private land only. And this would be in addition to B licenses that are available, already being proposed as available.
Chair Robinson, I would just ask, I just want to confirm, did you speak, Ken, to the status quo proposal for late seasons?
So
Okay.
With the
Thank
addition
you.
of
Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, just want to make sure. Thank
Yeah,
you, Ken.
Because that's already in the master list. It's not an exception.
And then the quotas, is that have to be added or? It
Sure.
hasn't been changed, so it doesn't have to be.
Chair Robinson, are you looking at that last item?
Yes.
Yeah, that does not need to be.
Okay.
That's a separate topic later. I apologize for the
Okay.
confusion.
Okay, thank you. All right. I'm going to, is there any other comments or questions from the commission before I go out to the public? Yeah, we're going to take a 10-minute break before we start public comment, but I just want to, and I'll remind you when we come back, but it's 2 minutes. We have a lot of people that want to comment. So everyone in the room, if you could be kind of lined up to comment. I am going to start with people that are in the room, go to the regional offices, and then go to online. And I am going to limit it to an hour, and we'll see how many we can get in. And it's going to be, this is just a proposal. This is the initial phase. We got lots of other times to comment. So that's my plan. And what time is it? We will come back at 10:45. That's only 8 minutes.
What's that? Why is that? So it's 2 times 200%. Trying to get an objective.
2 times.
200%.
That was mine, 200% of
No.
In fact, I think most of these are ones that are probably pretty much.
And Michael, that was the 14%.
I've never seen a 10 horse show.
Oh, they're out there.
Yes.
Sorry, I forgot to mention. I know. Well, I take this very seriously, even though my part's tiny and I.
John Sales already done our initial board. Now, what today, you know, this fellow. Yes. It's gonna be wild. Yeah. I'm not back. I just. No. Can you feel, I don't know. You can see it though. You can burn it. Good to see you. Yeah. Hey, how you doing, Frank? Frank Mills, nice to meet you. Ward? Yeah, headquarters. Thanks for your service. Oh, thank you. With the Wildlife Federation. Okay. Yeah, there was a time when I was out in the field risking it. My service nowadays involves this mostly. Yeah. Someone got to run a show. Yeah. Or help run the show anyway. Well, this will be interesting to see how this goes. Be like, you know, glad to see so many people participate. Absolutely. It's great. That's all right.
Good. How about yours? You guys got plans? You got a new baby in the family? Oh, I was gonna say. Yeah, right. Me too. You got plans for the holiday? Yeah. 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 Nice. Yeah. Good. My daughter was really twisted my arm to driving back to Toledo for the week before Christmas. They get out of school Friday. Our son's flying out here.
Please be aware of hot mics.
So, I don't know, it's a long answer. Are you gonna use the word bold? I like what you had, I like what you said.
We'll get a pilot comment, probably in opposition with off. Public comment process. I hope this will be last.
Let's feel it.
I hope I didn't sound like you. No, every time I listen to myself, I sound like, listening to myself, I was so bad.
So do I, and the only thing I would say to that is I'm convinced. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Everybody makes, it just, I sit there listening to myself and I'm just like, oh, I'm stumbling, I'm bumbling, I misspoke. It's terrible. It's terrible.
Right. So. My point.
No, it worked really well. I thought that when,
If we could get settled in, we're going to start with our comment period, please. Everyone, please be seated.
About listening to people.
Please take your seats.
Yeah, I'm in line now.
All right, we're going to start with the public comment period on the elk. Just a reminder again, this is the proposal. And we first, I guess, before we start, we do need a little bit of a clarification on the motion. Quentin, if you would cover that, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair Robinson. So that clarification would be that the permit restriction to the area and the time that the permit is valid for is speaking to that permit holder that's hunting an antlered bull elk. Took a couple questions to that, so took liberty here to clarify that, which the motion is addressing, and also clarifying that the motion include that the commission also adopt all commission rule elk regulations from 2021 to continue unless they are otherwise addressed in a specific motion. Chair Robinson.
Commissioner Tabor.
Madam Chair, one other clarification, because I received 3 or 4 comments on this on the way to and from the bathroom. The 8 districts that were identified are what we know, and several of you said, but I think I got a district or 2 that kind of looks like those other 8. Get them in here, get them in the process. We could ultimately have 10, 12, or we may stay with the 8. So that's not a done deal. So if you have districts that you think have the same attributes as the 8 we were talking about and need consideration, definitely do that. The other thing, Mr. McDonald made a very important comment that I think slipped a lot of people, and that is it's the entire regulation book up for revision. So if there's a way something's languaged in there, or if there's a particular rule, nothing to do with season setting, but let's say, not that you would not want hunter's orange, but anything of that nature, also give us that feedback too, because that's important. A lot of times people say, who writes these things and why do these things look like this? So that is our opportunity to make those changes. So thanks, Ken, for mentioning that. I just wanted to reiterate the importance of that.
So I can't remember who made the motion and the second on this, but we need to have, yeah, okay. Are you, do you, okay. Do you guys accept Quentin's addition of the
I do.
regulation book? Okay, all right. Okay. Okay, now we're ready. Again, this is the proposal portion, and I am going to allot an hour, 2 minutes max for everyone, starting out with the people here, going to the regional offices, and then going online to commenters. So please keep your comments to what we have proposed today, and go ahead and please start.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission, director. My name is Frank Solasi, Sollosi of Missoula, the executive director of the Montana Wildlife Federation. Our federation has been around since 1936, engaging hunters and landowners and folks around wildlife habitat and access. I want to thank the staff, especially in the regional offices and elsewhere that put effort into this. Thank the director for the sessions. I chased him and Quentin and Dustin around the state this fall. As the department continues to undergo significant rewrites of the elk management plan, our federation and partners recognize that we need to come up with and offer constructive solutions that are balanced and effective. We're going to work with the department, but we've already begun organizing, and through 2022, a coalition of partners, we're going to be traveling across Montana to hear from local hunters and ranchers, farmers, guides about what we want to see reflected in the elk management plan. And we're going to propose new ideas based on those conversations as we listen. Our goal is to pull together a citizen's proposal that outlines better elk management policies than currently exist, and to advance legislation that seeks to solve contentious issues rather than exacerbate them. We agree with Commissioner Byorth that the public hunter is the most effective tool in the toolbox. And our federation and our allies who are our unaffiliated clubs are made up of women and men who are in the field, who get the science, who get the social constructs, the values. And as the executive director, I'm going to listen to them, and we're going to bring their ideas to you. And so I encourage you to listen as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Director, my name is Paul Ellis, Ellis, and I'm here representing Morgan and myself. I'm going to talk about the archery elk proposals, which that might surprise some of you. I agree with all the proposals you put out for the 900 bundle, which also included 417 up there in the breaks. We support that fully. I suggest that we go to first and second choice on this, because here's the reason: it would benefit the resident hunters, because they would be able to put in for their coveted or their desired rifle or archery tag, and then they would be able to fall back on the archery hunt. It would also help a lot of these landowners, including the ones that sent you a petition out. A lot of them want to be able to put in for a rifle tag in those areas. And if they don't draw, which could be difficult, they would be able to have the ability to archery hunt their own ranches. So I think this would be a good tool to start building a good relationship with these landowners. With that being said, I noticed that there were no real proposals. I think the proposal for 410 was to set up a quota and have limited quota there. I think that would also be served better to have an unlimited area for that. Possibly first and second choice, and I like the idea greatly that, if you draw one of these permits, this is the only place you can hunt. I think this will help control some of the overcrowding, because right now, according to the Fish and Game statistics on their hunter participation in these archery elk areas, there's a large number of these hunters that are getting permits, but yet they're not hunting. And so I think that this will help curtail some of this overcrowding up there, if you got to pick an area where you're going to hunt, period. So on 410, I would suggest that we go to.
Your time is up also.
Huh?
Your time is up.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, and make sure you just submit your comments.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tom France. I'm a legislator representing House District 94 in Missoula. I'm also an avid sportsman and have hunted and fished in Montana for more years than I really care to count at this point, but I've enjoyed every one of them. I am a freshman legislature, but I certainly have some scars from the debate and intense lobbying that we faced when House Bill 505 was introduced and came before the Fish and Game Committee that I served on. I said then to Director Warsich, and will say now, that I really think that these contentious issues are best solved through some sort of collaborative process. I don't suggest that as some sort of panacea or something that's easy to accomplish, but when I listen to hunters calling me over the weekend and saying this is privatization, and I'm very concerned about that, when I listen to landowners, when I'm out in the field, there are so many shared goals that Montanans have about wildlife. And we've heard some of them expressed this morning from the commissioners in terms of access, in terms of opportunity for all, in terms of real conservation of our tremendous wildlife resources, that I really would encourage the department to focus first on the elk management plan and getting an overall strategy and a better consensus around the elk objectives that many of my constituents feel were more or less arbitrarily reached and really weren't the result of good biology or good conservation. And with that strategy in place, then look at these harvest opportunities in ways that, again, distribute hunting opportunity fairly to Montanans and non-residents who want to come here and participate in our tremendous wildlife resource. So that's my advice to this commission. I appreciated also hearing that if big changes are proposed, the legislature will be involved. And I would certainly look forward to working with the commission and with the department on moving good legislation forward. Thanks very much for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Commission. John Salazar, Livingston. I'm on the Montana Wildlife Federation Board. I am a CAC member in District 3 and also a hunter education instructor for 13 years or so. So one of the concerns we have is, thank you for all the work you've done, first of all, but blanket changes to hunting regulations without any real scientific or public input is bad for landowners, hunters, and the wildlife. The limited amount of input about that citizens have had seems to indicate a Helena specific vision for how a region should work and not a vision reflective of the local working groups, biologists, and hunters. FWP is changing shoulder seasons to call them something different while ignoring the promises of using science to make decisions regarding elk distribution. Eliminating limited entry permits for elk does nothing to help elk, but it doesn't move them to public land. Elk harvest is down again this year for a multitude of reasons, but reports of large groups of elk huddled up on private land inaccessible to hunters. That's a direct result of 6 months of relentless pressure on these elk, and the shoulder seasons just make it worse. Page 55 of the elk management plan states that elk that reside primarily on private land and are off limits to general hunters should not be counted in those objectives. The EMP also says that it should be moved to cow-only hunting when a unit is over the objective. Bull elk are not animals that bear calves, and killing bulls does little to help reduce the elk numbers. It just creates more conflict and more strife between stakeholders. This pay-to-play direction we are heading in isn't the Montana way, and Montanans are bringing you solutions, so please listen to them. As a hunter education instructor, we have a bunch of kids who are going to start hunting this year. And the number one reason that people don't hunt is access. And it's not land all the time. Sometimes it's access to animals. So, so we want those kids to have that opportunity. And also, Pittman Robertson money is tied to how many licenses we sell. So please keep that in mind when you make your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning,
Chairman and members of the commission, my name is Mac Menard. That's MINARD. I'm the executive director of the Montana Outfitters and Guides Association relative to the 900 archery. Going limited, from limited to unlimited is, I think, a very supported and a good concept. The idea of an unlimited permit does require that we're going to have the documentation necessary to track and see how things progress. It hadn't actually come up as a valid reason to maintain it, but indeed an unlimited permit does that for us. Restricting to first and second choice would probably be some tool that causes this to be perhaps more easily available, but less desirable. If that makes sense, I've got to commit to it. So that's that first and second choice, limiting it to the hunting district in which the permit is valid. That activity is a way to spread these people out. You get truly committed people. I've heard numbers up to 20% or more of these permits being allocated but not used. That would change that, I think. The concept of the unlimited over-the-counter B tag makes sense. I mean, for years we've heard about the guys that go out and the first couple days of the season could easily collected a cow. Would have been a district where that would have been a value, but they wanted to maintain their bull hunting opportunity. This thing would do that exactly. And what we would see, I think, is an increase in antlerless elk harvest in places where it's needed. So with that, I'll close out my comments and thank you very much for this great effort. Mike.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Thomas Baumeister, B-A-U-M-E-I-S-T-E-R. I stand before you as a volunteer board member of the Montana chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, representing 3,000 dues-paying members. Undoubtedly, you heard perhaps from most of them over the last week or so. We take full credit for sort of ensuing this firestorm, but we also take credit for having offered some ideas and some solutions to you. And my heart warms to hear that some of those ideas apparently have made it into the proposal before us. I will refrain from going into the specifics of the proposals other than to say what's before us now compared to what was before us 24 hours ago is an improvement. And what perhaps on a personal note, what I would like to convey to you is you have exhibited real leadership over the last 24 hours. And it certainly warms my heart. It sort of restores my faith and my confidence in the institution that you've been called to represent. And for that, I'd like to thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Brian McCullough. I've hunted and I live in Helena, Montana, 59601. I have hunted in Montana for 59 consecutive years, and I want to thank the new commission members that have been identified this year for approaching wildlife management in a science way. That's very refreshing. I also want to acknowledge the fact that you guys are acknowledging the over 30,000 permit licenses for cow elk that are purchased by hunters. And I also want to thank you for acknowledging the wildlife management that has occurred on an ongoing basis for decades by the agricultural business community. Second, I'd like to continue the elk shoulder season through February 15th for all areas that have districts that are over objective. Delete the session-based performance criteria for shoulder seasons that is not based on science and was set to be evaluated after 3 years to solve a problem that's been created over 20 years, which is obviously misplaced. And I have a disappointment with the people who are anti-agribusiness attitude that are identified as sportsmen's groups. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the commission and director, my name is Chris Marchand. I'm a board member of the Anaconda Sportsman's Club and I'm representing them here today. I'm also a board member of the Montana Wildlife Federation, but my comments are dealing with the Sportsman's Club. First of all, I really support initially the comments that Commissioner Byers, and I think we're in his camp and not the comments maybe that were made by the director and other commissioners in defense of what was put out there. I support the comments that Tom Baumeister made ahead of me, although I would say I don't think my heart is warm, but I have a lot more confidence in the process as we go forward. That I think the process is going to be more constructive. I think we were on a bad path, confrontational path, and I think we're in a better position than we were before. One, I'm not going to comment on any of the proposals because I think that's what the proposals that are out there now, that's what the next 2 months is about in our comment period. There is one thing though that our organization is continuously opposed, and that is the opportunity for people to shoot more than one elk, especially in districts that are under objective or at objective. And in Region 2 where we are, most of our hunting districts are at objective or they're under objective. And yet, and so we have supported the special license, which allows that if you hunt an area, you got to have a cow tag and you can only shoot one elk. You can shoot a cow or you can shoot a bull. You only get to shoot one elk. And most of our people, they want that opportunity to shoot one elk. And when the majority of the hunters that are out there hunting don't get to get an elk and someone else gets to shoot two, that doesn't sit very well with the member of our organization. So I hope you would look at those proposals where we're at objective or under objective, where we've done our job to make sure that you're providing opportunity for everybody. And the comments that were made earlier about the youth hunters, that applies to them. You know, they have the most difficult harvesting an elk. And what does it say to them when, you know, some adult that's a 45-year-old guy with all the equipment and all the tools can go out and shoot two elk and they bust their butt out there and they don't get an opportunity. So keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Director Warshik, my name is Rod Bullis, and for this testimony, I'm representing the Helena Hunters and Anglers Association. We're a local old-time hunter, angler, 30 members, mostly professional natural resource managers, retired wildlife biologists, including from this agency, hydrologists, and we all have in common avid hunter and love of Montana. I want to change gears and go to part of your package called the Boundary Change Master List. The Helena Hunters and Anglers is absolutely opposed to changing any hunting district boundaries as in this package. And there's a lot of reasons for this. One is what we have present has been in place. Hunters know their districts, they know their boundaries. Wardens know them how to enforce them. This idea of making a big fruit salad out of hunting districts, I mean, God bless the idea of consolidation and simplification, but it is entirely more complicated, unenforceable, and when you're a natural resource manager like me, you make decisions based on data. There's 40 years of department data on these hunting districts. So when you want to make a decision about a timber sale and you say, what is the status of the elk? What is the effect on the habitat? You have data, and you business people know that when you make decisions, you base it on something other than a new fruit salad. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and the commission, members of the commission, my name is Ryan Featherston, Fetherston, and I'm just representing myself and my family, born and raised in East Helena, Montana. Director Warshak keeps mentioning that landowners that he talks to don't get to hunt on their land, but they already have landowner preference and draw those coveted bull permits at a much higher rate than the general public. Cow elk are what drive the populations, not bulls. Allowing more cow permits or tags will help. We also have an access issue that would need to be addressed. so that we can harvest cow elk that stay on private. We need to get more into participation in the block management program by giving more incentives for landowners to join. We also need to look at our current land management practices to ensure we're not overgrazing the public, which forces the elk onto private land. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, fellow commissioners, Director Warshitz. My name is Steve Felix, and I'm a resident hunter that lives near Seeley Lake. In September of 2016, while archery hunting in southeast Montana, I was fortunate enough to harvest the current Pope and Young world record typical American elk in southeast Montana on public land. The bull is also the Montana state record typical elk. I have hunted elk in southeastern Montana on public land for many years and have witnessed the evolution of the elk herd and some of the additional pressures it currently faces. I've spent in well of excess of 125 plus days hunting elk in the area in the past several years, and I can assure you there, in my opinion, there is not an overabundance of elk in the region. The current statewide elk management plan is outdated and needs to be revised soon. Okay. With the current management structure in place, the region has been able to produce some outstanding elk hunting. Granted, it is not easy elk hunting, but it is the best in the United States, in my opinion. The herds have excellent age structure, fantastic bull to cow ratios, and are extremely healthy. Some of the proposals I do support today, I do support combining District 702, 704, and 705 into a separate archery only district. I support that because I believe it can help simplify regulations and better meet the overall herd management objectives in those areas. I do support the proposal to limit the permit holder to archery bull hunting only in the permit area is successful. I also strongly believe that it should be a first and only choice for that permit because of the additional pressures that area has received in the past several years from residents and non-residents. Okay? And in speaking with the broadest area wildlife biologist recently, he indicated to me that around 900 to 1,100 permits for archery permits were under consideration earlier this year when the initial regulations were being looked at. I believe that a number between 800 and 900 limited and not going to an unlimited structure would continue to provide very quality elk hunting for the majority of the permit holders. So thank you for taking the time to thoughtfully consider my comments. And as a Montana resident bow hunter, access to public land elk, especially in southeast Montana, is critical to quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Director Warsick, thank you. My name is Gerald Martin, M-A-R-T-I-N, and I'm here representing myself and my family. And unofficially, I think some of what I'll say will reflect the attitude and mentality of a lot of average hunters in Montana. Things are moving very quickly and very confusing here for this morning from the last 24 hours, as was noted before. But thank you to the commission. I watched your working group session yesterday. Thank you for hearing our input and our voice and responding as well. And I really appreciate that. There are some things on the agenda that were proposed this morning that I would like to comment on. In terms of increasing limited entry permits by 50%, I oppose that. Currently, those are either sex permits. We all know that cow numbers drive the overall population areas. This is not the stated goal as provided by the director in many of these proposals is to lower elk numbers. That's only going to add more pressure on the bull population in these areas, and it speaks to quality of hunt, not actually lowering objective, which was the stated goal of why we started with some of these proposals, which are now off the table. The unbundling of the 900 permits, I say no to a general, making it just into the general season. I am open to making it either an unlimited or a quota and making it first and second choice. I'm open to that. I strongly support, as many other people noted, when you draw a special permit that you're limited only to that district while that permit is legal, like mule deer is today. I strongly support that. Commissioner, I believe it's Tabor's amendment or additional of adding unlimited cow tags in units that are 2 times over objective. I did a quick study of
last year's units and the population objective, that I think that would affect approximately 26 units across the state if that's just a quick look at it. But in those units, if we can keep that to general season only, I could support that on private land only. I am strongly concerned about the amount of pressure that's going to be introduced into the late season shoulder hunts on those units. Additionally, we are leading.
Your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, my name is Jeff Dara. It's D-A-R-R-A-H. I'm here today to represent Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife. Things have changed. I've crossed out a lot of stuff since this morning. But in general, we support where you're at right now. One thing our group would like to mention, and looking at the justifications for the seasons that you propose, the term landscape-wide population declines was used a lot. And with predation listed as a factor, we would like to see increased hunting and trapping pressure applied to predators in these districts. We don't have the blessing of having too many elk in Region 2. So we have a lot of predator issues, and we think that controlling predators is a critical part of that solution. Also, we feel every Montanan should have the freedom to view, hunt, trap, and fish regardless of social or economic status. Montana SFW supports our rural heritage and understands the problem these landowners are facing. Harvesting these elk takes everyone working together through groups like PLPW. Montana SFW does support looking at new ways and outside the box to assist landowners who are suffering losses due to elk. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman and Commission. I'm Charles Deneau, D-E-N-O-W-H, here on behalf of United Property Owners of Montana. It's very encouraging to see the department focused on addressing the core problem, which is that we're severely over objective in many districts. There's a clear causation between a district having limited permits and being over objective. Right now, those districts that are 4 times, 5 times, in one example, 10 times over objective, all of those outliers have limited permits today. Our preference is for you to eliminate the archery permits in all districts that are over objective rather than going to an unlimited permit. To reach objective levels, we should be maximizing hunting opportunity. And the more barriers that you erect, either by requiring a hunter enter a drawing or by limiting where that hunter can hunt, that's going to result in fewer elk killed. It's been a little confusing what districts are in the department's proposal. We want as much consistency as possible in this. By my count, there are 41 districts that have limited permits and are over objective today. All of these would benefit from the elimination of archery permits and liberalization of rifle permits. This is the only equitable thing to do. It's not clear where the 200% over objective number came from. A district's either over objective or it's not, and things should be applied consistently. So again, thank you for addressing this problem. We're long overdue.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Deanna Bublitz, B-U-B-L-I-T-Z. And I'm just here as a hunter and because access to hunting for all Montanans is very important to me. I do appreciate that a lot of you have incorporated our thoughts and concerns into everything you've discussed today. But really, right now, it just doesn't seem like it's going far enough. And specifically, the discussion of increased quotas really doesn't hit at the heart of the problem with distribution and the problem with access. And I do like that you have discussed increasing cow harvest because that's what the science says is really going to help with population problems. But if that's all on private land and you already have a problem with people getting onto private land and your incentive for private landowners is just to give them more tags, then we're right back at one of the main concerns that I think a lot of people are upset about, which is the concern that we're just privatizing these elk hunts. So I know this is a complicated issue, and I just hope that all of you will think more creatively and more collaboratively as you move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Stephen Weber, just
hunter, fisherman, lifelong Montanan. I've been hearing some good things and some bad things always. But the problem I see with moving our science from biological driven data to tolerance driven data is lack of consistent data it will bring to management of our elk populations. Due to the fact that social sciences are always muddier than biological sciences. Feelings change as do tolerances due to uncontrollable circumstances from anybody in this commission. My suggestion would be stick with biological data that is quantifiable and consistent. I would like to see the BMA package reworked to make it more incentivizing for our landowners and hopefully drive more people onto their land to get rid of the massive elk numbers on their lands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Robinson, commissioners, my name's Steve LePage and I'm with the Montana Bow Hunters Association. I got all dressed up today, so I figured I'd come and see you guys and wanted to thank you for throwing out that previous elk proposal. It was quite worrisome and I had a lot of phone calls from my membership where people were upset. So thanks for getting rid of that. And in addition, I wanted to say that we do support changes to the 920. We've been having problems with that lately. My membership has had problems with it. Some of the solutions that you guys have incorporated were some of the solutions we've been talking about. And some of the concerns have already been brought up by other commissioners. So I just wanted to leave you with a promise that I'm going to poll our membership. And during this comment period, we're going to come back with suggestions to hopefully improve the process. And then lastly, as I already stated, the Montana Bow Hunters Association would be happy to help in any way possible with the crossbow working group. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name's Jerry Davis, and though I am a member of the Montana Bow Hunters Association, what I'm going to say may or may not be in line with what our beliefs are. But this is just coming from my meager brain as I'm listening to comments today. And one of the things that biologists have told me to control an ungulate population, you have to control the cows. The bulls are not the target. So my question is, why not have proposals that make a general season for cows only, both private and public lands? I know that's probably not popular. And I'm thinking possibly this will open some private lands because in order for those bull tags to be reestablished, the numbers would have to be dropped to or below objective. And that might be an incentive to landowners to provide access to some of the members of the public to take some cow elk. And to be honest with you, I hunt more for meat than I do for horns. So, and that's my comment. And I appreciate you guys doing your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, members of the committee. I'm Jackson Farr from Nashville, Montana. Montana does not have an issue with overpopulation of wildlife. We have an issue with access greed and overcrowding on public land. This proposal does not manage the animals, but only pushes them to private land. We should move to remove either sex tags and only hunt cows to meet population objectives. Our elk management plan is out of date and broken. Elk guarded on public land should not be counted in the population objective. We have programs in place that are not being used. FWP should be working with landowners and the public to create fair opportunities for everyone. Our archery seasons are overcrowded and draw only areas on public land. We all share this wildlife and we should have fair opportunity to participate in our hunting season. This is moving towards ranching for wildlife and the removal of public hunting. I feel our voice is being ignored. We cannot create solutions if this is not done in a democratic way. We need to work together to build access to manage our wildlife and not destroy our wildlife heritage for a system of privatized trophy tags only for the wealthy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Sean Clancy. I live in Helena, just as a public hunter. I'm gonna just address the archery unlimited tags now. I think you guys have heard enough from us over emails, calls, all that sort of stuff about the rest. We already have a precedent with archery only antelope, where it's a first and only choice. And that I think is a good precedent to use here. By using first and second choice, we're gonna disrupt draw odds that are, we're gonna increase draw odds for other tags because people will continue to build points for places like the Elkhorns or 339, something like that, and have a fallback of these sort of tags. So I think a first and only choice for these archery unlimited permits is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers that would like to speak to this? If you guys could line up, please. We do have a lot more people waiting. Not here, but online.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is Jake Brown. I'm here today with Montana Conservation Voters representing our members across the state. A lot of good stuff has already been said today, and we know you guys are short on time, so we'll be super brief. We share some of the concerns that other members of the public have. And we also kind of have some concerns about how we got where we're at in this process. We have some incredible, brilliant people in this room, and we would just urge the commission to adopt a more collaborative approach, incorporating some of the concerns that folks have. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Morning, Madam Commission or Chair, members of the commission. Nick Trott from Glasgow, Montana, born and raised in Montana. I oppose the either sex rifle tag increase by 50%. I oppose the increase, period. And I oppose the unlimited general either sex tag archery tags for the proposed districts. Bulls are not a management tool. Cows are, and I believe Commissioner Byeroth stated that today. Archery is not a management tool either. It's an opportunity and a set up a quota in the regions to avoid overcrowding of people and unlimited tags for landowners where the elk will most likely reside after the pressure. We need a new elk management plan, and we need to stop trying to exploit bull elk in Montana. On 136 bulls to 30 cows, Commissioner Warsek, I'd like to know where you hunt. Sounds like Region 1. Subjective is a joke. Maybe we need to start thinking about maybe translocating some elk from the over objective areas. We did it in the breaks. We brought elk from Yellowstone National Park. Did it with the sheep. My biggest takeaway today, from what I agreed with, is that for one, we need to work on access. And cows manage objective, not bulls. And archery is not a management tool, it's an opportunity. And we need a new management plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other commenters present? Okay, I'm gonna go to Region 1. If Region 1, do you have any people ready to comment?
Chair Robinson, members of the commission, we have two members of the public who'd like to speak, please.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Robinson, commissioners, my name is Jim Vashro from Kalispell. I'm president of Flathead Wildlife. And in general, we endorse the transition of antlerless elk permits to antlerless B tags, even though some hunters may end up shooting a second elk. We also endorse that those that draw limited entry permits have to hunt in that district during that season. We think that's fair. In general, we endorse statewide the emphasis on concentrating on antlerless elk harvest and on private land. We endorse most of the changes proposed in Region 1. We really endorse trying to make hunting district boundaries very well defined. However, those districts have been developed over many years, and we're concerned that in many cases, there are 3 proposals to combine districts. Those will result actually in some loss of hunting opportunity for deer. And so we're going to be preparing comments on those. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Scott Countryman, Kalispell, Montana. So it's come up more than once. Access is key. One of the things that, talking to some landowners on some forums, that they struggle with is that access requires them to open up their land for an entire season. And so I'd like to encourage you to consider adding back a program that we had pre-2015, enabling damaged game hunts, where a landowner could opt into the FWP website, say, I've got elk on my land, and I'm permitting 5 hunters on my land today, to then move these elk around off of these problem areas with an incentive, with landowners extending permission to these hunters in a limited fashion. I think they would find that more palatable. And then also coupling with that reintroduction of the damaged game hunt, but also reducing cow hunting on shoulder seasons on public land, period, especially in these overpopulated districts. Let's encourage and teach these elk to live on public lands, not hunt them there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Region 2, do you have anyone that would like to speak?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I believe we have about 4 people interested.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners, Chair Robinson. I'm Monica Trinnell. I was raised on a ranch in the northwest corner of District 590. And my family's philosophy was we let people hunt on our ranch. Our neighbors to the north, who were in District 417, don't share that philosophy. The Wilkes brothers own most of that private property in District 417. Your proposals that you put forth this morning would increase the tags in 417 to 340 permits, and in the regs, they're either sex. So what that's going to do is pretty clear, especially combined with the proposal that you would limit bull tags to the district where they're assigned on the permit. So let's be clear about what's happening here. You're taking the resource that Montanans treasure and own and giving it to these billionaires who have lots of private land. That's not the Montana way. And I'm traveling across Montana now in my campaign for Congress, and I am hearing from Montanans, this is not what they want. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Commissioners, good morning. My name is Tom Puchler, Puchlarz, and I'm from Stevensville, Montana, and I'm on the board of the Montana Wildlife Federation. And I have spent the last 15, 20 years hunting in hunting unit 704, which we've talked about today. I too was heartened yesterday as I listened into your work session and when I heard from the commissioners, concerns about losing the trust of the public, about the perception of favoring wealthy landowners, about moving ahead with substantive changes before our elk management plan is completed, about dealing with core issues like over objective elk populations and hunters' access to those elk. Those were important things. And those were the right questions and concerns. The department started out the season settings process back in August. This, along with listening sessions across the state, the active engagement of CAC committees and field biologists' input should have been what was driving the recommendations. But somehow along the way and late in the process, recommendations that reflected major changes in allocation came forward. They just weren't actively vetted. The department should have seen that coming. It certainly got a conversation going, as the director has said, and it started, but it has consequences, and it hasn't gotten us any closer to resolving. What I'm hearing today, I really like. I would urge you, though, to consider those questions that you asked, the concerns that you raised, and ask the question, what recommendations in front of you today is so urgent that we can't wait until the Montana Elk Management Plan is drafted with a broad coalition of groups providing what we want to see reflected in the plan and the potential solutions to the core problems that we struggle to make progress on. already we're hearing about, well, where did the 50% come from? It's an increase in the number of tags in some of these units. I'd like to hear what the biologists in the field have to say, and not exactly, hear what just came out of, the last 24 hours out of Helena. I think the route is in front of you. If you choose to take it, let's move forward with this plan and get this coalition of people going and bring forward those solutions that we can use. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Hannah Nickenow, Nikonow, and I am representing Missoula-based Hellgate Hunters and Anglers. Thank you for your responsiveness to the outreach that you have received over the past week. This is critical to this very challenging process, and I wanted to recognize you all as commissioners are in a very challenging situation to moderate and take comment from all different types of sportsmen and sportswomen, but you are also in a position of privilege to be representing sportsmen and women across Montana. HHA is very much looking forward to the January public comment period and listening sessions in which we as volunteers in our free time can process what's been discussed today and what has been proposed so that we have time to read thoroughly, research, and respond in a clear and clairvoyant way so that we can do what is best for the resource and for the public and their opportunity to hunt across the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers in Region 2?
There are no others here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Region 3, do you have anyone that would like to speak?
Yes, we have one.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that the North American model of wildlife conservation is democracy in its purest form. And I would like to see the commissioners represent everyday working hunters like myself rather than wealthy landowners. My biggest problem with hunting in the state is there is so little access to quality private land to hunt on. Public land is overcrowded. Hunting there is great, but it's hard hunting. It's a hard way to get a kid into hunting, to take them out on public land. If private landowners, if an area is over objective and private landowners want to hunt every year, that's fine. They hunt cows. Trophy bulls equals money. You're giving away our resources to wealthy landowners who often don't even live here. Thanks for your time.
Region 4.
No one here to comment at this time.
Okay, thank you. Region 5, do you have anyone there?
Yep, we have at least one.
Thank you.
I'm Jack Ballard of Red Lodge. I grew up on a ranch west of Three Forks in that low range of mountains between Three Forks and Whitehall. Elk were extirpated from there in the Homestead era. In 1979, while I was hunting with a friend east of Lewis and Clark Caverns, we saw 2 cow and 2 calf elk. In the spring of 1981, my family observed a couple cows with calves, and my dad, who was a very enthusiastic elk hunter, was ecstatic. 5 years later, he wasn't quite as enthusiastic when the elk were chewing up our dryland hay and destroying fences. And he said to me one time, he said, it looks like we need to start letting some cow hunters on. His solution to the over-objective population in the mid-1980s is the best solution that we still have today. Concentrating hunting pressure over the broadest part of the landscape possible and focusing that on cows is the best way to bring down an elk population. We do that by focusing on the general season, by incentivizing landowners to give access during the general elk season when the majority of hunters are in the field. elk move in response to predation, whether it's human or other predators. And so if we will focus on incentivizing landowners to provide access during the general season that moves elk between private lands and public lands, that is absolutely the best solution to dealing with elk populations that are over objective. And I urge the commission to prioritize that in the future.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else?
Oh, that does it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Region 6.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, we have one member of the public here that would like to comment.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I find it particularly apropos that Director Warsick started speaking today about the definition of insanity being to continue attempting the same process and expecting a different result. To be clear, that's all this new proposal is. We're trying the exact same methods and expecting a different result. Facts are we've been issuing more and more permits in these units for over a decade now, and we have seen zero results from those attempts. In fact, this proposal will only exacerbate the issue of pushing elk off public land and place elk into private sanctuaries. During this regulation simplification, we are removing all unlimited mule deer permits because simply put, they don't work. So now that we know unlimited permits don't work, we're going to be trying them across most of eastern Montana. This wasn't vetted through regional offices. This was only brought into the room by the regional wildlife manager about 30 minutes ago. Director's office likes to talk about bringing people together and finding solutions that last in the future, but their actions show the complete opposite. So I found this particular proposal to be reprehensible. If we want lasting solutions that actually fix these issues, they aren't solved behind closed doors in Helena. They're solved by bringing people to the table with groups such as the Missouri Breaks Working Group and the Devil's Kitchen Working Group. Chairwoman Robinson, I sat 4 feet from you where we saw firsthand how hunters and landowners can work together at the most recent Breaks Elk Working Group. We haven't even tried that yet in places like Lewistown, Big Timber, or Miles City. For Region 7, we're attempting to reach a population of 750 elk across 30,000 square miles. That's one elk for every 40 square miles. I assure you it's impossible to reach that number. Commission needs to issue a temporary population objective until the new management plan can be completed. During his confirmation hearing, Director Warsick talked about bringing hunters and landowners together to solve issues, but proposals such as these do nothing but breed hostility and distrust with the Fish and Wildlife Commission and animosity towards fish, wildlife, and parks as a whole. In closing, I urge you to table this hastily written proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in Region 6?
No, that is all.
Okay, thank you. Region 7?
Chair Robinson, we do have folks who would like to visit with you today.
Okay, thank you. If you guys could line up, please, because we do have people on online also. Thank you.
Good morning. Name's Matt Ranella. I'm not real familiar with all the fine points on this stuff, but I see a lot of stuff in here that I consider absolute garbage. It seems to me that opening up the door on like units like 702, 704, 705 to archery, it's going to lead to the sort of thing where the only people that can hunt there are hunting luminaries that pay $20,000 for like a trespass fee. It seems to me to be a gift to private landowners. The whole thing to me, it stinks of like there's this dissidence between what you say you're trying to achieve in terms of elk objectives and the tools you're using to achieve that. I don't see how bulls play any role in this whatsoever. It's obviously some kind of money grab, and I think you can do way better.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jake Richards here in Miles City. Just kind of wanted to cover some of the same things that Matt did. Just overall, the appearance of what this looks like is that we're, as Montana, we're looking at hunting as a commercial industry. We're trying to create a whole nother avenue by which we're going to manage our wildlife. And with that, the revenues and such not that bring to the state are tipping the scale in the wrong direction of what we should be doing. And I truly do challenge you guys. It seems like through all this process, what have the biologists said about this? We in Region 7 have poured a ton of money into elk management and research in the element that they just collared elk this year, and they're starting to further study what's going on here. But it doesn't feel like on the back burner of that you guys are actually listening to what the biologists say. And I see that we're just constantly going from one end of the spectrum to the other, that there is no balance in the middle. And unfortunately, we live in a world now that there has to be a balance. There does have to be a balance for the number of hunters in order to be successful as a management tool for you guys to manage these populations, and vice versa. There has to be a balance between public hunters and private landowners, and come to an agreement that unfortunately most of us public land hunters need to do a better job of taking care of private landowners to ensure those relationships are there in the future. But I do truly challenge you guys to stop making this look like it's a commercial industry, because it's not. We're privatizing hunting, and that's not what it's about. That's not a Montana heritage. That's never been a hunting heritage in the United States, period, let alone in the state. So I do challenge you guys to look at science, and it is a tough balance, but we owe it to the wildlife, the people of Montana, and everyone involved in this to really do better. And the money that we put into science and the money that we spend to have biologists to study this and management, they have the knowledge and they know how the tools work to make that happen. And there has to be more weight from them and their considerations taken seriously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think that's it for our folks.
Okay. Thank you. Just checking the time. I will take 10 minutes of online. I know we have a lot of people online, but I just want to repeat that this is just the proposal stage. So do we have anyone that is online that would like to comment?
Yes, Madam Chair, you have 5.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you. Okay, Rich, if you could start. There you go. Go ahead.
Sure. Hi, folks. First of all, I am an outfitter and a guide, but mostly a hunter in Montana. And I'm representing the areas of Ekalaka, Martinsdale, and Hamilton. We hunt across all those districts. It seems like there's a lot of animosity towards outfitters, and I'm here to tell you that a lot of what you folks are saying is correct. And in specific, District 705, I do not want to see an increase in rifle tags on bull elk. It's already under too much pressure, and it'll only affect the bulls. You need to work on the cows. Yes, I get the private land. I get all of that. They need to be on there, and I do understand that. But work on reducing the cow elk population in 705, whether during regular season, the general elk season, or an extra hunt in December or shoulder season. In the 270 district, we also hunt over there, and it's a required 270-45 unlimited elk permit. It's a perfect fit in that area. If you just turn it into a general area, it's going to become a cluster of hunters that nobody can control. It's so close to Hamilton, Darby, Missoula. By opening that up to unlimited amount of hunters, it will be a bad deal. And then I just have a couple general comments. We need to work on reducing the cow elk versus overhunting the bull elk. That's how you reduce a herd. Here's a comment I'm not sure anybody's brought up, and I don't understand it. Why can't hunters that have an unused general elk tag use that tag in the shoulder seasons? Why do you force them to purchase another tag? I get the financial part of it, but if you really want to reduce elk numbers, let them use their general tag in those shoulder season areas. And lastly, I am definitely in favor of a late season cow elk hunt in 702, 704, and unit 705. Thank you for your time, folks.
Cool. Next caller.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, this is Chase Giacomo, and I'm in Kalispell, Montana, and I really appreciate you guys going through this process. I think it's exciting for conservation in our state to hear so many perspectives coming together and trying to come up with solutions. I just highlight a couple points. I think, a lot of this is based on this idea that we're over objective in certain areas. And I think, as a lawyer, I always trained to ask the question, is the underlying assumption correct? And I think that it's been pointed out today that maybe these objectives are outdated and not driven by science. I've never been out archery hunting or rifle hunting and heard someone say, man, there's so many elk on this public land. I think we're over objective here. And so what I think it really translates to is too many elk on private land. And so I think the solution of unlimited permits in the areas we talked about are really actually going to only exacerbate the problem by having more hunters there and pushing the elk onto their sanctuaries of private. I would just leave it with 3 points, 3 maybe solutions to consider. And I think that as I mention these, I would just encourage the commission to ask the question, if you don't accept these or you don't think these are good ideas, why and what's behind it? And I would guarantee that it's not science or thinking about the public land hunters. So the first thing would be is that if elk are over objective, we've talked about this today a little bit, but give private land only cow tags. That's where the herds are going to be moving. The matriarch, the lead cows are going to be moving into these sanctuaries. So if they're getting pushed off, that's going to be more helpful to having public land hunters have successful harvest and lowering elk populations in certain areas. And then another option would be to actually reduce the cow elk hunting on the public land. And then that way we're not putting pressure on the wrong elk. This would allow more bull harvest on public land, and the cows wouldn't be moving off into the private sanctuary because they weren't being hunted. Just an idea. And then lastly, I would just say is that we should consider, I haven't heard this today, but maybe it was mentioned, shortening our hunting season in general. I love hunting as much as the next, but we are very unusual across the country on how long our season is. I mean, you can start hunting early September and end, in February, and less pressure might shorten shortened hunting seasons could stop pushing the elk on the sanctuary. So that would be the 3 I'd ask you guys to consider. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller. *6 to, there you go. Go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is James Wyatt, spelled W-Y-A-T-T, from Great Falls, representing myself. My main concern, which I heard echoed in the working group discussion yesterday, is how science and biology is incorporated into this decision-making process. Shoulder seasons were targeted, temporary measures that would only be used where science supported it. Sweeping changes to regulations without adequate study and science to support them are, in my opinion, a flawed approach. I would urge you to ask the department to explain how killing more bulls, which is what will happen with either sex permit increases, is going to reduce elk populations concentrated on private lands, which is where the problem to be addressed lies. The director's suggestion this morning that objectives need to be converted to tolerance is especially concerning. The landscape's carrying capacity, as well as social tolerances, both play into establishing the number of elk we manage for. There's certainly more to wildlife management objectives than social opinion. While I've never met a public elk hunter that felt there were too many elk, it bears mentioning that there are certainly areas of districts where elk are either hiding, harbored, or concentrated with significant landowner impacts. The director asked for options how to address that, so I'll leave you with a few. Make it easier for residents and non-residents to get cow-only tags, valid only on private lands. It sounds like we're moving in that direction. In general, shortened seasons. Elk are pressured for way too long right now. Provide a means for landowners to get cow-only tags valid for their property that could be administered for the specific use of reducing herds they would like pressured off their property. Provide those landowners more support that are trying to use the public to reduce elk populations. Directly address the access problem rather than hoping for beneficial secondary effects from a larger pool of tags. And I would submit, or I would leave you with opportunity being the biggest issue that we need to tackle here. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have 6 people. How many people do we have with their hands raised?
It looks like 7 more.
Okay, I'm going to limit it to 1 minute, and we will cover those 7, and then that's where we're going to cut off the comments for today. Okay, *6 to unmute. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Gail Joslin, and I'm a native of Helena and a lifelong hunter. The public, as well as biologist employees who work for FWP, depend upon well-designed and executed science-based process in order to rationally communicate and sensibly work through challenges. In the last year, at the direction of FWP leadership, that process has been altered, resulting in unnecessary contention and decline in equity for the public hunter. Adjustments are not always popular, but they should be science-based and equitable to all. The director of FWP sets the tone for these meetings. The director has expressed his position to many, including me, that this is a new day at FWP and that his approach will be one on behalf of landowners. This is the public's proud 150-year-old heritage of wildlife restoration in this state that's being seriously disrespected. So please take our comments seriously. The proposal to consolidate hunting districts is not necessary. Its implementation would seriously compromise decades of concise information about wildlife population dynamics and hunter harvest data. If districts.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Okay.
Appreciate your
Thank
comment.
you. Thank you.
Okay, *6 to unmute. Okay, go ahead, please.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the Fish, Wildlife and Parks Commission. I'm State Representative Mary Ann Dunwell from House District 84, that's Helena and East Helena. Many of my constituents hunt our public wildlife. Many rely on the meat to feed their families. In fact, my Uncle Rod, he's passed away now, but until he was about 80, he always got his elk. He could smell them, apparently, and bounded through deep snow to track them. He and my Aunt Kate fed their family for that year with that elk. So I'm so glad to hear that the Fish, Wildlife and Parks has withdrawn the contentious elk management strategies. None of us wants to privatize our public wildlife. That's Montana's heritage. It would have been inequitable in our state, whose constitution espouses equality of opportunity and quality of life. All Montanans have a right to public wildlife. They're not, those wildlife are not the private property of anyone. As a state legislator during the most recent 2021 legislative session, I heard a number of regressive bills and voted against them that dismantle the public right to public
time
wildlife.
is up today.
So, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, Brad would *6 to unmute.
We're on? Yeah, I'm a state senator out of Laurel, not a stranger to this commission. Using my 1 minute as wisely as I can, I would point out that nothing in this plan works for an objective. To add 50% more permits, say to go from 300 to 450 as one example was, means that the 300 people that were driving the elk from public and cooperative lands to no hunting and low pressure outfitted lands simply happens at a faster pace. It doesn't mean anything actually gets hunted or collected. It's just window dressing. If you are not willing to address the fact that the over commercialization of wildlife is the problem, and they don't want you to hit their objectives, they want more elk. And then after season, their elk go and graze on private lands and on public lands, and then they're driven back on their lands where they can sell for $20,000. You cannot out nice guy a $20,000 check. And in conclusion, I think I would like to say that the problem is, for this particular moment, that Governor Gianforte appointed and the Senate confirmed an extremely slanted commission and director, and I expect nothing good to come out of your efforts for the next 4 years.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Cannon Milligan. I'm a resident of Belgrade, Montana. I'm a dues paying member of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, as well as follow along with PLWA and Montana Wildlife Federation. I'm a local hunter who's been putting many boot miles on the trails this season and for the past several seasons. And I would just like to say thank you for changing and making the changes that you made last night in your work study session. I also would like to say that I'm I'm really disappointed in these forums and these meetings that I don't see more biologist input. I would love to see the face of these incredible men and women who dedicate their careers and lives to understanding these issues, and that we as laymen here, not in special training as these folks, I think we could benefit greatly from hearing from them directly in these types of forums at these times, and not behind closed doors in Helena. I'd also like to say that the number one thing that we can do, I think is fairly obvious, is increase incentives for the block management programs in Montana. If private landowners have an issue with damage to their properties and crops as a result of too much elk, we need to increase the incentive.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. This is Chris Fowler. I live out in Huson, Montana. I've hunted at Western Montana for more years than I care to admit, especially region number 4. But I just want to kind of just cut through the chase and let everybody know what I perceive out of this meeting today. And first of all, I'd like to thank all of you for giving us this opportunity. We talk overpopulation objectives, populations being above objective. Let's be honest, it's landowner tolerance. The issue really here is access. And I know, we've heard this term over and over again. If we have access, we can work with numbers, the elk numbers. And I really think that, you guys should take the time to listen to some of the sportsmen here and listen to the concerns, because we're the ones that are out in the fields. We're the ones who can give you, the real data necessary to make the best decisions here. So I just really hope that you guys take the sportsmen into consideration when these decisions are made.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Do we have any callers left?
Just one.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Hadley, and I live in the upper Clark Fork River Valley between Anaconda and Deer Lodge. And I'm here today representing the Montana Artemis Alliance. We're a statewide coalition of women who hunt, fish, hike, and camp, and advocate for our fish, wildlife, and public lands. I was prepared today to offer comments on the 8 elk hunting districts the department was proposing new regulations on. Now that the proposal has been dropped from consideration, I wanted to offer a sincere thank you and appreciation to the commission for listening to the thousands of Montana hunters who were against this proposal. For many decades in Montana, we have all worked together to find consensus paths forward that keep our wildlife populations healthy and intact and ensure that future generations of Montana have the same hunting opportunities as we have had. We believe we need to continue working together in a collaborative fashion, landowners, hunters, outfitters, and legislatures to solve these complex problems. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. All right, that concludes our comments. I just want to remind everyone that it will go out for a 30-day comment period and meetings around the state, and we'll come back in February. So are there any other comments or questions before I call for a vote? Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. We will now break for lunch. I think we can get back here at 1. So we'll be back at 1. Thank you, everyone.
Please take your seats. Quentin. Quentin.
Did you, Quentin, did you have a clarification, I guess, from carryover from the elk? Commissioner Tabor?
Madam Chair, let me just clarify this. So in the break and then also relative to the very last comment, the question came up. I have a B tag. The B tag works sometimes in shoulder seasons. In some part of the state, it doesn't. In the other, why can't it be consistent? What's the issue around that? I thought it was an excellent question. So I asked Deputy Chief Temple and Quentin. They did some research on it, had some information for us. We're not going to amend our motion, but I think it would be helpful to the public to educate them as to what you've learned. And then we would invite the public to comment about that in the process of assessing the proposals we put forth.
Chair Robinson, Vice Chair Tabor, sorry for not tracking. Had to sort through a couple of things. Yeah, it's my understanding, again, please tell me if this concept is inconsistent with what you're thinking, but it is available to the commission. If I'm thinking about the same comment that came in from the commission, for example, in the proposal that the commission, the motion that the commission adopted on elk, there was a statewide B license identified for antlerless elk, private land only, in District 2 times over objective. It would be procedurally available and available for implementation to say, or an unused general elk license, on private land, or, and you could add ors if you wanted to. And that's not the only way you can make that general license valid. I was thinking about the motion process, and it seems like one easy way to arrive at that is just to tie that or this unused general license, for example, to that motion or to that adoption, that concept. If that hits the question, Vice Chair Tabor.
Madam Chair, yeah, Quentin, I think the question came to me, and I think it was a good question, is I've already got some tags. I wasn't successful. I'd like the opportunity to help the state do whatever. Do I have to really go out and buy yet another tag, or can I use what I have? It seems like a reasonable question. If that's something the public wants to comment, get it to us. Sounds like you got the remedy of how we would modify our final decision on the 4th.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll continue with the agenda.
Great. Chair Robinson, Commissioners, again, I'm Ken McDonald, Wildlife Division Administrator. Our next agenda item, and then working through, is deer, followed by antelope. And my understanding is we may do that as a single motion. So I'll start with deer. And again, deer is mule deer and white-tailed deer, and you'll see regulations pertaining to both. Just a little background is our estimates of mule deer. We're showing approximately 328,000 mule deer is our estimate. Harvest last year was about 54,700 by 150,000 hunters. And then white-tailed deer, we're looking at an estimate about 213,000 and a harvest of about 51,000. So we're looking at combined mule deer, white-tailed deer, about 500,000 deer, a harvest of just under 100,000 by 150,000 hunters. In terms of the proposals, similar to what we saw for elk, a lot of the proposals are the result of changes that included consolidation of hunting districts and adjustment of hunting district boundaries. So you'll see a lot of boundary changes. There are in places adjustments to quotas and quota ranges, and some adjustments to license and permit structures. A couple of them, I'm going to just hit a couple of the key ones that may garner attention, and I'm not going to go into the other ones. So if you want to get into specific questions, we can do that, and we can also rely on regional staff to help with that. So Region 1, one of their ones is to and what will be the new hunting district 101 would be to go to a 3-week general season, followed by a 2 weeks on a permit. In part because of the, to maybe slow down some of the mule deer buck harvest. Region 2 is proposing something similar, but they're proposing to eliminate several mule deer unlimited permits and go to a 3-week general season. And just end it at 3 weeks. And then, so those 3-week seasons are a big deal. And then Region 3 has a couple of unlimited mule deer permits, 380 and 392, that they're proposing to change to limited permits. So a couple different strategies where we have unlimited permits. A couple of the other ones, Region 5 is eliminating several hunting district specific B licenses and creating a region-wide B license. Region 6 is proposing to increase the per person maximum number of whitetail deer on a 006-00B license from a maximum of 1 to a maximum of 4 per person. And Region 7 is proposing to go from an unlimited 007-00 whitetail B license to a quota of 8,500. And again, the full slate of proposals is in that master sheet. And then one other point I was going to make is a couple of commissioners have asked specifically about mule deer and doe tags in Region 6 and 7. So we queried the regions about, what are you seeing there? What's going on with Region 6 and 7? And in both those regions, the deer population is pretty stable. It's been on an increasing trend since the bad winter of 2010. As a result, the regions have adjusted quotas, and that has resulted in some increasing or stable doe harvests. So yes, there is a fairly liberal doe harvest. It is in response to population increasing population trend, and is consistent with the management objectives in the regions there. One other little piece of trivia that came up in looking at this is we were looking at how many hunters harvest 3 or more deer. And the answer is less than 3% of all hunters, all deer hunters, so less than 3,000 harvest 3 or more deer. So even though we have pretty liberal opportunities up to 6 or 7, only a small percent harvest more than 3. So that's what I have for deer. Again, we have the master sheet with a whole bunch of changes in there. A lot of those are related to boundary changes. I could answer any questions or defer to some staff on questions or move on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. McDonald, I'd love it if either you or Brian or whoever, because it's a pretty important issue. So up in Region 1, whole different scenario in general with our mule deer there. And I think certain aspects of Region 2 as well. So there's this genuine concern about the long-term sustainability of the population and all the various things we can do. And you both know, and as Region 1 knows, I've tried to look at this at 10 ways to Sunday to try to figure out, is there something we ought to be doing? And I think it would just be very helpful for the public to hear from the professionals relative to some of the issues, because when it was all said and done, I like the concept of getting away from the rut. I like the concept of just ending does forever in a region where we always have concern. I like the concept of possibly going to the number of tines and focusing on more mature bucks and giving the younger bucks a chance to thrive. I was looking at a lot of different things, and unequivocally with everybody I've talked to, both in the region and throughout the department, they say, so many of the things you're coming up with as ideas are fine, but they really don't attack the number one issue, which is the habitat loss. And that's the real culprit relative to the, forestation, and especially in Regions 1. And I live there, so I've, systematically watched it But for the benefit of helping folks that really are genuinely concerned about the species, would you mind just addressing a few of those topics so people understand the thinking behind the departments? Because right now, we're not really proposing any material changes for Region 1 and 2 in any big regard. It's pretty much status quo for mule deer, so.
Right. And Chair Robinson, Vice Chair Tabor, you're talking about as part of these public processes. Okay. We can do that.
Maybe just highlight a few things now, and then in the public process, you can drill down on it, especially invite the folks in Region 1, but maybe just highlight some of the specific core theories that you guys are operating off of.
Okay, I was going to say the best choice is Region 1. It looks like Neil Anderson's there. So if it's okay, I will defer to Neil Anderson in Region 1, the wildlife manager.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Vice Chair Tabor, Chair Robinson, members of the commission, thanks for the question. Yeah, I don't think it's any secret that we've seen a decline in overall mule deer populations over the last decade or so, probably actually 2 decades. Pretty much all across northwest Montana, and I think that would apply to other states in similar habitat. We've seen some very significant habitat changes in relationship to decreased logging, increased succession of those forests that have been logged, and that has definitely affected some of the distribution and as well as numbers of mule deer in our state. We recently completed a mule deer study, which is the first in our area. It really looked at habitat use, and we're working with the Forest Service to try to identify areas where we can improve habitat conditions to expand the summer range for mule deer. We have talked about antler restrictions, and obviously there's a lot of opinion about those. We currently have a 3-week season with a 2-week limited draw permit in District 109. That seems to be very popular with people. It's also a very migratory herd that's difficult to access until those deer come down into lower elevations. We expanded that to the new 101, which we're talking about combining should the commission decide to approve that. Antler restrictions by and large have not been very successful at changing either the number of bucks per doe or increasing older age structure in mule deer. That's been vetted through a lot of different states who have tried to do those type of regulations, and now they're actually trying to figure out how to get out of them. The 3-week season has had marginal success in some areas. Some areas it has had almost no success. So I think what we're trying to do is use this simplification process to use this as a springboard, if you will, to reach out to our folks, the stakeholders in our area, to try to have some more meaningful discussions on mule deer management, what that should look like in our area. And try to apply the best information we have on some of the, whether it's an antler point restriction or some sort of limited season on what that might actually mean for the population. And the reality is what you're looking at is you're talking about bucks here. None of those regulations will probably greatly increase the actual number of deer on the landscape. We won't probably see a change in that trajectory, but we might see, depending on what the regulation is, maybe some older age bucks on the landscape, maybe a little bit higher buck to doe ratio. But it's highly variable depending on the area and the use of the landscape by those deer. Does that kind of answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Siebel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. McDonald, thank you for addressing the issue of mule deer B tags in 600 and 700. And I guess I'd noticed that there's still a discrepancy from people that have called me, people I've talked to on the ground, and what they're seeing versus what the biologists are seeing. And I guess I would just request that we as a commission get a chance to review the quotas once again after the winter surveys are done in those areas and any others you think would be fitting. But I do want to leave that door open to address those, especially on the mule deer B side, especially with the consent of the other commissioners in those regions.
Yes.
Thanks.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Siebel, yeah, we will, as we get that information, we'll compile and get it to you before whatever we have before your February meeting.
Okay, are there any other comments or questions about deer before we move to antelope? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Madam Chair and Commissioners, similar to deer and elk, most of the changes to the antelope regulations consists of boundary changes, consolidating and refining hunting district boundaries, and then quota adjustments as a result of some of that. There's really no other significant changes in the antelope regulations to speak of. And then I just will put in a reminder that, again, what we presented in your master list are proposed changes. Everything else in the book is also open for comment and change by the commission as well.
Chair, may I address just a clarification that everything in the book related to antelope and deer season setting, that is commission authority, is what is being considered. There's a lot of other things in the booklet that are not commission authority, or they're not being reconsidered here, and those are not up for, but those that are season setting and quotas are up for from the previous season. Is that correct? Okay, thanks, Ken.
Commissioner Siebel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. McDonald, I did get a lot of feedback. A lot of people in my region tend to hunt antelope in Region 700, and I got a lot of feedback and a lot of questions about why there's one antelope permit for pretty much all of eastern Montana, north and south of the river. Got several suggestions about splitting the district at the river, north and south, possibly into two different hunting regions. And I've had some discussions with Commissioner Lane about this as well. And I guess I would just like to throw this out as something to the public to comment on, and especially people that are familiar with 700, and also love to get the department's input on this, but it's something that I've had enough calls about. I'd like to consider what 700 might look like as being two separate areas, or, the idea of splitting it north and south along the river. I know there's not necessarily a universal agreement in it, but I'd certainly like to understand better. And again, encourage the public to consider that if that's something you think would be effective, and of course, get the department's input. Thank you.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Siebel, do we want to see if Region 7's online there? Region 7, did you guys hear the question?
Yes, Madam Commissioner, rest of the commission, this is Brett Dorak, Wildlife Manager. Commissioner Siebel, would you repeat one more time what you're looking for an answer of?
Yes, thank you. The question was a lot of public comment that I've received about why there's one antelope tag for all of 700 northern and southern, or northeastern, southeastern Montana. And I was encouraging the public to comment on potentially whether it would make sense from a hunting perspective to split that, say, at the river into two different tags. So I was curious if you could give us a very brief perspective on the 700 region and why it is one tag, and when there's an effective population in the north, it affects the tag, even if there's not an effect on the south side.
Yeah, so Commissioner Siebel, rest of the commission, it's been that way for quite some time, as you're aware. It gives the hunter the opportunity to traverse the region where they see fit based on opportunity. Up until 2010, 2011, a very, very booming population of antelope. We've since rebounded. We do see some issues in certain areas. Have heard the comment that you heard here recently. Look forward and encourage the public to participating. We do have an additional B license valid in the very southeast corner in 704, 705 to help address additional population growth rates there. Looking at it, this just helps with the simplicity of the regulations, allows the hunters to go where they need to go across the region with a very stable population of antelope across Region 7.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments for Mr. McDonald? Would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I
Go
move
ahead.
the commission vote to adopt for public comment on the changes identified in the deer master list and the deer elk boundary changes master list as presented by the department. And number 2, all other deer regulations contained in the 2020 to 2021 booklet to be adopted for the 2022 and 2023 deer hunting seasons and hunting districts.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Would someone? Yeah, I would take a motion on antelope also, please, before we go out for public comment.
Madam Chair, I move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to adopt for public comment, one, changes identified in the antelope master list and antelope boundary changes master list as presented by the department, and two, all other antelope regulations contained in the 2020-21 booklet to be adopted for 22-23 antelope hunting seasons and hunting districts.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments before I go to public comment? Okay. Is there anyone present that would like to comment on the deer or antelope?
Hi, Paul Ellis, ELLIS, Madam Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Warsack. I have a couple comments on Region 6 and 7. I know that there's been a lot of hunting pressure in Region 6. I'm thinking maybe some of that's coming from non-residents or residents that are just buying doe tags to hunt up there. I talked to one of my landowners actually last night, and he said that he ran into 5 guys hunting on a block management area, and there was only one of them had a buck tag. The other 4 had doe tags. So I don't know if that's what's causing some of that pressure or not. Region 7, I've been hunting down there for 40 years. And, you know, the mule deer do fluctuate, but I don't agree with this. Some years that they'll have 5 doe tags for mule deer. That's just way overboard, I think. And so that we've seen our numbers decrease down there. I mean, there's times when I used to, I don't know, 15 years ago, we had deer everywhere. And now, you know, we have very few. So I think predators are a big problem too down there, to be honest with you. Coyotes are getting the fawns. Let's see. And then I want to address antelope, a couple issues there. And antelope 900 archery tag. There's absolutely no reason why that shouldn't be an unlimited tag. I mean, it covers hunting districts 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And right now they've got a quota on it. And it was designed simply because they felt outfitters were leasing up too much ground at the time. And, you know, that's not the case. I don't think there's so much ground out there. So I don't know why you can't have a unlimited tag there. And then getting back to that split that Commissioner Siebel said, we've been asking Region 7 for 20 years to break that area up. I hunt over there. I outfit over there. Excuse me. And I hunt all of those areas. And we used to have a ton of antelope out north, and we don't, I mean, where we had 200 or 300 head, we probably got 50, 60, 70 now at the most. They do fluctuate and come in there after the storms come in, but then I hunt south and we got a lot of antelope. So I would suggest that we do, I would highly recommend splitting that region up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Director Warsick, Rob Arnaud, ARNAUD. Thank you for the chance to comment here. I'm going to comment on the mule deer. And I want to commend the Fish and Game. I mean, it's a Herculean effort to manage deer, specifically mule deer, over the diverse habitat types we have throughout Montana. So the comments I'm going to make is in no way reflecting to any management that has happened prior. But as we talk to people from all quarters of the state, there's 2 main themes that come up. Lack of deer. Everybody's got a memory of when there were more deer. And why are we shooting young bucks? And so those are the 2 main issues that just keep coming up over and over and over and over. And so as a representative of the Montana Outfitters and Guides Association, we're actually going to convene and try to pull in panels of experts, bring in FWP, bring in as many different people as we can to try to address it, vet it with different sports groups around the state, and try to, if possible, to see if there's any solution to this. And there may not be any solutions, and we may just be right back to square one. But we're going to bite it off, and I just wanted to let you guys be aware of that, and we'll be looking forward to asking many questions and getting much advice.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Lenore Bushey, Bushey. I'm a public land hunter in Missoula, Montana. I have a few concerns about some hunting districts that are close to my heart and where I hunt. One of them is the hunting district 204, which is being proposed to change to a general hunting unit and also combined with two other hunting districts, one of which is a trophy hunting district currently. I think this is problematic in a few respects. For one, if you open up a trophy hunting mule deer unit to general hunting, these animals that haven't been pressured in decades are going to face a lot of pressure next fall, and I don't think that's going to help their population. Additionally, 204 right now is an unlimited permit district, first choice only. Turning that into a general unit, I think, is going to pressure it even more, and they're incredibly vulnerable animals right now. And we have a growing population in Missoula. They're just going to keep facing more pressure. I think maybe even limiting it instead of opening it up to even more pressure would be better than turning it into a general unit. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair Lady and members of the commission, my name is Chris Marchand. I'm representing the Anaconda Sportsman's Club, and I want to comment on the hunting districts in the 200 area. We've been very concerned. In fact, we've advocated to close hunting district 214 just because of the lack of mule deer. I have mule deer in my yard every day, but you get a mile from the highway, you can't find a mule deer. They're just completely gone from their historic range. But I think the proposal that we're going with the 3-week season from the unlimited permits, it's probably a step in the right direction. I don't think it's going to get us to where we want, but it's a step in the right direction. I have two concerns. We have two concerns. And one is that as I understand, it's a 3-week proposed rifle season. I think it should be a 3-week archery season also. The archery season should be restricted, same as a rifle season. The other thing is we have a hunting district 210 that is a limited number of permits. I think it's 50 permits. And I think the season dates on that for consistency ought to be the same. And I didn't see the change in that. Maybe that's been changed, but I think it should have the same season dates as the open permits. I understand it's a limited permit and it's maybe there's some other opportunity, but I think what we're really trying to, we don't have good we have no population data on hunting district 210. And I think until we get better data, we should limit the season dates to the same as the other districts for consistency. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the commission. It's wonderful to see you all. Thank you for driving such a long way to be here with us. We really appreciate it. I wanted to take this opportunity as we're talking about deer and antelope, just simply to echo the comments from our affiliates. You have the feedback from the Anaconda Sportsman. I would also point you to their written comments, which you have, as well as our written comments. And I do that only to keep this short and simple. There's been a lot of good feedback on deer and antelope, and I would just encourage you to take a look at what our affiliates and what the other folks have given you from their local perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to remind everyone too, to make sure to comment during that 30-day comment period with your official comments. So.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm Jeff Dara with Montana Sportsman for Fish and Wildlife. Again, we would like to say that many of the changes that we suggested as an organization early on, they were implemented, and thank you for looking at those. In the 270 deer district and 261 and 204, there was a proposal to do away with the trophy deer district, and we didn't like that. We didn't approve of it. We commented on it, and you listened. So thank you for doing that. Mule deer in Region 2 seem to be on the decline. And again,
We ask that you, in those areas, make trapping, hunting of predators a priority. We know the lions are hurting mule deer in Region 2. And so when you set the lion quotas, we ask that you take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further commenters present? Okay, I'm going to start with Region 7 this time. Are there any commenters in Region 7 on deer and antelope? Doesn't look like. How about Region 6? Do we have anyone to comment at Region 6?
Madam Chair, there's no one in Region 6 to comment.
Okay, thank you. Region 5?
Chair Robinson, we have one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks everyone for having this meeting where everyone can participate. My name is Cody Mitchell out of Roberts, Montana, Carbon County. I specifically want to address Regions 7 and probably 6 for the mule deer whitetail. I spend 8 weeks hunting, boots on the ground in the field a year. And I'm here to tell you there's no way that Region 7 is stable in its deer population. No way. And I hunt all over that country. I even hunt a private ranch, 22 sections in Rosebud County. I have land in Rosebud County. I hunt all the way from Opine over to Fresno, and I covered the area. Region 6 is getting an influx because Region 7 is lower. The deer herds have diminished. And out-of-staters, in-staters are heading that direction because if there is a stable area, and I've not seen it as good as I've seen it in the past, it would be that Highline area up above Glasgow to Opine and then over toward Saco in that area. I don't know where that data is coming from. There's no way it can be right. I would agree that there's probably some private ranches that do have a stable population with good agriculture and good water source. The vegetation's very weak this year. I know what forbs are and I understand deer's diet. It's not out there. Winter hadn't really hit yet. I'm very concerned what that's going to do after also an influx of EHD, CWD, 2 bad grasshopper years, and a heavier in-state hunter population. I know there's a cyclical cycle. Every 10 years, this thing goes up and down, but I don't know that we've seen what we've seen this year. We're seeing this year that we've seen in the past with the perfect storm of these elements. So I wanted to put my 2 cents in on that. I would hope that you could take doe licenses almost out of the picture for Region 7. And if there is a problem, I would hope that you almost go landowner specific and approach landowners, even if it's an elk situation. And I hate to say this and say, hey, the hunters are there to harvest. If you'll allow the access, what do we have to do to facilitate? Because it's on you at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Region 4, do you have any commenters?
No commenters at this time.
Okay, thank you. Region 3? Okay, Region 2?
No commenters here.
Okay, thank you. And Region 1?
No commenters at this time.
Thank you. Are there any further comments or questions from the commission?
There are 2 comments online, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
3. Oh, that one.
Go. Okay, *6 to unmute. Okay, yep, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi, my name is Dorian Bowling. I'm up in Libby. I have a question about the mule deer proposals up here. Historically, I've been against 103-50. I'm sure a lot of you guys are aware of that. And I'm wondering, where would that fall with the new proposal? Is it going to be status quo with that specific area? Or because it's part of 103, if 103 and 102 merge, would it go away? Or is the idea to possibly merge it with the 101 district with that hybrid season?
Go ahead, Mr. McDonald.
If we can defer to Neil Anderson on that one.
Madam Chair, members of the commission. Yeah, so we received a lot of public comments on that proposal. We actually had proposed to eliminate what is a small portion of 103 currently. Based on overwhelming comment in support of maintaining that special permit area, we are proposing no change for that at this time.
Okay, thank you. Is there another person online? Yep. Star 6, yep, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Gail Joslin, and I wanted to review again the proposal to consolidate hunting districts, and believe that would seriously compromise decades of really concise information about deer populations, wildlife populations, and hunter harvest data. If districts are consolidated as the years go by, it becomes impossible to accurately analyze trends. And so while there might be a very minor adjustments, existing hunting district boundaries are important to maintain for consistent data integrity. Keeping the districts intact, but addressing subtleties to portions of districts would address season structure needs. And I'd also like to say that I would offer the following. Internationally renowned deer expert Valerius Geist explains that in the evolutionary process, white-tailed deer outcompete mule deer, and that mule deer are quite susceptible to this competition, even on a short-term scale. For that reason, it would be biologically sound to defer to mule deer where there tends to be overlap in these species, and even in areas that have low whitetail numbers. In other words, please be conservative with mule deer and more liberal with whitetail season structures. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other callers? Okay, go ahead, Star 6.
Ms. Wagner.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Jess Wagner from Lewistown, Montana. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. We've been managing mule deer the same way for probably 30 years, as far as I'm aware of. And our current management, I don't think is sustainable. We have over 1 million resident hunters in the state now. Resident tags aren't capped. We have more hunting technology than ever before. We have less habitat. We got to do something for mule deer, whether that's moving the season forward, shortening the season, or a combination of both. Reducing doe harvest on public land. Maybe we could do something like 1 doe only on public. When people can get up to 5 to 7 doe tags, it's hard on the herd when they can shoot all 7 of them on public land. I like what's being done in Western Montana with the limited harvest over there. But currently Region 6 and Region 7 are kind of bearing the brunt of all the pressure, and it's just not sustainable. So if we could try to look out for the mule deer going forward, it'd be great. So thanks for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any other callers?
Madam Chair, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Was there someone here? Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chairman, Commission, thanks again, Nick Trott. I'd like to comment on Region 6. I hunt up in that district, and this year I've seen more out-of-staters in this last year than I've probably seen in the previous 5. And my question to you is, do you even know how many people come over and hunt in that district? And everyone says, no, they have no idea. We have no tools. We don't have, I didn't go through one game check. I seen one game warden. How do we know that 10%, we could have had 17,000 non-resident in Region 6? We have no idea. The numbers, maybe if you put those districts in Region 6 and you permit those, for that area. You can only hunt that district, make it unlimited. That would be a good start to figure out how many people are actually hunting in that district. I think that'd be a good tool to maybe realize like, what's going on. The other thing, objective. We're over objective. I hear that a lot. Well, when we do our flyovers and we look and we count the deer, our neighbors to the north, those deer migrate south. And we don't see those deer during that season unless we get a lot of cold weather, big snows bring down. So I feel like when they do that flyover and get their objective numbers, it's a little skewed because those deer aren't actually there to manage during season. So that's just my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to comment? Any other questions or comments from the commission?
Madam Chair. Mr. McDonald, and I imagine you'll go ahead and direct it to Region 2, but I would like Region 2 to address the concerns the young lady had articulated on those specific districts. And because I know there was a lot of good input in Region 2, and they ultimately didn't arrive to those conclusions. So if they could be specifically addressed.
Chair Robinson, Vice Chair Tabor, is Region 2. Do we have somebody there?
Yeah, Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor, this is Randy Arnold, Regional Supervisor. I do have Mike Thompson, our Wildlife Manager here. He's in the other building, so I'm going to talk slowly, imagining he'll be showing up here any second. I do want to notice, and maybe it's even just a question, Hunting District 204, during our initial scoping process, we did identify a portion of that Hunting District 204 in our proposal that would be connected to what was 261 before. And then in balancing that hunting district, there was a portion of that then would have put pressure on deer that had traditionally been seen as trophy elements of that 261 district. So I'm not sure if that's just an artifact of that previous scoping piece. And then specific to where we adjust from 204, I'll see if our Wildlife Manager, Mike Thompson, wants to hit that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tabor, could you please repeat? I was running between buildings.
Mike, this is Ken McDonald. There was a public comment expressing concern about combining 204 with, I believe, 261 and wanting to know or had concerns about that. And as from what I can tell from the master list is that proposal didn't go forward. Maybe you can confirm that.
I can confirm that. Yeah, I don't know. I heard the comment and I don't know how she would know otherwise, you know, so encourage her to look at these new proposals. A lot of that stuff that we tried, that we got public opinion on during that early scoping session, we've fallen back to traditional regulation packages on the basis of comment like hers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the commission? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of, let's see, remember, we did two different. Okay, all those in favor of the deer regulations motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Right, next is the antelope motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Okay, Chair Robinson, Commissioners, that next up is moose. And just for reference, we're at the halfway point of my binder here, if that matters. So moose, proposed changes are primarily boundary changes associated with realigning moose hunting districts with newly aligned deer and elk hunting districts. So as part of this effort, you know, we were trying to common hunting district boundaries many species as possible. That was one of our objectives. So a lot of the changes in moose are associated with the alignment of hunting district boundaries. And then adjustments to quotas in regions 2, 3. Of the changes, region 3, the most.
Mr. McDonald, hold on. Region 2, could you mute your microphone, please? Thank you.
Sorry about that. So of the moose changes, region 3 has the most, and they appear most complicated. But when you really tease them apart, it's really mainly about proposing to realign those districts. With the realignment and adjustments to quotas, it looks like the main change is the antlered bull quotas would go down by a total of 2 in region 3 with all of the different changes you see there proposed. The rest are pretty self-explanatory. So unless you have some specific questions, we'll call it there for moose, and we can carry on to sheep and goats.
Yes, please.
Okay. So bighorn sheep. Again, the main changes are boundary changes, and then some slight increased quota in region 1 and elimination of some licenses in region 2. And then a boundary change in region 3. So again, a pretty minimal changes to the bighorn sheep. Brian, I think, was there one correction we needed to add? We'll get back on that. I thought there may be one correction with sheep. Any questions on sheep? And then goat. Mountain goat proposals consist of a boundary change in region 3, a quota adjustment from 4 to 2 in hunting district 324, and establishing a new either sex license in region 4 with a quota of 1. So again, goats are pretty minor changes. And with those, any questions? And if you're all right, I'll do bison as well.
Sure, please.
So bison, the bottom line is there's no changes proposed to the current bison season structure, dates, or quotas. Bison, if you've been following it, it's managed through the under the guides of the Interagency Bison Management Plan. A big focus of that is eliminating commingling between bison and livestock. Under that management plan, there's it discusses when and where bison are allowed outside of Yellowstone Park. The hunt itself is really contingent on bison coming out of the park during the open season, which is November 15th to February 15th. We maintain 40 either sex licenses in each of the 2 hunting districts, plus 5 for a wilderness portion of the Absaroka Beartooth. And then we also maintain a cow-calf roster that if we did have a large exodus of bison, we could call on those people to help with the population management. But based on where we're at right now, there are no proposed changes to bison. So happy to answer any questions on moose, sheep, goat, or bison. Okay, and then Brian, if I can go back to bighorn sheep. It looks like it's a boundary change issue, and the change to hunting district 250 accidentally omitted a change to 270. So we will ask that correction. We can just do that in the boundary master list, right? Yeah, that's okay. Okay, so that would be a change to the boundary list that is part of the motion.
Do we have any questions for Mr. McDonald? I think we could do a motion with all. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to suggest I could make a motion to combine the least moose, sheep, and goat.
Yep.
Right, Madam Chair, I move the Fish Wildlife Commission vote to adopt for public comment number 1, changes identified in the moose, mountain goat, and bighorn sheep master list, and the moose, mountain goat, and bighorn sheep boundary change master list as presented by the department. And number 2, all other moose, mountain goat, and bighorn sheep regulations contained in the 2020 to 2021 booklet to be adopted for the 2022 and 2023 moose, mountain goat, and bighorn sheep hunting seasons and hunting districts.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Walsh.
Madam Chair, I don't know if it needs amendment, but does that include that last change on boundary as it relates to sheep? Is that what we're assuming? It does include the change you just articulated?
Chair Robinson and Vice Chair Tabor, if you could add to the motion, plus the proposed correction to bighorn sheep unit 250 and 270 as presented by the department, that would make it very clear.
So amended.
Second. Yep.
Okay. Would somebody like to make a bison motion and we'll just go out for all comment?
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to adopt for public comment bison regulations containing the 2020-2021 booklet as proposed to be adopted for the 22 and 23 bison hunting seasons and hunting districts.
Second.
Thank you. All right, any questions before I go for public comment? Okay. Is there anyone present that would like to comment on any of these? Is there anyone in the regions that would like to comment? Maybe if you just go up to the podium, then I could see if there's anyone in the regional offices. Okay. Do we have any callers who would like to comment on any of these?
Madam Chair, there are none online.
All right, seeing no comments. All those in favor of the, let me see, it's moose, bighorn sheep, and mountain goat regulations signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, and then the next one is all those in favor of the bison hunting regulations signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, on to black bear.
Chair Robinson, Commissioners, we actually have 3 black bear topics. We have the general season changes. We have a specific change related to mandatory reporting, and we have the hound season. So if you're okay with it, I'll go through all of those and then you can decide how you want to
Yes, please.
partition it out. So first part, the general season. We're proposing that all black bear hunting seasons start April 15th and go to May 31st or June 15th, depending on the region. The difference in the ending dates is a function of the number of bears and the accessibility to them in those hunting districts. Where topography and access limits bear harvest, there's a later closing date. And where current harvest is adequate for the hunting district, or where bear numbers are limited, the season ends May 31st. One specific question has come up regarding the May 31st closing date in Region 1. I visited with Region 1. They take upwards of 700 bears per season. So they have a pretty generous hunting harvest opportunity, and that harvest they think is sustainable. They propose to maintain that date because it is adequate, and continuing harvest into June would have a biological impact, primarily due to increased harvest of females. Those females become more vulnerable and available later in the season, whereas the males are usually more accessible earlier in the season. So the May 31st date ensures the season is biologically sustainable. Additional with this year's proposals in Region 6, they're proposing to add a spring hunting and hound hunting season, April 15th to May 31st, archery only season, September 4 to September 14th, and a fall general season of September 15th to November 28th, and an entire bear management unit 600 with a quota of 4 bears in the spring and 4 bears in the fall. That's about it for the general season. An additional agenda item is the department is proposing to do away with requirements that bears must be physically checked and tagged, and instead require hunters to report their harvest within 48 hours through the call harvest lines, the phone lines. And then an additional requirement that they submit a tooth from the harvested bear within 10 days, either in person or through the mail, with the postmark being within 10 days. And we use those teeth to determine age structure of harvested bears and then feed that into some integrated population models that help us manage the population and set the seasons. So we identified that. We have it as a separate agenda item on the cover sheet just to make sure it didn't get lost in all of the other stuff going on, because that is a fairly significant change. And then the final part is the hound hunting. So in this past year, the 2021 legislature established a new spring black bear hound hunting and training season. So all of this is new to the bear regulations. The department is proposing to enable a hound hunting season in those bear management units or portions thereof that are outside of occupied grizzly bear habitat. The map showing where hound hunting is not being proposed is similar to the map where wolf trapping had a later or a floating start date. The intent of this is to limit the potential for incidental take of grizzly bears. And as a reminder, take under the Endangered Species Act is defined as to harass, harm, pursue, hunt, shoot, wound, kill, trap, capture, or collect, or to attempt to engage in any such conduct. Outside of the grizzly bear habitat, hound hunting is proposed to be allowed during the open spring season that again starts April 15th. Training season is from the end of the hunting season to June 15th. If the season ends on May 31st, then hound training would occur until June 15th. If it goes to June 15th, then there obviously wouldn't be a separate training season. One other component is the legislature also provided for non-resident hound licenses, up to 80 per year. We're proposing that up to half of those be available to bear hound hunters, the other half to mountain lion hunters, with limits per bear management unit as described in the proposal. All other aspects of the hound hunting season are described in your packet, including things like the license requirements, et cetera. So if there's, it's a whole package component for hound hunting, but those changes are those are the major pieces that I described. So with that, I'm happy to try and answer any questions on the black bear seasons.
Madam Chair. I'd suggest for purposes of dialogue and also public comment that we link the hunting season and season structure and the tooth as one conversation and one vote, and that we do the hound handling as a separate vote and separate comment, because I think they're distinctively different topics. I want to make sure we leave enough time for everybody's comments. So I'll just focus specifically on questions relative to the bear season. And so, Mr. McDonald, the suggestions that had come, in particular in Region 1, and I think a couple of other regions relative to season ending, while I can appreciate, and this is probably a question for Neil, where I can appreciate region-wide, we're satisfied with the number of harvests. District by district, it really does vary. And I think a lot of it varies as a result of conditions on the ground. So like, for instance, specifically to 130 is one of the more snow-filled areas. So it has a tendency to start later, and bear movement tends to activate a lot of times after the 31st cutoff. And so it's variable. So like any other element of weather dependent areas, you can have some outstanding springs and you can have some really poor springs. But in general, this ongoing pattern, having a stop date on June 15th for HD 130 seems like a practical suggestion. And so either you or Neil Anderson can address that.
Yeah, I'll defer to Neil if he's willing.
Vice Chair Tabor, Chair Robinson, members of the commission, thanks for that question. Yeah, obviously, you're talking about the Swan for a lot of folks that aren't familiar with where 130 is. And snow conditions there can be highly variable depending on the year as well across northwest Montana. We do see a fairly high number of bears that get harvested in the Swan. It's one of the more popular bear hunting areas. I don't have those numbers on hand right now. If the commission would like those, I can get those over the last few years, but recognize that that district is actually 101 right, or 106 right now for black bears, and it's a much larger area. One of the things that we're proposing is to change our current BMUs to align with elk and deer districts, where right now they don't. Currently 106 is a much larger area than just the Swan. So I think if once we change those districts, we could maybe start looking at different end dates or end times. But right now we do have a fairly good harvest in 130 with the current structure. The other thing that that entered into our consideration was it's a really high density grizzly bear area. And the later we go into the year, the more likely are we have to potentially have some conflicts with primarily sows with cubs, whether that be misidentification or other instances. So does that answer your question, Vice Chair Tabor?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Commissioner Byerth?
Madam Chair, I guess my greatest concern revolves around the mandatory reporting. With the added pressures of a hound hunting season that these bears and our biologists haven't seen, I think slacking or moving back on the amount of data or the quality of the data especially is of concern. Excising that little incisor is an art. It's not something that even a lot of biologists will admit they're not very good at. So the expectation that the average hunter can lop off that incisor and get it in and have that data be meaningful is questionable. Even sexing bears, believe it or not, is a lot harder than you'd think. So my concern is that by alleviating the physical check-in by a biologist, trained biologist, or a warden, we're going to lose some resolution in the data, even as our harvest is likely to increase. And I know it varies from region to region, landscape to landscape, but in Region 3, it's a very different bear population, bear habitat than it is up north. And I'm a bit concerned that we're going to lose the ability to track that bear harvest and our bear populations.
Mr. McDonald, could you speak to that of why the mandatory harvesting recommendation to change, why that came about?
Sure, Chair Robinson, commissioners. This has been an ongoing discussion with our regional staff for a number of years. And obviously there's different philosophies on it. The main driver, well, there's a couple main drivers. One is just the workload associated with, tagging, inspecting 700 bears. Majority of that's in Western Montana. And then we've done some research on, accuracy of, telling the gender of the bear. It's surprisingly, it's not 100%, but it's about 95% accurate. And then one of our biologists did quite a lot of research into other states that have a similar requirement to collect and submit a tooth, and they have a fairly good success rate. There's some education involved, and we'll include, in the regulations, information on how to best do that. And so collectively, we think that we may lose a little bit of accuracy compared to a mandatory check, but not enough to significantly impact the ability to use that data for managing the bear population. And we think that offsets the workload issue associated with inspecting all those bears. And then it also makes it a lot easier for the hunters as well, that they don't have to make arrangements to bring that bear into an office and get it checked.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Excuse me, I was just going to ask for a follow-up.
Go ahead with follow-up.
So could you maybe describe, Mr. McDonald, what sort of education or help for hunters that you might be able to offer?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Byworth, probably the biggest thing would just be, information on how to extract that tooth. So, this is the tooth we're looking for. This is the way you extract it. And tools you would use, that kind of thing. That's probably the main thing. And then how to submit it.
Commissioner Tabor?
Just a couple of comments, in terms of my own personal observation here. So the stress of checking in bears over the years, in fact, we got to the point where we had to modify the law because it was the mandatory check where you had to be present. We had non-residents who had to leave the area, change their flights and everything else. And what I've noticed over the years, having checked in a lot of bears in my previous profession as an outfitter, is that the strain on staff, the time and when they're available and when the hunter's available, people having to take off work. To me, this is a customer service issue. And I think one of the things that the department is focused very heavily on is improving customer service for both residents and non-residents. And this is a step in that direction. That's why I fully support the suggestion.
Any other further comments or questions? I would entertain a motion for the black bear hunting regulations and season structure and the mandatory harvest reporting.
Madam Chair. I move that the Fish and Game Commission vote to adopt for public comment the black bear master list and the black bear boundary changes master list is presented by the department, with the addition of changing HD 130 to 615 instead of May 31st. I also move to the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to adopt for public comment changes identified in the black bear, or wait a minute, is that the same one? Mandatory harvest reporting requirements is presented by the department as part of the overall black bear regulations.
And these, okay, thank you. I have a question, Quentin. This doesn't say on this one about the 2021 booklet. Does that need to be added to that?
Yes, Chair Robinson, yes.
Including the 21-22 book.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Is there any questions before I go for public comment? Okay. Anyone present who would like, go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commission, my name is Mike Copel from Big Timber. This is kind of going a little off topic because it's not in the current agenda, but Unit 520, we are on a quota basis. And we've been in that since probably around the mid 80s, I guess. And when 10 sows are killed, or 12 in the spring, 10 in the fall, the season closes. We have a very increased number of bears. We're seeing it all the time. I know that bear problems, and this is from the game warden directly, are more and more every year. The other problem with this season, number one, it closes on May 31st. Around the corner in the Paradise Valley, the season closes on June 15th. Some of the arguments, as has been stated here, about killing sows later, they're more accessible with cubs, and also grizzly bears. Well, around the corner, we know that toward in the Paradise Valley, we have a lot more grizzly bears. So what is that really doing to 520? Whereas I don't really understand why we're worried about grizzly bears and we have a lot more down there and the season goes longer. The other part that I see in the kill, where all the kill data is in 520, it is in the lower part of the forest being out of the main part of the mountains and private land. We're not taking any of the bears that are in the upper part of the country in the heads of the drainages like we used to do before we had that season. So we're not getting a diverse kill across the spectrum. We're not accessing a lot of the bigger bears that are in that upper country. So I would like to see some consideration given to eliminating the quota and going to June 15th, or splitting the area so we have two different areas, a lower area and then a later season on the upper parts of the unit, being the southern parts of the unit. And Yeah, so that's what I was wanting to comment on and hopefully you guys will take that into consideration to look at that season.
I would also, again, please comment when the
Oh,
comments are.
yes,
open.
I
Yeah.
would definitely
Okay.
will.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
Jeff Dara with Montana Sportsman for Fish and Wildlife. But this was kind of personal to me. I was a game warden for 30 years and I was a captain in Missoula for 15. I pulled my share of bear teeth. A thing that's not being considered here is you say people have a lot of trouble sexing bears. Well, that is true. And the only time we can tell if a sow has been lactating is when it's presented to us. You kill a bear, take it home, wait 24, 48 hours to send in a tooth, and then 10 days to do whatever you got to do next. We never see the bear. Every year as a game warden captain in Region 2, we made lactating bear cases where cubs were left behind. We can't fly and we can't count bears like we can elk and deer. So the data that we get from those teeth are very important. And if you don't think HSUS is out there going to go after your bear season, start doing stuff like this. I'm sorry, it's very, very simple. Got to look at those bears. The next thing that'll happen is nobody will want a trophy sheep. And I made several sheep cases by looking at somebody's sheep and asking some questions. So please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Director Warsick, thank you for the opportunity to comment. Rob Arnault. I just wanted to comment, I live in Region 3, but on the robust populations, a comment, probably a decade ago, a wildlife PhD student did a study on what killed mule deer fawns on a 100,000 acre ranch in the foothill areas. And lo and behold, the majority of the fawns were killed by black bears. And so I wanted to speak to the nexus of mule deer that we were just talking about earlier, as well as the robust populations that we do have, and encourage June 15th dates statewide, because there certainly seems to be an abundance of bears. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commission, my name is Gerald Martin from Bozeman, Montana, and I lived in Northwest Montana, Region 1 for 18 years. And so I spent a lot of time black bear hunting up in there. And as the gentleman before me spoke about, let me finish one thing. I support the season structure in Region 1 as it is. I can see Commissioner Tabor's interest in extending Unit 130 to June 15th. I'm not opposed to that, but the rest of the unit, I would support leaving it May 31st as recommended. In terms of black bear reporting requirements, I'm kind of a believer of if you make a law or a rule and it's unenforceable, you essentially don't have a law or rule. So black bear harvest is mandatory reporting, but if the hunter does not have to physically present an animal, I'm concerned that there's going to be actually less reporting of the bears themselves just because they know they don't have to report that. And as was reported or spoken before, it's illegal to shoot a sow with a cub of the year. How is that going to be enforced on the basis of, was it a dry sow that didn't have cubs? Was it a sow that was lactating? So from the enforcement standpoint, I'm concerned we may be harming the resource, we may be not, but we won't know because we don't have that data. So I would not support the removal of that mandatory check-in. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Mark Cook, and I'm with Wolves of the Rockies. We stand in strong opposition to hunting bears, especially pregnant bears with coys in the spring. It's unethical. It gives Montana a black eye. And lastly, we're not Idaho. Why are we going to start hunting bears with dogs? This is crazy.
That's not on the motion right now, the hunting with dogs. We haven't made that motion yet.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. Yep, thank you. Do we have any callers? Oh, go ahead.
Madam Chair, and I don't know if somebody from enforcement is here, Mr. McDonald or Quentin, but a number of enforcement issues have been brought up. So I guess this commissioner would like to hear from FWP enforcement relative to what their perspective is on it. I assume they weighed in on it.
Chair Robinson and Vice Chair Tabor, Sergeant Phil Kilbreth is here.
Chair Robertson, Vice Chair Tabor. So we talked about a variety of different sides of that, but when it comes to the checking in of bears, I will first say that the Enforcement Division has been working cooperatively with the Wildlife Division on this proposal. So in general terms, I think because of the reduced workload it is for us, especially in light of the fact that there are so many other things on warden's plates anymore, that we're generally in support of that. As to the catching or finding of violations when they are brought in for checking, I don't have any data to bring to you. I have not looked that up. So I would defer to perhaps Region 1 if somebody's available. Otherwise, I can follow up with info on that.
Thank you. That'd be probably a good idea if you could follow up with that. Region 1, do you have input?
Chair Robinson, members of the commission, no one from our enforcement staff is available at the moment. They are all in the field, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any commenters online?
None. Oh, looks like there's one, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. *6 to unmute, please. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Cody Carr. I'm a Region 1 director with MOGA and a second generation outfitter up here in Northwest Montana. I think anytime we can create hunter opportunity, harvesting predators, if their numbers are overabundant, it is an awesome opportunity to also help our ungulate population up here. That's one of the questions I guess I have for you to the Fish and Game is, are we doing anything with that data that we're retrieving that would tell us bear populations or anything? Because I haven't seen much of anything come out. So if we're not using that information, I don't see any reason not to abandon the mandatory check-in.
Quentin or Mr. McDonald?
Chair Robinson, thank you. And it may well be that Ken helps me out here, but yeah, so tooth collection is part of population restructuring. That is to say, to use the ages taken from extracted teeth to essentially build a population estimate. And bears, again, being difficult to census, to survey, that is the primary mechanism. I don't know the status of that. We have several population models in development. I don't know the status of black bear, if that's fully up and running or if that's a work in progress. Work in progress.
All right, thank you. Are there any further commenters online?
No, Madam Chair.
Are there any commenters on in the regions? Looks like Region 2.
We have one commenter in Region 6.
Okay, go ahead with the Region 6, please.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Justin Schaaf, Glasgow, Montana. I'd just like to state my opposition to the removal of the physical check-in for the bears. I think it's a situation that we could find ourselves easily over harvesting female, I guess, sow bears specifically in Region 1, Region 2. And I think that the physical check-in is wise. I think it's needed to provide the quality hunting experiences that we have in Montana. And being black bears reproducing as slowly as they do, similar to mountain goats or what have you on that, I think it's a situation that we could easily find ourselves over harvesting sows. Thank you.
Thank you. Region 2, is there someone there that would like to comment?
Yes. Madam Chair and members of the commission, my name is Chris Servine and I'm here representing the Montana Wildlife Federation. We do not support removing the requirement for hunters to physically bring harvested bears in for inspection by department personnel. This requirement is a common sense measure that allows biologists to gather data from the bear while also ensuring that the correct species was harvested and that the bear that was harvested is not a lactating female. Additionally, removing teeth from a recently deceased bears is extremely difficult to do without breaking off the root of the tooth. The root is what is necessary to age the bear. Asking hunters to remove teeth instead of experienced Fish, Wildlife, and Parks biologists will often result in a broken tooth and no accurate age of the harvested bear. Accurate age information on harvested bears is necessary to manage black bear populations credibly. We urge you to continue the requirement to have all harvested bears brought in physically to Fish, Wildlife, and Parks offices for inspection. We thank you for this opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Any of the other regions have any other commenters? Okay. I'll check again. Anyone here? Okay. Questions or comments from the commission? Okay, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right. So now we will move to the black bear hound hunting regulations and season structures. We've already had the presentation, so yeah.
Madam Chair. Mr. McDonald, great deal of concern, of course, came out when the final suggestions from the department got published relative to Region 1 specifically and what appeared to be opportunity lost. There was a working session with the commission roughly about a month ago. As I recall, at that point, the presentation included certain parts of Region 1 that would be eligible for hunting with hounds. The final suggestions coming from the department effectively eliminate any opportunity within Region 1 for using hounds. Maybe you can speak to why that occurred, and also have you considered possible options relative to risk? I think from my perspective, I have a pretty good hunch as to why it was recommended, especially in light of the work we did with wolves. But I think it would be helpful to the public for that to be fully fleshed out and articulated so everybody has a deepened understanding of the decision-making process. And then I guess I would like an assessment if there are any districts within Region 1 where, yeah, a risk does potentially exist, but perhaps it's a small enough risk where the commission may or may not consider, allowing it in that particular district.
Sure, Chair Robinson, Vice Chair Tabor, I'll start and then I'll look to legal counsel and others to chime in, particularly on that last part. So I guess to the first part of your question, at the work session, if you recall, that was where the houndsman's group came in and made a presentation to the commission. The department at that point didn't make any recommendations or have any proposal. So there was no change from that. The primary impetus for the hound hunting proposal that the department put forward, again, was based on, where we have occupied grizzly bear habitat and what the potential for take is, take being that definition I read under the Endangered Species Act. So it's not just killing a bear or harming a bear. It's, or killing a bear. It's harming, harassing, or attempting to do so. So it's a pretty high bar. And so what we did is we looked, similar to the wolf regulation, we looked at where we have occupied grizzly bear habitat, and then overlaid, where there's potential for take, and it's in that occupied grizzly bear habitat. And then eliminated those bear management units or portions of bear management units from where we would recommend hound hunting occur to avoid that incidental take and more so avoid litigation challenging our whole bear season because of potential for incidental take. So to be consistent with what we did with wolf, you'll notice the map hopefully it's in your packet, is pretty much identical to the map we prepared for the wolf trapping dates. And that is, again, we overlaid occupied grizzly bear habitat on where we would have or not have a wolf hound hunting season. In terms of, is there somewhere on that map you could withdraw and allow hunting? That's the commission's discretion, but it creates the risk because we've already said we know that's occupied habitat, and we said it with wolf, so we're being consistent with the wolf regulation and this hound hunting regulation. I don't know, Quentin or Becky, if you have other points to offer up.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor, I think Ken did a really good job of outlining the risks here, and I have nothing to add. Thanks.
Becky, could you cover the legislation that was
Sure.
passed?
Yes, Chair Robinson, thank you. House Bill 468 is the bill that authorized permits for hound hunting of black bears. In it, there is no direction on where hound hunting could or could not be conducted. In fact, it is wide open and allowed for as authorized by the commission. And so it's really within the intent of really within the authority of the commission to pass whatever it desires. The language is pretty clear. And so the intent of the legislature is pretty clear in the language of the bill itself. And you have wide latitude on where you would allow it or not.
Thank you. Quentin, do you have anything to add? Okay.
Madam Chair, I have a question for Counselor Doctor. So you use the term legislative intent, and that has been raised, especially in the comments quite a bit, that it was the legislative intent for it to occur in some parts of the state. So I guess I'm confused because then you just said, so maybe you could help the commission with what you perceive as to be the definition of legislative intent.
Certainly, Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor, thank you. Legislative intent is a legal term of art. What it usually means is what the legislature intended when it passed a bill. The first place the court would look is to the language of the law itself. And if the language of the law is clear, it need not go anywhere else. And I would suspect and opine that this language is as clear as it gets when it says as authorized by the commission. So what the intent of this bill is to give the commission the discretion to allow for seasons where it wants to allow. Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
It does. And then a follow-up question, Madam Chair. So this concept of linking together for consistency, wolf, and then what's happening, now as we consider a hound season for black bear. Can we flesh that out a little bit more in terms of consistency and where we really see where the concern is? We have an Endangered Species Act for grizzly bear. Obviously, we need to comply with all elements of it. So what is it about the action of hound hunting with bears, or what is it about this particular area within the map that causes the department and all the people with the right legal minds to say that we have associated risk associated with it? And then lastly, and I know it's later on the agenda, but can you link it to some of the efforts that both the state and the department have relative to delisting and the MOU so that people can see the full spectrum of the decision we're trying to make?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Tabor, I'll give it a try. Ken did a good job of outlining the reason why the department proposed it the way it did, both for consistency's sake and for the avoidance and best practice of ensuring that there isn't hound hunting in grizzly bear occupied habitat. Simply put, the chasing of a grizzly bear mistakenly by a hound hunter is take under the Endangered Species Act as it would be defined. And so I don't speak to how often or if that happens. I was told it was, and that would be a risk to the department in itself. And that's the best practice to avoid that is to avoid that action in grizzly bear occupied habitat itself. We are, as you mentioned, at the same time, and the governor has advertised or sent out a press release that we will be doing a petition for delisting bears in the NCDE in the near future. And so all of those eyes wide open, that we will be in the event that bears are delisted, grizzly bears would be under the management of the state of Montana as well. And it illustrates a thoughtful approach to grizzly bear management by the state of Montana to ensure that we aren't doing actions that would threaten the species in the state. And so that, I guess, is the way I would link those two together, as you've suggested. And if there's anything that you need to correct me on, Quentin, or the director's office, please do. But that's the way I would link the two. And is that helpful?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I have a follow-up question for Council Doctor. We hear about all about a legislative intent, mostly because of the sheer volume of bills that were passed by this legislature. But isn't it true that those statutes that are all compiled into that blue book are also legislative intent that stand? And isn't among those a mandate by the legislature that we manage for endangered and threatened species, regardless of their listing status?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Byorth, yes, I think there are some attorneys that would say there's no such thing as a legislative intent, and that blue book right there is illustrative of the legislative intent. And yes, there are requirements in the statutes that mandate the department to manage for listed species, both to keep them off the list and to manage them when they are on the list in a thoughtful way. Is that helpful? Does that answer your
Yes,
question?
One more follow-up, please.
Sure, go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just recently became aware that the state of Washington canceled their bear season altogether, their spring bear season. And it appears that it was because people were asking, let me put it this way, rather than asking for something good, a limited season, they went for it all and lost it all. Is that a risk here if we want a more extensive hunt season than what has been proposed?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Byorth, it is the case that a challenge to a hound hunting season in Montana could result in no season at all if the courts would get involved. That is the remedy. It's often requested when there is a challenge to a season. There's an injunction requested. That hasn't happened yet. It hasn't been threatened yet. But it is a reality that the state of Montana faces in any management scenario that involves or could interact with a listed species. So is that get to your question? Okay, thanks.
Madam Chair. So I guess perhaps for you, Quentin, so, I feel the pain. A group of people work extraordinarily hard with legislator trying to create new opportunities and utilize a process and a skill set that they've grown up doing, they love to do, and then only to find out that they won't actually be able to do it in their own area. Is there any place within Region 1 where you can help us understand and assess the risk associated with, is there a viable district where we could take a crack at it? Knowing that there is no such thing as zero risk, but also knowing that there may be an opportunity where there's tolerable risk.
Chair Robinson, Vice Chair Tabor, all of it within the context of Becky's response. The region did go through an exercise, and I think it was rooted in the context of bear densities. And out of that consideration in the regions there to speak to it, I do understand they identified BMUs, bear management units 103, 120, a portion of 122, and also a portion of 121 south of 200. I'm not sure I got that all right. Would turn to the regions to keep those districts accurate, either correcting or confirming that I've got it right. And again, that was an exercise trying to pursue an answer to the kind of question you asked here, Vice Chair Tabor. Is there a place of lesser risk, lesser potential to have hound hunting interact with the grizzly bear?
Follow up, Madam Chair. Could we hear from Neil Anderson in Region 1 with regards to that, and what your opinion is, Neil, with regards to some of the risks associated?
Vice Chair Tabor, Chair Robinson, rest of the commission. Yeah, so we did go through an exercise looking at where we thought we might be able to implement a hound hunting season based on bear densities, grizzly bear densities. And we came up with two options. I do want folks to realize that this is kind of a proposal that's built on a proposal. The first proposal is to move bear districts or bear BMUs to elk and deer districts. So when we reference those numbers, we're actually talking about elk and deer districts, assuming that that proposal would go forward. So if folks are looking at maps, refer to the elk and deer districts. So probably the most conservative approach in terms of bear densities would be to look at areas south of Highway 200. That would be in Sanders County, the very southwest portion of the district. That is probably where we have the lowest number in terms of densities of grizzly bears in the region. And by keeping it south of Highway 200, it also keeps it out of the Cabinet Yaak grizzly bear recovery zone. That was one option. It was a very, very small part of Region 1. The other option would be looking at several districts, one right in the middle of the region, which is we're calling the new 103, and that's primarily west of Kalispell. It's also an area that we know is occupied, but in terms of bear densities, it's lower than either of the recovery zones. We do have grizzly bears in there, but the densities are much lower. And that would include what we are calling the new District 103, Hunting District 122, and then what we'd call the southern portion of 121, and then also what we're going to call Hunting District 123, which would be south of Highway 200 again. So it'd be kind of the middle of the region as well as that southwest corner of the region, trying to avoid those high density grizzly bear areas. Hopefully that's clear. It's kind of hard to do without a map.
It was clear, but could you just restate in very specific terms under the new HD, assuming that the adjoinement with deer and elk, just be real specific so we can write it down. If there was tolerable districts, what would it be?
Yes, we did. I don't know if Quentin has a map. I think we may have sent him one. He may have one that he could share. So if you're talking about the most, I guess if you want to call it liberal option, the Hunting District 103.
Neil?
Hunting District. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Chair Robinson. Just wanted to make sure Neil understood that we are looking at a map of the new proposed deer elk hunting districts. So hopefully
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So on that map, we would be talking about Hunting District proposed 103, Hunting District 120, Hunting District 122, east half of 122, and then the southern half of 121 and all of 123 proposed.
Thank you.
Don't have a motion on the table. I don't either.
Madam Chair, if I could ask Ken or Neil, we don't see a 123 on our map. So Neil, I wonder if you could, or Ken, if you could clarify I think that must be a typo. If you could clarify, Neil, where 123 would be, for example, relative to 121, new hunting district 121.
Yes, so 123 would be south of Highway 200, basically from the Flathead Reservation to about a little bit southwest of Thompson Falls. So it'd be that area south of Highway 200. So basically, if you looked at 121 and 123, it should be on the map. I don't know if it is on there or not, but I can get you a new map if you'd like to, but it should be that area all south of, what's that?
Where our
So,
map 121, is it
Yeah,
possible?
Quentin, you may have a map in there that has hunting district 200 on it. One of the changes we proposed is not combine districts for region 2 because the timing of the season end is different. So we proposed a new district 123 that would be combined current elk districts 123 and 124.
Okay. Thank you, Neil.
Madam Chair, I did think of one more set of questions. So, as I recall that through the education of the process with the wolves, and now we're here with the bears, and we have the difference between the grizzly recovery zones, but then occupied grizzly areas. So we do know that these districts we've listed do have some level of occupation. They're not zero occupation. Do we have a sense for how occupied they are? Again, what I'm trying to find is some gauge of the level of risk that we're taking. If somebody said, we've found one grizzly in 103 in the last 25 years, that's an assessment point. If they said we see 5 to 10 a year in 103, that's a whole different assessment point. And maybe we don't have this level of granular data, but in an attempt to wanting to really make a good informed decision here, I feel like I got to know just how much, risk we're taking here in any of these districts. I don't know if anybody has any data like that where you can help me.
Chair Robinson, Vice Chair Tabor. So the occupied zone was based on an exercise done by our bear researchers based on known grizzly bear locations and home ranges and things like that. So it's more than just drawing lines on a map. It was developed based on kind of an algorithm of known bear locations and movement data, things like that. There's another map out there that's it's called the Maybe Present map. That's quite a bit more extensive than this. That was also based on some grizzly bear observations and things. So we didn't use that because a lot of that is outliers and things like that. So this is sort of based on the core occupied habitat. There is obviously, as you heard from Neil, there's areas with higher densities and lower densities. Again, the Endangered Species Act though doesn't differentiate for that. The Endangered Species Act looks at individual animals, and it doesn't matter if it's an individual animal out in the hinterlands or in the core of a recovery zone. And so the proposal that we put forward was based on a low to no risk of incidental take of an individual bear.
Becky, did you have something to add?
Chair Robinson, thank you. Commissioner Tabor, at this stage, we are in the proposal stage. Another option for us is to put it out with your call for comment, which it sounds like you've already gotten, and we will likely get, and we can have this discussion with this information from the biologists fleshed out a little bit more for you as well. So that's an option for us here today to move this ahead.
Further comments or questions? Entertain a motion if you're So willing.
So don't get mad, but I'm going to go without the identification of the districts, but this is not a final decision. I want the information to come forward. I want to hear from this group of people. They're here today. They've worked hard to get to this. But for right now, I move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to adopt for public comments changes in the Black Bear Master List regarding hound hunting seasons, hound training seasons, and non-resident hound hunting licenses as presented by the department and the overall black bear regulations. Not adding these districts now doesn't mean we aren't going to, because we're now up for a public comment and we want to hear from you. So that's my motion.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any other comments before I go out for public comment? Okay. I will open it up to public comment.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Mark Cook and I'm with Wolves of the Rockies. We come to you because we can't come to the senior leadership within the department. We expect you to hear what we have to say. You represent us. The majority of the non-hunting people in Montana that call Montana their home are appalled by this. It's unethical. It's unsportsmanlike. And you wonder why we turn to litigation. I'll tell you why we turn to litigation. Because we have a commission that doesn't listen. We have representatives that don't listen. We have the senior leader management at FWP that doesn't listen to the non-hunting community. I encourage you not to support this, but I can assure you that if this does move forward, we'll be working on our third litigation case. Thank you.
Thank you. Next commenter, please.
Commissioner Robinson and Chairman, my name is Terry Zink. I am the houndsman that brought this legislation to the legislation. And we wanted to create opportunity for everybody, not just ourselves. We're not a selfish bunch, not at all. So, that being said, you guys were, a minute ago, you were trying to figure out the map of the option B. I was there and helped Region 1 develop that map. What that was the Good Creek Divide Road to the north, connecting with the Cripple Horse Divide Road. And what that gave us was, two roads that went straight across 103 at the very top. And north of that is where most of the grizzly bear densities are. And that connected to the Cabinet Yaak, and it connected the Northern Continental. So, I ask that we sit down and we work with you guys on this and we straighten it out, and I understand, that we have, the governor was grateful to try to get the grizzly bear delisted, but we also got something legal. And in these days and times, to get litigation to get a bill passed like this is unheard of. It took us 100 years. I worked 40 years on this thing myself. I worked a long, long time on this to get it passed. And now I ask of you guys to help us work on this and figure out a way, okay, work with our biologists in the regions, figure out, okay, where are those grizzly bear densities at? But also, we are, you were talking about, earlier about, lactating females and identifying the bears as a species. We are professionals at that.
Yep. And your time is up.
Okay, well,
But we do have the comment period. I mean, this is just a
I
proposal.
understand that.
So, yep.
Yes. And thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chairman, members of the commission, Mac Menard, MINARD, Executive Director of MOGA. Couple quick points. Yeah, it was explicitly the intent. It wasn't the intent, it was the letter of the law to give the commission the authority to make these decisions. And it's true, that's where it belongs. It does not belong in the legislative process. So that was not fuzzy, that was exactly explicit. But at the same time, there's an expectation that something's going to happen. You pass a law, people expect to have some opportunity to do that. And so I think those terms are important here. I've listened to the term recovery zones, occupied areas, and may be present in descending order of, at least from my point of view, those terms begin, and when we begin to apply them the way we're applying them, we are essentially expanding the recovery zone. And I'm not sure that was what we wanted to be doing. By avoiding the opportunity to find minimal risk, we are in fact expanding the recovery zone geographically. And I find that odd. I also find it odd that a neighboring state can successfully prosecute the very kind of opportunity we're talking about here and not be, full bore litigation all the time. So I think there are a couple of pieces here that lead us exactly to the path that is being explored here. And that is to find not where it's zero risk, but where we have minimized that risk. And we can be responsible as stewards, you can be responsible as stewards for having entertained that risk reward thing. And certainly looking at protection of recovery zones and allowing consideration in the other. So those are my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff Dara, Executive Director for Montana Sportsman for Fish and Wildlife. We support the intent of House Bill 468, and we think that housemen should be able to hunt black bears, as the law says, in grizzly bear areas. We do not support coercive actions and the threat of lawsuits by activists to impose their wishes on eliminating our legal hunting heritage in Montana. We'd just like to see some fight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Barone, Kalispell, just a 25-year houndsman. You worry about risk assessment. Trust me when I say this. Us houndsmen do not want to turn out a dog anywhere near a grizzly sighting. It is a huge risk assessment on my part. Our dogs are a way of life. Mine sleep in the house, sleep on the bed. They're my buddies. I'm not going to let them run a grizzly bear. We have tools to stop them. We can absolutely minimize the risk, and never have I ever heard of a documentation of a dog actually killing a grizzly bear. I understand the law and the take, but it's such a low risk. Don't even know how it would be known. If they accidentally ran one for 10 minutes, boom, you're not running anymore. Let's get out of here. It's a low risk. I strongly urge a work meeting, a work like you had, and going over some of these areas. I have the map in front of me. There's a few areas north of Butte, low risk grizzly areas. There's a few areas in Region 1 with this map, 103, 120, 122, low risk for even coming across a grizzly. I spent my fair share of time hunting in there. I haven't seen one in there yet. 20-something years. I have not seen one in those areas yet. Yeah, okay, North Fork, South Fork, and so on, yes. But before this goes too far, I think this needs to be revisited. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Commissioner, Commission, my name is Gerald Martin again, and I was listening to the conversation regarding the legal terminology of legislative intent, and I recognize the legal terminology, but I also recognize the legislative intent as presented by Mr. Zink over here as he worked with the legislators to bring about this season. That's been his dream and his vision. And as I understand, this was the map that he was working with in legislative intent of avoiding grizzly bear recovery zones of where the highest concentrations of grizzly bears are. This is the map that's presented to the commission to act upon. You can see quickly from that visual there's a great difference between, yes, the legal intent, which allows the commission to establish boundaries, and what the intent was of the understanding of the groups that work together to find common ground of something that was possible with the lowest amount of risk. As a former resident of Thompson Falls in these units, someone spoke earlier asking if there could be anyone who could testify to the risk. Yes, there are many people, the local biologists, the local people there. As I was listening to the conversation, anything south of 200 in what's currently Unit 121, in 18 years of hunting there, I never saw a sign of a grizzly bear. Across the road in the Cabinet Mountain districts, in that grizzly bear recovery zone, been bluff charged. I've seen multiple grizzlies every year I hunt in there. So there are people who can help identify. I would suggest your local regional biologist, or you already have that as an asset. And I would strongly suggest, as was suggested before this goes to an up or down vote, find a working group to see if there are people who can help identify places where the risk is acceptable without triggering litigation automatically on the basis of that. Because I know I'm running long, but my concern is from what was intended, it was intended to be a large area to spread out the hunting pressure, to minimize conflict among user groups between spot and stalk hunters and the bear hunters. As is presented now, there's going to be a lot of that conflict because we have very limited areas where the new illegally allowed bear hunting or hound hunting is going to be allowed, such as Unit 200 and areas like that. You will increase user conflict in
Your
those
time
areas.
is up.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Madam Chair, Commission, I'm Brad Schultz, SHULTZ from Prey. I think with the passage of hunting or HB 468, it gave biologists and sportsmen an additional tool to manage our growing black bear populations. Unfortunately, many of the areas with the highest density of black bears is excluded from this proposal. Black bears are a major predator on elk calves and deer fawns during the spring. I believe that one of the intents of this bill was to help reduce predation of our ungulates, especially in areas where our elk and deer and moose populations are lower than objective. I've been using hounds to hunt lions and bobcats in Southern Park County for over 25 years. They have never had an issue with grizzly bears. We currently are running hounds in areas where grizzlies are still out currently without any problems whatsoever. I'd please consider opening more areas in the state to the use of hounds for bear hunting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Justin Duffy. I live outside of Livingston. I'm on the Board of Directors for the State Houndsman Association and a houndsman for the Yellowstone National Park Cougar Project. Throughout this process, I've been hearing one resounding theme, and that's the grizzly bears. This proposed season seems to show more concern with the perpetual delisting process of the grizzly than for the earned privilege of our sportsmen. This proposed season structure or its allowed hunting areas will essentially put a majority of our houndsmen back in the same position of hunting in Idaho due to our neighbor having areas that are closer to hunt than these that are allowed in our own state. Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming have worked hard to bring back the grizzly bear from near extinction to what is now a flourishing population. In fact, we achieved their objectives for the grizzly bear over 20 years ago. Why then are we still having to make concessions to the already recovered grizzly population? In 2021, there were 58 known grizzly bear mortalities, 3 vehicle strike, 5 natural deaths, 18 that are under investigation, and 32 that are agency removals under the direction of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. It seems to me that hunters are not the threat. Due to the fact that hound hunting provides a great opportunity to look at a bear prior to harvesting and the already rare hunter-caused grizzly mortality rate, I do not see these numbers as indicative that hound hunting poses a threat to the grizzly bear population. Please reject this proposed season structure and its allowed areas and give us the opportunity to come up with a reasonable hunting structure.
Thank you.
I am Dwayne Hostetler, also on the board with Montana State Hound Association. With this proposal, there are 32 bear units. And with your proposal, you've got 6 units that would be open and 6 partial units. And these are where the least amount of black bears are in the state. And plus there would be 40 non-residents pouring into that area, plus all the residents from the surrounding areas where we can't hunt in our own backyard. Some of us would have to drive 400 miles when we could just start hunting in our backyard. There seems to be a theory that hound hunting in grizzly bear habitat will cause increased mortality. This is not based on any scientific data at all. In fact, there is no record of any endangered grizzly bear mortality that I know of that has ever occurred in the use of hounds while hunting. I could be wrong on that, but I spent a lot of time researching. I can't find any documentation. Our cat season lasts 4.5 months. In that time period, roughly 40% of the time, we have a substantial risk of encountering grizzlies with our hounds before they den and after they start emerging from their dens. These encounters have resulted in a total of 0 mortalities.
Thank you. Are there any further commenters? Are there any commenters in Region 1?
Thank you, Chair Robinson. We have one member of the public.
Chair Robinson, Commissioners, my name is Jim Vashro from Kalispell. I'm with Flathead Wildlife, and I would urge caution moving ahead. To this point, everyone is looking at what they're not getting in Regions 1 and 2, and I'd like to point out that what you're considering is a new hunting opportunity in more than half of the state. And I'd say let that play out for a couple of years to see how it works. I've hunted in districts 103, 120, and 122 and encountered grizzly bear sign in all of those. And the only place I haven't seen grizzly sign is in south of Highway 200. And so I'd say by pushing it too far in Region 1 and potentially having take on grizzly bear, you could lose the whole shooting match. So I would say move ahead with great caution. Thank you.
Region 2?
Madam Chair and members of the commission, my name is Chris Servine, and I am here representing the Montana Wildlife Federation. The authorization to allow hound hunting of black bears in Montana will result in conflicts with resident grizzly bears. While there has been an attempt to exclude hound hunting from occupied grizzly bear habitat, and we appreciate those efforts, the current hound hunting regulations are still flawed and continue to place hound hunters into areas of known occupied grizzly bear range. Hound hunting will likely result in harm, harassment, and even death for grizzly bears whenever hounds are used to hunt black bears. Specifically, hound hunting of black bears in black bear hunting districts 316, 200, and the west side of 216 will place resident grizzly bears at risk of mortality and will hinder the possibility of natural movements of grizzlies between the existing grizzly bear ecosystems, which is necessary for eventual recovery and delisting. We do not support the proposal to allow hound hunting of black bears in any areas where there are grizzly bears. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Any other regions have commenters present?
None in Region 4.
Okay, we will go to, are there any callers?
There is one online.
Thank you.
2.
Hello, and thank you for allowing me to speak. This is Cody Carr. I want to thank the commission for taking all their time and doing this. I'm an outfitter in Region 1 and Region 2. Part of my area is inside the grizzly bear recovery zone, and half of it is in that area down by St. Regis Superior, south of Plains. And so I would have areas inside and out. One of my biggest things is creating hunter opportunity, whether you like it or not. If you don't do it, then probably shouldn't be speaking out against it. I really in favor of supporting this. I think the bigger that map is, the less problems that you're going to have with people running on top of each other, or problems out in the field. And one of the last statements that I have is directed, maybe not at the commission, but more to a lot of these anti-activist groups, as far as my opinion is, my ungulate lives matter. Our elk, deer, and moose need some retrieval. We need to do something, and anything we can do to help that will greatly boost our economy. It'll help our sportsmen be more successful, be able to put food on our tables. Thank you.
Are there any further commenters online?
One more.
Okay, thank you.
Good
Go ahead.
afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the commission. My name is Jennifer Sherry, calling from Bozeman. On behalf of NRDC and our supporters in Montana, I urge the commission to take a more limited and evidence-based approach to implementing these new black bear hound hunting regulations. As a previous commenter noted, this is a practice that was prohibited in Montana 100 years ago, at a time when the state was creating new regulations to protect the concept of ethical and fair chase hunting. The resurrection of this practice through the state legislature carries with it a whole suite of real concerns and challenges on the modern landscape that must be considered. I appreciate that the commission attempted to exclude occupied bear habitat, although I share the concerns of Chris Servine, who noted that many of these proposed hounding districts still fall within areas that grizzly bears may be, and important linkage areas that connect grizzly bear populations. It also appears bear hounding would be allowed across the entire Bitterroot BMU under this proposal, even though multiple grizzly bears have been confirmed there this year, and it's a designated recovery zone. FWP and a wide range of local, state, federal, and tribal partners have been working tirelessly to reduce conflicts with bears. This proposal runs counter to those efforts by creating new risks to bears that are especially valuable to the larger population, especially in those linkage areas. I urge you to further limit the delineated hound hunting districts to reduce that potential for dangerous conflicts that pose a threat to dispersing grizzly bears, as well as to dogs and human safety. That's a lot of responsibility on the commission's shoulders, and I hope you'll take a more measured approach to mitigate that risk. Thank you for considering these concerns.
Thank you. Are there any further commenters? Okay. Anybody present? Anybody else? Okay. All right.
Madam Chair, I really want to start that dialogue. I think it was Mr. Zink that talked about forming a committee or a group of people that can hammer it out. I think that's a phenomenal idea. So I really want you guys to go do that. There was one commenter that talked about, we're putting so much focus on Region 1, but there are other regions that I think probably need a good look. So make sure that gets inculcated in the overall process. But that will help inform the commission so that we can make a good, strong, educated decision. So I encourage the department to work with that group to make that happen.
Any other comments or questions, Commissioner Byerth?
Madam Chair, on that note, I think it would behoove the department to include other groups as well in that discussion, rather than just a Houndsman's Association. So it's more of an encompassing problem-solving exercise.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay. All those in favor of the motion on the black bear hound hunting regulations in season, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, mountain lion. Oh, okay. I guess we need a break. Time is it? All right. We will reconvene at 3:20. It's 3:08 right now. Thank you, sir. Okay, we're going to get ready to start again. Would somebody mind just closing those back doors, please? Okay. All right, we'll go ahead with the mountain lion, please.
Great. Thank you, commissioners. So today with Mountain Lion, the primary focus is the season structure. And then in April, we have a separate agenda item to specifically talk about mountain lion quotas. So you'll see some quotas in the recommendations today. For the most part, those are what's currently the quotas. And then in April, we come back with proposal for mountain lion quotas with a final in June. And so you get another crack at mountain lion quotas this spring. Just a little other background, and Commissioner Tabor, I think, touched on it at one point of, we had a work session this summer where we reviewed a recently completed mountain lion monitoring and management strategy that looks at monitoring mountain lions and managing mountain lions at more of an ecoregion scale. And that's because some of our research has shown that lions really are functioning in an ecoregion level. They're not functioning at the little hunting district level that we think they are. And so as part of that monitoring strategy, we've divided the state into 4 ecoregions. And then we've established population evaluation in each ecoregion, starting in the Northwest. And we'll do it's a mark recapture population estimate 2 years in a row. And then we'll move to the next ecoregion. So we're doing our second year in the Northwest ecoregion right now as we speak. And then we'll use that information to develop management objectives. So the other part of this is we have now convened, or we're in the process of convening a work group, a citizens work group, to look at the information we have for that Northwest ecoregion. And then before the April meeting, hopefully they'll be done by March, make some recommendations on population. What do we want to see that population trend? Do we want to see an increasing, a decreasing, hold stable? And then based on that, we will develop some proposed quota recommendations that we think will address that recommendation for trend. So that's all in the works right now. Again, we're completing the second year of the mark recapture in that Northwest ecoregion. So that's a little background in terms of what's in front of you today. Most of the major changes are boundary changes, again, in large part due to changes in the deer and elk hunting districts that form the basis of mountain lion management units. And so you'll see a lot of changes related to those changes to the mountain lion management units. You'll notice on the master sheet, we tried to, where they combined districts, we tried to identify in a note what the current quota is and what the with the combination, what the quota being proposed is, and you'll see they're pretty much unchanged. Again, the quotas we'll look at those more in depth this spring. So that's the major change with mountain lion. There was a question we've heard about maintaining the limited license, mountain lion license structure in the Northwest part of the state. The region prepared a briefing paper on that. It's in your packet, and our folks in Region 1, I've asked them to be available to summarize that. And if you're okay, I'd maybe ask them to do that just to make sure I'm not misinterpreting things.
Okay, we'll wait till after the motion for
Okay.
that. Okay.
That's what I have. So happy to answer any questions and or use the regions.
Are there any questions or comments?
Chair Robinson, if I may very quickly, I just wanted to add on to Ken's presentation there and touch upon a topic we hit upon for quite a little bit during yesterday's conversation in the work session. And that is to confirm before the question, to answer the question that again came up a couple times yesterday, that whatever the version of mountain lion season, and we have at least 3 versions in Montana, a region 1 model, a region 2 model, and the rest of the state model, all of them are capable of managing the resource. So just to be clear, we've heard several comments here today about reducing lion populations for one reason or another. We've heard that advocacy. Just to use that as an example, again, all 3 of those structures types, by virtue of their existence, have the ability to manage the lion population at hand. Chair Robinson.
Questions?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion. I move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to adopt for public comment the changes identified in the Mountain Lion Master List and Mountain Lion Boundary Change Master List as presented by the department with the following 2 amendments. And this will be presented in options. So option 1 will be to go to a full general lion license process across the state. Option 2 would be to go to a hybrid method of special permit / general lion method for those districts identified by the department where that's necessary, along the lines of what is done in Region 2. So those are the 2 options that I'd like to float out for public comment, where we would come back together in February 4th and ultimately come up with a final proposal relative to what it would look like, either general lion entirely.
Could you finish your motion first, please, though, because there's a
Yep.
second, yep, and then we
Oh,
can
okay.
discuss
Yep.
it.
I'm
Yep.
sorry. And to all other mountain lion regulations contained in 2020-21 booklet to be adopted for the 22-23 mountain lion hunting seasons and hunting districts. One question of clarification that I had that wasn't in our packet, the hound hunting language had the specification of the districts where we limited the non-resident D4s by district. Is that already inculcated in the 21-22, or do we need to create that addition to this motion?
Chair Robinson, Vice Chair Tabor, it is our understanding that it will stay as it was. But given that it's not clear, I would suggest adding it to the motion as it has been applied in 2021.
Okay, yeah, so.
If you wanted the status quo.
So I wanted all the provisions that still carry over from the first application of D4 for the first season, which was 2021. They would all still carry over. There's no proposed changes to that.
Correct. Things like not more than 2 per district. Yes.
Precisely.
Yes.
And is it automatic that the 40 on the split of the D4s happened as a result of the first motion we made on bears? And we know now that there's 40 allocated for the 21-22 or 22-23 lion season for D4s.
Yes, I think you say automatic for 2 reasons, for that conversation and then for the implementation the previous year of 40. Thank you.
Do you need any clarification on the motion? Yeah, I think you should maybe start from the top.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll try it again. So I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to adopt for public comment changes identified in the Mountain Lion Master List and Mountain Lion Boundary Changes Master List as presented by the department with the 2 following amendments. Asking for public comment on one of 2 licensing options. 1, general lion, winter lion. Number 2, hybrid method of special permit for a period of time, general lion after that for the districts as recommended by the various departments across the state, not just Region 2 or Region 1. all other mountain lion regulations contained in the 2020-21 booklet to be adopted for the 22-23 mountain lion hunting seasons and hunting districts, including the provision that there only be 40 D4 licenses for the 22-23 season.
Is there a second? Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lane. All right. Are there any questions or comments from the commission? All right. Is anyone present, or do you have anything else to add, Ken?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, one thing Brian pointed out relative to those D4 licenses, the non-resident hound licenses, is there will be some tweaks based on realigning of lion management units. So we're assuming that by when we realign those units, we realign those non-resident D4 licenses as well, up to 40. Thanks.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak to this motion?
Madam Chair, Commission, I'd like to speak to Region 5, and I am in support of combining 510, 560, and 520. At current, each of those districts, the lion quotas add up to 17. When we got here to the proposal, it's at 15. The current lion population, no matter, not to go against what the biologists say and so on, but they go off of data. They're not seeing exactly what's going on the ground. Those of us that are out there hunting lions and seeing tracks and so on, over the last few years, we're seeing a very huge increase in lion numbers, mainly in female numbers. I am glad to see that we have a higher female take, but we need to have a higher quota. We need relief now. I see in these eco regions, I read all that, all the information on the eco regions, and we're going to have citizens groups in each regions. Well, Region 5 must be way down the page for when we're going to have these public or have working groups. We need that relief now. We don't need it down the road. So I would very much urge the commission in these, and I know that's going to happen later on the quotas, but urge a higher quota on this, at least to the 17, possibly up to 24, which I've heard was suggested. It got shot down by higher up. And then we ended up with 15. I don't know how we got off of 17 when that was what those combined regions are. We definitely need that. The other part about all this lion business up in Region 1 and the season's closing early, also around the state to that point, when we appear to be killing lions very quickly. And a lot of that has to do with weather, but it also has to do with an awful lot of cats on the ground. When we're killing cats during the general season that we never did, etc. But the pressure that's getting put on other areas as quotas fill, we need to make some adjustments now. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Gerald Martin from Bozeman, and I'm speaking specifically about Commissioner Tabor's proposal or amendments to the season structure as relates to Region 1. I see this as not a biological issue, but rather an issue among access to the resource among user groups. And I can say from experience as a houndsman and as a resident houndsman up there, I know that there will be potential conflict between the user groups, and it's going to go over like a lead balloon with the resident hound hunters. So it will bring contention, and it will bring a lot of opposition from resident hound hunters because we like our permit area, our permit system up there. We recognize it is because of the legal 90-10 split between residents and non-residents. It leaves a lot of outfitters out in the cold, and they are not able to maintain a profitable lion hunting hunt for their clients. But it has produced a quality hunt that the residents appreciate. So that's where I look at how when we address this issue, that's where the controversy is going to surround, not on how we fill the quota or how we reach our quotas, but the competition between user groups. And so I would be in opposition to removal of the special permits as it is. I like that. I think the resident hound hunters like that. And so I would recommend that you leave it as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. And the way it's being put out in this motion is there are two options, so we can get comments about either option. Yep. Well, I mean, on the 30-day comment period. So, yep. Thank you.
Members of the commission, I'm Dwayne Hosteller, board member of the Montana State Hound Association. We as a board voted yes to approve the Fish and Game's master list as they presented it. We had no discussion or vote on option 1 or 2. I mean, that's obviously in region 1. It's a very controversial issue. So I am not going to speak on our club position on that because we have not had a vote on it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, members of the commission, Mac Menard, Executive Director of MOGA. Couple of thoughts on the standing deal. I want to touch on the D4 license for just a moment. The D4 license was a 2 legislative process. Took a period of 4 years to get done. It addressed probably one of the most significant and egregious problems we had, particularly in the northwest corner, where we had essentially a whole bunch of illegal outfitting going on. And this action here will in fact put more lions available for both resident and non-residents available. So I think reconsidering our season structure in the light of that very positive action is important. I want to touch just a little bit so that you can understand that outfitting is it's going to come up in the discussion, and that was a real fair assessment. We're gonna get into it for sure. But outfitting growth, if you give additional opportunity in the form of an open quota, or an open season, or even a hybrid, it doesn't have the capacity to just grow to meet the demand on licenses. Why is that? Because they're controlled on federal public lands by special use permits. Special use permits for the last 2 decades have been suffering a level of attrition. The U.S. Forest Service has a use it or lose it policy. I know specific individuals who at one time had close to 100 mountain lion days on federal public land, but because of the kind of restrictions that we've had in place for the last 2 decades, they've not been able to use them. They're down to 10. So it's a reality that the capacity within the industry, and because this activity occurs largely on federal public land, just know that as we go into the comment process and you discuss with others, the lid's not going to blow off of this thing on the outfitted side. It's not possible. And it would require a complete revision of their special use permits. It would require a major public process to add those days back in. So please know that is just something that's, I think, probably not well understood by regulators at a state level. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, members of the commission, I wasn't going to speak on this because I'm not a houndsman anymore. I got too old. But 25 years ago, I spearheaded, along with other houndsmen, to bring ethical lion hunting into the state of Montana because we were overrun, and it was referred to as the race for cash. This state was overrun by non-resident houndsmen who came into the state under this general license. This war was fought 25 years ago, and there's guys here that were here. Now, what we have today in Region 1 and Region 2 is okay, but I'm telling you, you go down this line of opening it up statewide and say that people from all over the country could come in here and compete with us residents. It's awful. There were articles in outdoor magazines about how horrible it was in Montana. They don't care what they kill because they're going to talk somebody into shooting a little female, get their money, get it to a taxidermist, and get on an airplane. We went through this battle. I wasn't going to speak about it, but we're way beyond this in ethics and in lion management. Thank you.
Thank you.
Terry Zink, Z-I-N-K.
You want to pull the microphone back?
Coming to this, we talked about private land up in Region 1 here a little bit ago. Again, maybe we ought to put a working group together with Mac, Moga, and a whole bunch of us and figure out what we're going to do about the demographics about that up there also. I mean, that's going to be a tough one with, we just had a private landowner buy I think he bought 140,000 acres up there. And, that's going to be a tough one, a tough sell. And we did get him, in the block management to allow us to cat hunt. So I think if we put together a working group and get this figured out about Region 1 and Region 2, as far as that goes, maybe it'd be a good idea.
Thank you. I just want to remind everybody too, this is a proposal, and so we're just going out for comment. So make sure you do get your comments in. And is there anybody in the regional offices who would like to speak to the mountain lion? Okay, do we have any callers?
Madam Chair, we have one.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, this is Car again. Sorry I can't be there in person. I got delayed for 4 days on Kodiak Island due to wind. So real quick, Region 1 is managing mountain lions socially with a little bit of PTSD from the late 90s, in my opinion, rather than biologically. Region 1 is on a special draw permit, which is in some reasons has in some draw permit areas has underharvested females by up to 70% some years. The toms seem to fill every year. And this year they did come up with, they split the tom and female. And it did have a little bit better impact, but not exactly what I think would work. Anyhow, this puts extra fangs when you leave cats on the landscape. If the biologists declare that they want X number of cats killed, I think that we should be able to hit that exact target rather than having this fictitious number that they know that they're not going to hit. And one of the things that I feel that happens, we don't know if anti-activists put in for these tags. Whoever draws this permit, that's their cat for the season. And also, I'm a houndsman. I want to have lion tracks everywhere, but I don't want to have lion tracks everywhere at the expense of struggling elk and deer and moose populations. I recently looked at that lion study, talked to a bunch of the biologists, and the average age class of our lions is dropping in Region 1, which kind of was shocking to me. You'd think with having such a limited thing that it would create older cats, but it's actually done the exact opposite. So also I feel that, this has been going on for 17 years now. We've left the general quota, and I'm right on the fence. I would love to say that I'd want a general quota, but I think what would work best for all houndsmen in Northwest Montana is a hybrid season. And that hybrid season would react just like Region 2. It would offer people that want to put in for a special permit and take as much time as they'd like to harvest that lion. But if they're not going to get the job done, there's a cleanup mechanism that is put in place. With the addition of the
Your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other callers?
That's it, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions from the commission?
Madam Chair, Mr. Kujla, I just want to be clear because of the comments that were made in public. So the D4 effectively limits non-resident houndsmen to 40 coming in the state. And as far as harvest of lions what's the limits on that with regards to what could happen with them if they're coming in from out of state with their hounds? What's the
Sure.
maximum exposure?
Chair Robinson, Vice Chair Tabor, depends upon, so if they come in the general license district, it would be 2 lions potentially going to non-resident houndsmen per district. I don't know if
So
that.
40 in total?
So, yes, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, yes, that's a better way to look at it. So yeah, 40 D4s available, so potential max 40 lions.
And then this concept of this unlimited amount of non-residents coming in light of what Mr. Menard said relative to the priority use permits and the fact that outfitters can only take the number of clients associated with their federal permit limits, that would have an additional limiter with regards to guided outfitted clients. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding, Vice Chair Tabor, that there is that for an outfitting operation on federal public land, there is an additional operating permit required. I'll let Max speak to those details, but I do understand conceptually that is the case.
I just want to be clear here because I've heard the 25 year ago, I was here. I lived through it too. I lived in the Swan. And the issues relative to what happened on the ground, there were bad actors in the outfitting field, no question. There were bad actors on the non-resident handlers and the people that flooded in, no question. And there was that chase mentality and a lack of ethic. Those all things existed, and I'm here to tell you, I remember that. But that was then and this is now. And now we're looking at opportunity. And so especially when I hear something about the North American model and about animals being available for all citizens of the United States, and we're on federal land, I still have a pretty high level of sensitivity that it can only be good for just one constituency or one group of hunters. I think it should be a collective thing where it's opportunity for all. And so I like Terry's suggestion. I had that suggestion very early on. For a variety of reasons, the region decided not to do it, but now we're going to do it relative to sitting down and figuring out something that's equitable. And in any of your regions, if you're concerned about a district or something, like you've suggested in the private land, doesn't mean that we cannot use the special permit as a tool. It's just that, it's a tool. So if we're worried about the population of lions anywhere, by God, let's use the tools that are available. But inform us through your public comments on that. But to wholesale cut out several different people involved in something, I think it's time for a change.
Commissioner Byer.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Coming into this meeting less than 24 hours, well, right about 24 hours ago, there was what's been characterized as a storm of public comment because of the surprise of an elk regulation being dropped on the public a week before. I think the proposal or the motion being larded up with additional options at this point probably won't create the same amount of emotion, but it should create enough disturbance that we should be considering not only 2 options, we should be considering the 3rd option, which is just to stick with what the master list said, that people vetted over the course of the last, since August, rather than trying at the last minute to do a special departure from tradition and the amount of hunting opportunity that has been out there for several years. I just think it's unnecessarily complicating our issues in a time where it's already very complicated by boundary changes and quota changes and elk permit changes. I think this is it's a bad time just to start relying on a 30-day comment period where we're going to have a work group that hasn't yet been formed.
I think that they still would have the opportunity to comment that also. Are there any other comments?
Madam Chair, just in response to that, and I think the director can maybe address this, Quentin and others. This is not a new process. This isn't something that I discussed just today. I have tried for the better part of 6 months to get the department to come around to the concept of considering this. And for a variety of different reasons, we didn't get there. So I understood the mandate quite clearly from the director's office of simplification. I also understood the mandate with regards to we only use the special permit tool in situations of a biological necessity. And I think we're clear on the fact that the special permit tool utilized for Lions is for social reasons. And so I'm surfacing the social reasons. Let the process work. And if it comes back that it's intolerable or, you know, then we'll take it from there. But it's a dialogue that is worth having.
Commissioner Byerth, I'll allow one and then we're going to go to a vote.
Yeah, that's fine. I just want to emphasize that in your discussions, Vice Chair, you should include other commissioners and it would probably be smoother sailing.
All right, we've gotten our public comment and
Madam Chair, Commissioners.
you're going to have to get closer.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioners, this whole process is to get public comment. So I got to agree with what Commissioner Tabor said. It was added to the end. It's a thing we try to put in there. I think it goes up for the public to find out what the social issues are about it. We've heard from the biologists. We've heard this part. Let's just hear what they've got to say.
I will add one more thing that we're throwing out options. We're not throwing out something that's brand new that they've never seen before, that's our only choice that we're asking for. So we are putting options out. And so I am going to go
Madam
to a
Chair,
vote.
quick question, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just a clarification on the motion. Sorry, I didn't get this earlier, but is the motion just the two options? The either general license or hybrid, or is the special, the limited permit also an option?
It's only the two options,
Okay.
either general license or hybrid method.
Okay, thank you.
So all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same
Aye.
sign. Okay, one opposition. Thank you. All right.
Hey, Madam Chair, the next item is season dates. So this is basically asking your approval of all of the variety of season dates for all of the critters we've talked about to date, as well as some that we still have to do, some of the bird seasons. The proposal from the department for all of the species are no change, basically. They just represent calendar changes, the progression of the calendar. And what that means is, if the proposed date is, the Saturday of Columbus weekend, that changes on the calendar, so it would still be the Saturday of Columbus weekend. With that said, so again, we're not proposing changes to any of the dates. With that said, there's been an advocacy by some to move the general 5-week deer and elk season a week or more later. So we did include in your packet an alternative schedule with deer and elk starting and ending 1 week later. That would also require moving the new muzzleloader season a week later because it's statutorily tied to the end of the general big game season. There's some other tentacles that might need to be considered. We didn't address it here because it starts getting messy, but an example would be like winter mountain lion season, which right now starts December 1st. If we move the big game season later, there'd be overlap between the big game season and the beginning of the mountain lion season. So things to consider. On that topic, when we did the scoping earlier this fall, we did ask the public thoughts about adjusting season dates. And we specifically asked, should the elk and or deer seasons begin earlier or later, run longer or shorter, or have more time between the archery and rifle seasons? So we asked the question. We got very, very few comments on that question. The theme that kind of emerged from the comments we did get is concern about the general deer season overlapping with the mule deer rut. If that's the concern, shifting the season a week later would just put the rut more in the middle of the season versus at the end of the season. So with that, again, we're proposing no changes. We do have what it would look like if it was moved a week later in there, just so you could see how that might look. Any questions?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Tabor.
So Mr. McDonald and perhaps Quentin, one of the suggestions that came through early on was the extension of the pheasant season through till January 31st. Just to provide more opportunity, more few days to be out into the field. And I guess I'd like to hear if there are any biological concerns about that suggestion first. And if not, why is it that the department ultimately didn't make that recommendation?
Chair Robinson, Vice Chair Tabor. I'm sorry, I meant to touch on that one and looked right past it. So yeah, we did receive a comment from an individual advocating for a month longer pheasant season. So a pheasant season that goes to January 31st. We vetted that with our regional staff, and their primary response was concerns from landowners that by the end of December, landowners have had enough. And, you know, we asked the question, well, landowners can just say no, but they're still getting calls. Can I hunt on your land? That kind of thing. And so it was, there's not a biological concern with it. It really is a social concern, and that social concern being landowner inputs from landowners. The letter that we received is actually in your packet. So if you wanted to review it, it's in there.
And then one more question, maybe it's in season setting, or is it in, where does the special weapon use fall into play when we go talk about pheasants specifically, or is it in this?
It would be in the upland game bird range.
Okay, sorry.
Commissioner Walsh, you have a question?
Yeah, Chair Robinson, we also had a comment today about extending the black bear season to 6/15 and at least one hunting district, or maybe it was all of Region 5. And in this lingering comment, I agree about pheasant. It's not clear to me that we have a compelling reason not to extend the pheasant season until January 31st. So I guess my question is, do we need to move to final adoption on these dates today, or can this also be pushed to February 4th?
I think we would have to, wouldn't we have to have something to put out for comment?
Madam Chair, what you adopt today is what would go out for
Right.
comment. So
we don't finalize it though.
Right.
till-
right. So what we've put out is a proposal.
Okay, with that, then I move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt for public comment the 2022 and 2023 hunting season dates as proposed by FWP, accepting those dates addressed in other species-specific proposals.
All right, is that including what you just said, the black bear and the pheasant extension?
Yeah, I think what this is saying, adopt as final, and I just said adopt for public comment.
I think it's the way it's written in our
Yeah.
packet makes it sound like we're making a final decision today, which we're not.
Good catch.
Madam
And
Chair, could I,
Commissioner Byerth, you seconded it?
Well, I was going to second the one, but I'm not sure I'd second the second half for the new additions. So just would Commissioner Walsh, would you clarify your motion? Are you including pheasants and the bear?
For public comment, yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure I know what I'm seconding.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Tabor?
so did Commissioner Byers
yes.
second it? Okay,
Yes.
that was my question.
Okay. Any other questions before I go in for public comment?
Just clarification.
Yes.
So we had an earlier motion during the black bear regulations to adjust the ending date, I believe, in the Swan.
HD 130.
Yeah, so that's what's carrying forward in this motion. Am I understanding that right? Or is it something additional?
Necessary even?
if it's in the other motion, it's not necessary because the way it's worded,
Right.
it said, but the pheasant was
Right.
not.
So the only change to what's the written motion is the addition of the pheasant.
Possibly.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
I have one more question.
Okay.
It's just a general question because I'm sure it'll come out. What about other upland game birds? So whether it's grouse on the west side or sharptails, clearly sage grouse is off the table because it's a specialized species, but did the department consider the applicability of the extension of seasons beyond just pheasant, or is there any biological concern about those species?
Chair Robinson, Vice Chair Tabor, and other commissioners, we did not consider it. I don't believe there's any biological concern with it. It's more of a, again, the landowner concern was our primary filter.
Follow up.
Okay.
So the only reason I ask is in the case of, for instance, the grouse in particular, that creates a whole opportunity on public land for folks that love public land bird hunting. And so I just wanted to be certain on that. And so given that, would you mind on your motion, just say all upland game birds?
Before we go there though, I have a question. I believe didn't we already adopt upland game birds earlier
Not-
in the year?
That's coming up still today, the season structure. for upland
Okay,
game.
we're not there yet. All right. Thank you.
I'm open to that, yes.
Commissioner Byerth, are you good with that? And with your second?
Well, personally, I'd rather address that when they come up later on.
Is it going to be, is that something when we talk about, is it season setting? When, on our agenda for upland game bird?
Chair Robinson. I think you have a process option here. You can capture a statewide date. So this topic is designed to address the statewide dates, those dates that are fall for most of the state, knowing that some districts for some species have a local variation. And so arguably the way the pheasant conversation is being talked about, that's a statewide date. So it could happen here. It could also happen in the upland game bird topic if you choose for one reason or another. Again, we make room in this presentation that for those dates that are specifically identified in another motion, that other motion will fall. So it is truly a process option here. If you choose again to keep it, as I understand the motion, an upland bird extended date, you could handle it here in this topic.
It's either or, because if you wait till the upland bird agenda item, it's going to be covered the way this motion is all worded. So it's up to you.
You know, my intent is just to open this up for public comment. We received one compelling letter. I'd like to hear from other upland game hunters.
Right. But what I'm saying, it can be done in either place. So, yeah. Okay.
Can I ask for?
Yes, go
Chair,
ahead.
for one more clarification. So we usually take the upland game birds in a separate package. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then that upland game bird package will be addressed when? It's not noticed on this agenda.
Yes. It's
Yes.
about two items
It's
away.
2 items down.
Okay.
Commissioner Byer, typically we'll do is later in the year, we'll do like quotas for sage grouse.
Okay. I see. Thank you.
Yeah.
Are you good with that for your second? Commissioner
I
Biles?
guess.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if
Yes.
maybe just to make sure it's clear, instead of saying all upland game birds, if we look at the upland game bird regs, we just clarify it's mountain grouse, partridge, ringneck pheasant, and sharp-tailed grouse.
I agree with that.
Commissioner Byers?
I can't agree. I think I'm just baffled, and the way these motions are batted around is a new kind of a new development. Usually we address what's before us on the agenda and we move along. So
Would you
I-
like to withdraw your second?
I will.
Okay,
yes.
thank you. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Siebel. And I guess I'm just gonna put my 2 cents in as these are recommendations and our job is to look at it and see if there's anything else that needs to be put out for public comment or, so I personally think this is right in with what our job is, so. All right, are there any,
Chair Robinson, I'm sorry, I beg your forgiveness. I wonder if we could ask for clarification one more time. Just, there was a bear piece in there and I understand now the bear piece is out because it's been addressed in another motion. Is that correct? Okay, so it's just the upland game bird addition.
Yes.
Thank you.
yes,
Thank you.
because the bear, the way the wording is, it will be picked up.
Yes.
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 Okay.
Thank you.
All right, is there anyone present who would like to comment? You need clarification? Let us know.
No, I think I have it. Madam Chair and Commission. So the general season dates that are proposed, I had been thinking in a whole different direction and you will see my thoughts later on an earlier elk opening in wilderness areas. So that brings me to the point. I didn't know that these dates, I hadn't seen this proposal. So this is kind of new to me, but where that sits of opening a week later in the general season hurts the wilderness areas. And that's excluding the early opening seasons in the backcountry, the 15th. That's not where I'm talking about. It's the other wilderness areas. If we back that season up a week later and we run into December, a lot of those elk have moved out. So we've missed those opportunities on wilderness, and the public hunter is going to miss out on a lot of elk opportunity. And over the course of the last few years, because of our weather changes and weather patterns, we have been missing out on a lot of elk opportunity. Those elk are moving out to lands that are not accessible to the public hunter, as we've heard in all this testimony. All those elk are going down into public land that can't be hunted at all. So I believe that later opening and later closer is very good for public or for private land, but not on public land. And so I believe that we could make a definition in boundary changes to leave the season open earlier on the wilderness and then the private land open and close later. That's my suggestion, but I think that needs to be looked at when we're looking at elk movements and opportunity of elk to decrease elk populations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, hold on. He just has a question real quick.
Madam
before-
Chair, thank you. Just to clarify, I just want to make sure that the motion that Commissioner Walsh put forward was actually for the standard proposed season dates and not the alternative, correct? Because that's the way the language read. Yeah. Just to clarify, so everyone understands what's out there, but it's all open for public comment. Is that correct? Okay.
Sorry, yes. Okay. Yes. Yeah. So it is as it was, except for the upland game bird.
Excuse me, I need some clarification. This proposal is for the big game season or just the bird season?
All of them.
For everything. All this.
But
all
no
of it.
change to the big game season. There was a,
There's two parts. I'll take Craig. So there was an
I'll
original
sit down for a minute
proposal.
and read this.
There was an original proposal to consider pushing back the dates, but that didn't survive. So right now it's status quo across the board for season dates, with the exception of pheasant.
no, that's all right. Yeah.
My name is Chris Marchand. I'm just representing myself on this. And I want to actually speak up for the landowner community. When you look at what we've asked, if I go back to 20 years ago, landowners had to put up with hunters from about September 15th to the Sunday after Thanksgiving. And today we ask them to put up with sportsmen from Labor Day weekend, shoulder seasons till February 15th. You know, we have people that want to be in block management and they want to cooperate with us. And we ask them to cooperate with us for 3 months. And now we're saying, well, now if you really want to cooperate with us, you got to cooperate till February 15th and August 15th. And yeah, you don't have to be in block management to do those things, but guess what? We put shoulder seasons out there to address a particular issue in a hunting district. but it applies to the whole hunting district. So guess what? It might be 2 or 3 landowners that really will provide the access we need. But the other 30 or 40 or 50 landowners in that district continue. You put out this hunting district and everybody is going to go knock on their door. And a lot of the people are coming, here's an opportunity for me to hunt somewhere else. They're knocking on people's doors. Bird season, you want to extend. What I'm saying is that think about the impact you're giving to the landowners that really want to cooperate with us and provide access. We keep saying, well, there's no impact on the resource. We can do this hunting season. Let's remember, and especially these late seasons, most of this happens on private ground. Let's appreciate what we're asking these private landowners to put up with when we extend these seasons. It's not just about opportunity and whatever. So that's my concern.
Thank you. I have Ms. Ken, could you answer, like block management, you have the option for shoulder season, if you have your block management in shoulder season or not. I mean, when they set up their block management contracts, they can choose.
Chair Robinson and commissioners, the way the block management contract is structured is there's a base season that goes from, I believe, September 1 to the end of December. And if a landowner does a species restriction or a timing restriction, so limits, what can be hunted or when they can be hunted during open seasons, then they don't get we call it the extra payments above the base. So some people call it, they get a penalty. Outside of that, we've made it so it's up to the landowner. So if they want to participate in the shoulder season, they can. If they don't want to participate in the shoulder season after January 1st, they don't get dinged for that. And so that would apply to all these long seasons now, spring bear and turkey and things like that. So again, the base contract that they sign up for is September 1 to December 31.
Okay. So if the upland game season was extended to January 31st, block management would still, cooperators could still just go to December 31st.
Correct. And not get dinged.
Okay.
Yeah. The main issue that, again, I tried to portray was it's not necessarily, do I have to participate or not? It's a lot of them are getting knocks on the door, as long as they're an open season. And so it's that kind of tolerance as well.
I just want to make 2 real quick points. One is, so you have a hunt on somebody's property that's in block management. They may or may not extend into the later season. So now it creates some confusion. But I think one other thing that I really experienced, if you bird hunt, especially in the central part of the state or the eastern part of the state, there's a tremendous amount of those landowners that when the crops are in October, they're gone. And so you go out there, you've got to have permission to be on that property. There's nobody to get permission from. And so you have this huge area out there that might be open to hunting, but it's really difficult to get permission. You have a lot of absentee landowners once you get to the end of October. And so when you get to December and January, you might think you're creating this opportunity, but it creates a lot of confusion out there in the field, and you're going to create some trespass issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the Commission, I apologize if I'm confused about what I'm commenting on here, but as I understand, the amendment is keep the status quo of the seasons as they are. And so I'm going to comment in that light. I support that, not an extension of the alternate general season proposed a week later, not an extension of upland game bird season and or pheasants. I appreciate the attempt to create more opportunity, but part of the director's mission in this season setting structure is to simplify. I'm confused. I think I followed all that. If I didn't, I apologize, but I support the status quo as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commenters present? Do we have anybody in the regional offices who would like to comment? Do we have any callers? Okay. Do we have any callers?
It looks like no callers here either.
Thank you. All right, so all those in favor of the motion on the table?
Can we reread the motion so we know exactly what we're?
Sure. Would you like to read the motion, please, Commissioner Walsh?
I'm going to need some help.
Sure.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt for public comment the 2022 and 2023 hunting season dates as proposed by FWP, accepting those dates addressed in other species-specific proposals, including the extension of all upland. We need the species, right? So pheasants, mountain grouse, sharp-tail.
Do we need them listed separately or is upland game birds?
I think it makes it more clear. So
Okay,
sage grouse don't suddenly get.
right,
Or we
okay.
could say upland game birds with the excluding sage grouse.
The
Through
four
January
species are mountain
31st.
grouse, pheasant, sharp-tailed grouse, and partridge.
To
through
January
January
31st.
31st.
Okay,
Again, for public comment, and we'll see what we get.
sure. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Quota ranges.
So next up, commissioners, are the quota ranges. So each biennium, we ask the commission to approve a quota and a quota range for deer, elk, antelope, moose, sheep, goat. And an approval to make changes as necessary to quotas in between the biennial cycle, as long as they are within that range. If there's a change proposed outside of the adopted range, we would bring that back to you as a standalone agenda item. The purpose for this quota range is it precludes the need for the commission to have to make individual changes as part of scheduled meetings that are typically routine changes. The list of quotas and quota ranges are included in your packet. Obviously, for example, the elk quota ranges will be different based on, at least in some of those hunting districts, based on this morning's adoption, but we think the motion covers that, or there is a amended motion. And with that, we're asking you to approve the quota range, the quotas and quota ranges for all of those LPTs in your packet there.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Tabor?
Mr. McDonald, were there any alterations to Region 6 and 7 in particular with the does relative to either deer, in particular mule deer, and also antelope, based on all the public comment we got in the other areas?
Chair Robinson, Vice Chair Tabor, I believe there were some, but I don't have those in front of me. I know, Brian, do you have changes to quotas in Region 6 deer? I believe there were some changes. We don't have them right here, but can get those to you.
Some suggested changes or I mean, for us for proposal? Or
It would
just-
be changes proposed that are in this packet here.
Haven't seen them.
Yeah, if there is, I'm just looking through the specific deer list, if I may, Madam Chair. If there is interest in that, I think this would be the time to insert those changes. And I frame that based on what you see, looking at the quota list. If there's something there that you'd want to change, this would be the time to do that. Vice Chair Tabor, Chair Robinson.
Madam Chair, so I guess my question came from two elements. If I look at the listing here, I just see a low range and a high range, but I don't really know whether that's a proposed increase or decrease from what's been done prior. It would have been fairly helpful to have highlighted in red.
We got, I mean, it was a separate email, but I did ask for that and we were sent it about a week ago. with the comparisons of last year's.
Okay, so that's in an email somewhere other than
Yes.
what's in our packet?
Yes.
Okay. But having said that, I just want to make sure that there was so much sensitivity raised relative to these ranges in 6 and 7. I just want to make sure the public has the opportunity to hit it where it counts, which is these particular districts in these particular regions relative to the species that they're most concerned about, tightening that range up. That's where it needs to happen. So if we don't have the ammunition here today to do it, then I have to, plea with the public that said that had so many comments today about it. Here's your place to do it. Tell us specifically and surgically by district how you want to tighten those areas so that we're informed with what your concerns are.
Yes, Chair.
Scott, Region 6, are you, would you like to comment on, we have heard from Region 6 or about Region 6 and Region 7 deer numbers especially. Would you like to comment on that?
Yes, I would. Chair Robinson, Vice Chair Tabor, Scott Thompson, I'm the Regional Wildlife Manager. We did not propose any changes to the quota ranges for mule deer B licenses that are in front of you from the past years. What we've seen on aerial surveys consistently for the last couple of years is a very robust mule deer herd, approximately twice our average counts. And we certainly hear from landowners frequently about high numbers of deer. And so the wide range does represent quite a wide range to operate within. Currently, we are at near the top end of some of those ranges. So yeah, certainly we've heard about crowding issues in the region. And we're anxious to see what our winter and spring surveys look like and make those adjustments. I did make a note from Commissioner Siebel earlier in the meeting that he'd like to review some of those prior to the final quotas in the for the 22 season. So we'd be sure to make those known as well.
Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, Mr. McDonald provided me some really great information earlier that was came from Region 6 and 7 that shows the mule deer population counts. And I'd like to get this distributed to everybody if we can on in the public as well. But it definitely shows increasing populations in Region 7 over the years and fairly steady population at high levels in Region 6. And so I guess it supports what the department is saying and putting out here as far as the proposals go. But I think this is, it's not necessarily agreeing with what we're hearing on the ground from hunters and outfitters and landowners, at least the ones we talk to. But I'd like to get this information out. Mr. McDonald, if we can get this out to everyone, this is really good information. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Commissioner Siebel?
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to adopt for public comment quotas and quota ranges identified in the proposed 2022 and 2023 biennial quota range master list as presented by the department.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments before I go to the public? All right. Is there anyone present that would like to comment?
Madam Chairman, Mac Menard with the Montana Outfitters and Guides Association, a question. So I need clarity. During the public comment period, we will be able to provide district-specific suggestions, recommendations on deer quota ranges. Is that correct? Particularly as it affects. Okay. And that's actually the call, isn't it? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other commenters? Is there any, do we have anybody in the regional offices who would like to comment? Okay. Or do we have any callers?
None, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I will call for a vote then. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Chair Robinson, Commissioners, the next item is we call game damage and wildlife disease quotas. So game damage management season, wildlife health and urban wildlife quotas and authorizations for quotas, I guess I should say. So what this one is we're seeking authority from the commission to take up to a specified number of different game animals for various reasons listed in the title there, including game damage, management seasons, for wildlife health reasons, and a new this year is for urban wildlife. So this includes quotas for deer, elk, antelope, and bison for game damage and management hunts, and for deer, elk, antelope, bighorn sheep to address wildlife health issues such as brucellosis, tuberculosis, respiratory illness, and CWD. And then quotas for deer, elk, and moose for CWD removals and special CWD hunts. And finally, quotas for urban deer and urban deer removals per approved urban deer plans. We're not proposing any changes from the 2020-2021 quotas for most of these, but we're specifically identifying new urban wildlife quotas and quotas for bison, primarily for game damage issues, and for bighorn sheep, primarily for wildlife health issues. There's a table on your cover sheet there showing the different authorizations that we're looking for by region and species for management, game damage, and wildlife health, and then a separate table for a CWD hunt, maximum harvest quotas, and then also a urban deer quota. So again, this is just you giving the department authorization to remove up to that amount of animals for those reasons.
Are there any questions? Commissioner Siebel?
Madam Chair, just a quick question for Mr. McDonald. Can you describe the circumstance when you would use the CWD on moose, for example? Because I know it's a very low prevalence in elk and in particularly in moose, when you would actually use that quota.
Sure. Probably the primary would be as if staff saw an animal that was symptomatic, showing signs of sickness and that, and so they would probably shoot it and sample it.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, quick question.
Quick, yeah, go ahead.
I'm just curious, Ken, what's the average year to year use of these quotas? Do we ever bump up against the outside?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Byworth, I don't have exact numbers, but we haven't gotten close, I don't think, to the totals, particularly for game damage. Some of these, like bison, for example, are new. The reason we're adding that is, we not every year, but some years there's bison. Typically, they're bull bison out past the tolerance zone, and the options are, somebody go lethally remove it, agency person do it, or have a hunter do it, and so this would just keep us, if we opted, well, actually for either route, it keeps us legal.
Madam Chair,
ahead.
I'd like to move the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to adopt public comment on the 2022 and 2023 game damage management season, wildlife health and urban wildlife quota authorizations as proposed by the department.
Your second? Okay, Commissioner Lane, thank you. All right. Is there anyone present who would like to comment? Anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment? Do we have any callers?
None, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of approving the game damage management season motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next item is turkey, upland game bird, and migratory bird regulations. we'll just do those all as one. So for turkey, there's a proposal to adjust the statewide turkey season dates from April 10 to May 16. From that to April 15th to May 31. So start a few days later and go 2 weeks later. Also proposed for turkey is to go from limited entry licenses in Region 4 to a general season. So should make it simpler. And that's it for turkey. On upland game bird, there's no proposed changes from the department. We did have the comment about extending the season date, which we've addressed. We also, for upland game bird, there was a recommendation to allow air rifles for turkeys and mountain grouse during the fall season when rifles are allowed. We did not make a recommendation in that proposal, but wanted you to be aware of it in case the department or the commission wanted to follow up on that particular proposal. That came from one of the public comments that you received. And then last, for migratory bird, the only proposed change is to add that spring light goose season as part of the biennial regulation. Maybe I can jump ahead. We have the final adoption of the spring light goose season for 2021 also in front of you. I think these kind of go together.
Sure, please.
And so maybe I'll just address that. So for the spring light goose season, you adopted a proposal at your meeting in October for what we're calling the conservation order hunt for light geese in the central flyway part of Montana. That proposal went out for public comment. We received not a lot of comments. There was generally support, but also a lot of misunderstanding about the boundaries of the central flyway, and that this by federal regulation can only happen in the central flyway. People are saying, well, make it happen in Freeze Out Lake too. And Freeze Out is not part of the central flyway, so it wouldn't include that. So based on the comments we received, we would ask that you approve the conservation order hunt for the central flyway for 2021, and then approve the proposal to be included in the biennial regs for the biennium, obviously. Hopefully that made sense.
Any questions? Commissioner Byra?
Madam Chair, so the spring light goose is a final.
For calendar year 2022, it would be, because it would start March 1st, and this would allow us to get it stood up.
We can do it in two different motions.
It would be much cleaner.
Yes.
Chair Robinson,
Yes.
if I may add quickly, just on the heels of Ken's comments. So Ken, this is, I think, the last external input that we've had in the commission's packet, the reference to the air rifles. And while we did not recommend one way or the other, I want to make it clear, we didn't identify any issues with that either, just to put a little more context on the department's reception of that proposal.
I would entertain a motion on the 2022-23 upland game bird.
Madam Chair, I move that the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to adopt for public comment, 1, changes identified in the upland game bird, turkey, and migratory game bird master list, and the turkey boundary changes master list as presented by the department, and 2, all other upland game bird, turkey, and migratory game bird regulations contained in the 2021 booklet to be adopted for the 22-23 upland game bird, turkey, and migratory game bird hunting seasons and hunting districts.
Is there a second? Thank you. Do you want to go ahead and do a motion on the spring light goose conservation order regulations?
I can do that.
Okay, please. Thank you.
I move that the commission vote to approve the light goose conservation order for 22 for the Central Flyway, not the Pacific Flyway, in Montana as presented by the department and described in the appended draft 22 light goose conservation order for the Central Flyway.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone who would like to comment on either one of those motions? Okay. Anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment? Oh, yep, go ahead.
Chair Robinson, Commissioners, my name is Jim Vashro from Kalispell, Montana. I'm president of Flathead Wildlife, and the air rifle proposal is ours. Currently, it is legal to use rifles to shoot mountain grouse and turkeys in the fall. And our proposal is that the commission would use its authority to approve the use of air rifles meeting certain specifications for the same purpose. Turkey populations are expanding across much of the state, often into nuisance proportions. Many landowners are concerned about allowing hunting in these rural subdivisions due to concerns about noise and safety, and we think air rifles would address both of those. A rifle uses an explosive charge of gunpowder to propel a bullet down the barrel. With an air rifle, you mechanically compress the gases either through a piston or a pump. And other than that, the mechanics of the shot are the same. Many of us grew up with a Daisy Red Ryder, shoots a BB at about 300 feet per second. Entry-level air rifles, .177, shoot about 700 feet per second. We're proposing the next level up, which would be .177 caliber rifles with at least 1,200 feet per second muzzle velocity, or 22 caliber air rifles with at least 950 feet per second. And those are approximately the same as a .22 long cartridge, which is both legal and lethal. I have a .22 caliber break action air rifle. I can put 3 shots into a quarter at 10 yards. And I was trying to figure out how to express the amount of penetration or power it has. And I can shoot through quarter, half-inch, and 5/8 inch plywood. I can shoot through a gallon milk jug full of water. And I made the ultimate sacrifice this weekend. I was preparing 2 wild turkey breasts for the smoker, and I lined them up, and my rifle shot through both breasts and the cardboard box behind them. In terms of mountain grouse, a lot of mountain grouse are shot out of trees. And because an air rifle pellet is half or less than a .22 cartridge in terms of weight, they won't carry as far, but still equally lethal. I was able to speak to Commissioner Tabor briefly after a CAC meeting. He indicated he's had a little bit of experience with game birds and air rifles, and perhaps some of you have also. With that, I'll take questions.
Excuse me, but your time is up. Thank you.
Thank.
Do we have any other commenters?
None online, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Robinson, members of the commission.
Okay.
I do have a comment from a gentleman named Bryce Schaefer from Kalispell. He sat here today, but then had to leave. And his comment, and it sounds like it can address the fact that we can't do this, but his comment was to consider opening the whole state up to spring light geese, not just the Central Flyway. And this is because he says 85% of light geese go through the Pacific Flyway. So that's the comment from Bryce Schaefer of Kalispell. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Siebel, did you have something?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask Quinn, what would the proper procedure be for us to, if we wanted to add certainly out for public comment, I would add air rifles as potential for upland birds?
Yeah, Chair Robinson, Commissioner Siebel, simply to add that except to include or also to include a proposal to authorize air rifles by presented definitions to legal means of take for mountain grouse and turkey during the fall season.
I would amend my motion for that.
Okay.
And I'll resecond.
Okay. So the
Chair
motion
Robinson.
has been, excuse me.
Just a quick technical question. Is a high-powered air rifle covered by the word firearm?
Chair Robinson, if I may, I'd like to defer to either Becky or enforcement. Chief Legal.
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh, I am not aware that it is included, and I would ask if Enforcement Sergeant Kilbreath would actually know that. He may not either, but I can look at that while I'm sitting here as well.
Chair Robinson, members of the commission, I'm not aware of there actually being a statutory definition of a firearm at all. So my own personal opinion is that an air rifle is not a firearm.
Any other questions?
Just real quick, so maybe for Quentin, if I may, is just, does your, what you suggest as a motion also address things like caliber and the velocity that Mr. Vashro talked about?
Madam Chair Robinson, yes, I generally referenced as presented those caliber restrictions, those caliber requirements and velocity requirements presented in testimony.
Madam Chair, I realize you've already gone through the motions of amending the motion, but it would be much more clean for the staff to take that on as a separate motion rather than trying to keep adding on to motions. It's getting hard to follow. Maybe it's just late in the day.
Are you, Commissioner Tabor, it's your motion?
I mean, I think it stands as is. I think
Okay.
we can vote on it.
As is added on to this motion.
Chair Robinson, I'm sorry, I think I might have missed a question.
Oh, his question was if we should have a separate motion for the air rifle.
Functionally, what we can do under Chair Robinson, Commissioner Byerth, understanding hearing your comment, your question with the focus to how to move forward with public comment and helping everybody, staff and public alike understand the motion. We can pull those components out in our presentation to the public. And so we can have the air rifle piece stand alone on the next master list that we use in communicating the proposals to the public during the public comment process. If that's the functionality you were chasing, Commissioner Byron.
All right. If there are no further comments or questions, all those in favor of the motion on the upland game bird, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, now the motion on the 2022 spring light goose conservation order regulations. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Okay, Madam Chair, that is the end of the biennial proposals. Now we've got some additional ones. As I said, and I think it's been said throughout the day repeatedly, is all of those proposals will go out for public comment. There'll be a 30-day public comment period. Before we leave, I've got a list of, there's a number of public meetings, probably upwards of 20 plus public meetings that are scheduled amongst the 7 regions. At least in each region, there will be at least one virtual meeting in conjunction with their Citizens Advisory Committee. That'll be, anybody statewide can tune into that. And so if they want to hear, what Region 6 is doing in Region 1, they'll be able to do that. So I'll give you that, and that will also be made available to the public.
Thank you.
So that's it for the biennial. Now we have a few other items to get us to the finish line here. The first one is a pheasant release approval. There's 2 parts to this. There's one part seeking final approval to release pheasants for population enhancement purposes over the next 5 years as part of our upland game bird enhancement program. Again, that would be a final. And then there's also, we're seeking endorsement to proceed with completion of an environmental assessment for pheasant stalking on state-owned lands for hunter recruitment purposes. And you're probably thinking, you just did this a few months ago, which is right. We were kind of behind the ball a few months ago for the season that just was. This is getting us back on track for the seasons that are upcoming. So, so with regards to the upland game bird program, that's had a pheasant stalking component as part of it since 1987. We do have statute that says if we move critters from one part of the state to the other part of the state, the commission has to approve it. So we're seeking your approval to continue the pheasant stalking that's done on private lands as part of the upland game bird enhancement program. This program, it's a landowner driven process where landowners who want to enhance pheasant populations can work with the department and work to release pheasants on their property, again, for purposes of population enhancement. Those happen in occupied or in places we already have pheasants. So MIPA isn't required for that. So with that one, if you're tolerant, we're asking for a sort of a programmatic approval for the next 5 years rather than coming back every year. And then the other part of this proposal is the endorsement to proceed with environmental assessment for a pheasant stalking program as part of a hunter recruitment effort. This is a result of some at least funding appropriation by the last legislature to stock potentially up to 50,000 pheasants on private lands. I'm sorry, on state lands, going into the future for the purposes of hunter recruitment, hunter retention. And so those stockings could happen on places we have pheasants now or places, that might be good habitat or temporary habitat, but there are no pheasants. So the environmental assessment would be an attempt to evaluate, potential impacts of that. And then if there's a positive decision notice, we come back and get final approval for those transplants. So with your approval, we would seek final approval on pheasant stalking for the upland game bird program and endorsement for proceeding with environmental assessment for the hunter recruitment, pheasant stalking on state lands.
Any questions? Commissioner Walsh?
I just had a few questions. One was the rough budget for this per year. And the second one is, I understand that at least last year, all of these pheasant were used for youth hunts on WMAs. Is that the case going forward?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh, kind of multiple parts of this answer. So for the upland game bird program, the budget, there's actually in statute that says up to 15% of the revenue generated through the sale of upland game bird licenses has to go to stocking upland game birds. And of that, 25% must be spent each year. That equates to I think about $60,000 or $70,000 a year goes into this earmarked fund for pheasant stalking per the upland game bird program. The youth or the hunter recruitment component, the legislature appropriated $1 million a year for that. And it's for pheasant releases on state-owned lands. So it could be WMAs, fishing access sites, state parks, for FWP-owned lands, but it also could be like a DNRC school trust lands, or there may be some other state-owned lands that would qualify. I'm thinking like DOT might have some lands that could work or may work. That would require, working with those agencies to get authorization. But that's the intent of that one, is on potentially any state-owned land is available for that.
Any other questions?
Make a motion. I move the commission approve the release of the pheasants for population enhancement for the Upland Game Bird Enhancement Program for the calendar years 22 through 26 as proposed by the department and endorse completion of an environmental assessment of pheasant stocking on state-owned lands for hunter recruitment purposes.
Okay, thank you. Second by Commissioner Lane. Any other comments? Okay, is there anyone here present who would like to comment on that? Do we have anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment? Okay, do we have any callers?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of approving the Upland Game Bird Enhancement Program and Hunter Recruitment Pheasant Releases endorsement and final signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Great. Madam Chair, the next three items are all endorsements of some habitat conservation projects. So with your tolerance, I'll go through all three unless you.
Sounds
wanna-
good. No, please.
Okay. All right. So the first one is called the Montana Great Outdoors Conservation Easement Acquisition Project. I believe this is one Commissioner Tabor talked about in his opening comments this morning. So with this project, we're seeking approval from the commission to pursue acquisition of a conservation easement on approximately 113,951 acres of working forest land around the Thompson Chain of Lakes between Kalispell and Libby. This was, when this project started, the land was owned by Weyerhaeuser. They sold off their lands and it's now owned by Southern Pines Plantation or SPP Montana and another company called Green Diamond Resources. Both companies were agreeable to continuing on with the exploring this conservation easement. So that's a real positive thing for us. Project will conserve key wildlife habitats, including game species, as well as habitat for some federally listed species, including bull trout, lynx, and grizzly bear. The easement would preclude development, but would maintain working forest lands, as well as conserve important habitat, and would also provide significant public access for hunting, fishing, and other outdoor recreation. We applied for some funding through the Forest Service's Forest Legacy Program last year, and in doing so, received support from Lincoln, Flathead, and Sanders County Commissions, from both Senator Daines and Tester, and from the Confederated Salish and Kootenai Tribe. So there is a lot of support for moving forward with this. So if you approve this today, that would give us the green light to start proceeding with due diligence, which includes a public scoping process, a negotiation of easement terms. We do an appraisal called the Yellow Book appraisal, which includes a two-step process. We would develop an environmental assessment. As part of that NEPA process, we would solicit public comment, issue a decision notice. If all of that is positive, we would come back to you for final approval several months down the road. So with that one, we were seeking your endorsement to proceed on that due diligence. The next one is the Willow Creek addition to Mount Hagen Wildlife Management Area. This is in Region 3. And with this project, we're seeking endorsement to acquire approximately 829 acre property that adjoins Mount Hagen Wildlife Management Area. The property itself is located about 3 miles southeast of Anaconda. The property consists of native grassland, shrubland, riparian habitat, and is also important winter range for mule deer and elk. It shares a 2.5 mile boundary with the current wildlife management area and is highly developable. So this would help protect that important habitat and maintain the integrity of the wildlife management area. Again, with your endorsement today, that gives us the green light to start the due diligence, which again includes scoping, completing environmental assessment along with public comment, completing an appraisal, and then issuing a decision notice. Again, if all that comes out positive, we would come back for final approval from this body sometime down the road, and then this one as well as the previous one would also require land board approval. So two-step process. This one, I just wanted to put a shout out to the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. They've been real helpful working with the landowner on this. They're real supportive of it. I know Mike Mueller from the Elk Foundation was hoping to be here today, but at least yesterday told me he had to leave at 4. So I'm guessing he probably is not available, but we'll see when we get to the public comment. Anyway, Elk Foundation has been real key partner in this project, helping work with the landowner. The final one is an addition to Big Lake Wildlife Management Area in Region 5. This is a project to add about 114 acres to the existing wildlife management area. The Big Lake Wildlife Management Area, most of it is just that. It's a big lake. It's a terminal lake. So, water flows in and that's where it ends up. So the lake level fluctuates depending on precipitation and flows. The past several years, probably not this past one, but previous years, water levels in the wetland extent has increased to where it's going over the boundary with a neighbor. It's resulting in our fences needing to be replaced. Until that happens, we have trespass cattle issue and that. So our folks working with the neighboring landowner, it was the landowner suggested, you guys should just buy this and then we can move the boundary into the uplands where the fences will be maintained and integrity will be maintained. So it's a positive for the agency. It's a positive for the landowner. So again, we're seeking endorsement on this with your approval. We would again do the due diligence, public comment, and if it's all positive, we would come back for final approval. So happy to try and answer any questions on those 3. Again, they're all endorsements, and you get another crack at it if we come back for final.
Okay. Any questions?
Madam Chair, I don't know if there's a way to do all 3 or should I just do 3 separate?
I think we could do it in 3. Well,
I move the commission endorse the proposal to further negotiate the Montana Great Outdoors Conservation Easement Acquisition Project and complete associated analysis.
Second.
Okay.
I move that the commission endorse the proposed Willow Creek addition to Mount Hagen WMA, allowing the department to initiate negotiations and conduct analysis and associated public review.
Okay.
I move the commission endorse the proposed Big Lake WMA South Side addition, allowing the department to initiate negotiations and conduct analysis and associated public review.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Well, we're not there yet. We're getting closer. Is there anyone that would like to comment on these proposals? Go ahead.
Chairman, Commissioners, and Director, my name again is Chris Marchand and I'm representing the Anaconda Sportsman's Club on this. And we want to throw our support for the Willow Creek addition. This is something that, and I have talked to Mr. Mueller from the Elk Foundation. Our local biologist has been on top of this. This is probably why this project is here. And who I really want to thank on this is really the landowners. I think that sometimes we overlook that, but clearly when a landowner, this is a sizable project, sizable amount of money, they are not getting the top dollar that they could get in the market. And they've got to be very patient. It'll probably be close to a year from now when we come back and we actually write them a check. And so they believe, and they've owned this property for a long time. And they believe in this project. That's why we're here. And so thank you to them for doing that. I want to add one other little comment is that this adjoins the Mount Hagen Game Range. Originally that was a 75,000 acre purchase that the department made back in the late 70s. It was ground we bought that from the Anaconda Company. This property sits right across from the smelter site, which is an industrial site. And I think it's just really interesting that here we are, it's to my right, my front yard really. but it sits right out next to it. But it's a tremendous wildlife management area. What you can't lose sight of is that the Anaconda Company, for all the things that they did to the state that weren't conservation oriented, when they wanted to dispose of this land, who they looked to first and only was the Department and the Forest Service to put that 75,000 acres in ownership. And so this is a continuation of that project. I think it says a lot about the landscape, and it says something positive about the Anaconda Company. And but it also says a lot about these landowners. So thank you, and we look forward to being back here sometime in the next year.
Thank you.
Hello, Chairperson Robinson. My name is Gary Oldhouse. I'm with the Anaconda Sportsman's Club, and I too wish for you guys to adopt this one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, Commission, my name is Jim Burnamo. I'm from Anaconda as well. I support this WMA addition. I look forward to taking my grandson hunting on it. Thank you.
I want to thank you guys for sticking around the whole day too.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, for the record, my name is Marcus Strange, spelled M-A-R-C-U-S, S-T-R-A-N-G-E, and I am representing the Montana Wildlife Federation. Just for clarification, may I speak to all three, or are we just addressing Mount Hagen at this time?
No, all three.
Okay. Just to keep things brief, these are three fantastic projects. I wish there was time to elaborate on how fantastic each and every one of them is. They provide great wildlife habitat, excellent outdoor recreation opportunities, and I'm enthusiastic and excited that a new group of sports people will get to experience hunting on them. That's incredible. Finally, I was asked by my peer and colleague Clayton Elliott with Montana TU to also express his support specifically for the Willow Creek addition and the Willow Creek addition only. Just for the record, they wanted that in there. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any commenters at any of the regional offices? Okay. Do we have any callers?
I have one caller online.
Thank you. Go
Hello,
ahead.
can you hear me okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, this is Mike Mueller with the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. I hate to do this to you because I know it's been a long day, but Madam Chair Robinson, Commissioners and Director, of course, I'm just going to comment briefly on the Willow Creek acquisition. I'm the Senior Lands Program Manager out of Missoula here. I would have loved to have met you and been there in person. However, I'm expecting a grandson here in any minute, so I'm staying close to home. A new hunter and conservationist for Montana, going to be born anytime here. So I represent 30 chapters, about 14,000 members across Montana, and I would love to give you a history of the Elk Foundation and Fish, Wildlife and Parks partnership, but I won't do that tonight other than to say as you know, we were founded in 1984 and have a rich, incredible history with our department, and we appreciate them dearly, all the staff. We sure appreciate all you're doing there today, the commissioners and director, and thanks to all the staff and Ken and Quentin, all the work that you're doing there. Just thank you for all that you've been doing all day today. We value our partnership and our long history with you all. So I will just comment on a couple things. First of all, I want to recognize the Burnett family. We started speaking about this project back over a year ago, November 2020.
There's a 2-minute time limit, so you're gonna probably have to wrap it up pretty quick.
No, I understand that. I've been on the phone all day watching what you guys have been doing. So I just want to recognize the Burnett family. This property could be developed and subdivided if they wouldn't wait for us. They're waiting for us. We're negotiating a purchase option with them. They are very conservation minded, and we're really lucky to have landowners that will stick it out with us here and make this project a reality. It's a public access project and improves access to over 3,000 acres. Ken mentioned all the fish and wildlife habitat, the boundary of the Mount Hagen, 3 miles of creek and stream riparian habitat. The Elk Foundation started our fundraising efforts already. I need to mention that the Fish, Wildlife and Conservation Trust has supported the project with funding. We expect strong support for the project And we certainly welcome and are excited about this project and ask for your support to endorse. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations on your soon-to-be grandchild. All right. Do we have any other callers?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so we will start out. Any other questions? Okay, we'll start out with the Montana Great Outdoors Conservation Easement endorsement. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Willow Creek addition to Mount Hagen WMA. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Big Lake WMA addition endorsement. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right, WMA public use rules, please.
Thank you, commissioners. This next one is just a proposed continuation of the WMA public use rules. These are rules that direct public use and what can happen and not happen on wildlife management areas. Our intent last year, you approved these last year. Our intent was to incorporate them into administrative rules, but because of some of the reorg stuff that didn't get done. So we're asking you to approve these current rules for another year. The rules themselves are attached. We're not proposing any changes from what was adopted last year. Just want to continue them on. So if with your approval today, we would put them out for public comment and come back in February for final approval.
Commissioner Siebel.
Madam Chair, I move the commission approve for public comment the WMA public use rules as presented.
Second.
Any questions? Do we have anyone who would like to comment on the WMA rules? Anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment? Do we have any callers?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor of the WMA public use rules signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, and then I think we're going to do the next two presenting at the same time. We'll probably do them in two different
Okay, are you doing that?
motions.
Okay, Quentin is going to take the
Okay.
next two.
Perfect. Thank you. I was like, thank you very much, Ken. It's been a good day. Thank you for everything.
Thanks, Ken.
Chair Robinson, other members of the commission, Director Warsek. Yeah, I'll tackle these. I'll tackle the first stab at these next two issues. We'll treat them, capture them together, and would look for others from the department to chime in. Lots of detail here. Topic of the first one is Grizzly Bear Tri-State Memorandum of Agreement. So just a little bit of context here. You may have seen, it's been a month ago, maybe 5 weeks, where there was a small release in the paper that from the state of Wyoming, they spoke to a coming petition to delist the grizzly bear in the Greater Yellowstone area. In association with that announcement, we were approached by the state of Wyoming looking to reconvene around a tri-state MOA, Memorandum of Understanding. I say reconvene because there was one put in place for the previous delisting effort in the Greater Yellowstone area. There were some, so for want of a better way to put it, just looking at the time, that document needed to be refreshed, needed to be updated, needed to be made more contemporary. Broadly, the document addresses provides a couple of functionalities. It establishes a level of understanding and coordination of management of the grizzly bear population upon delisting across the three partners that are the states of Idaho, Wyoming, and Montana. And then also it makes clear to the public just exactly what that management will look like, with specific references to population sizes, mortality rates, and measuring and being careful with those mortality rates as it relates to discretionary mortality, things like hunting and whatnot. I won't go through the details of the MOA. I'll stay kind of high level here, but we're looking for two actions. Ultimately, we're looking for an endorsement of the MOA itself, and then we're also looking for the green light to proceed with rulemaking. We want to capture the tangible points of the MOA in rule to make that as a representation of a further commitment, rule being more resilient, more formal than the MOA itself. And so 2 steps here again, looking to endorse the MOA for a signature, and then also looking to initiate rulemaking. With that, I'll wait for questions, and I'll also look to Chief Legal Doctor or Ken McDonald if there's anything to add to that brief summary before.
Can we do it in, my question, can we do it in one motion, or would you rather have 2 separate motions?
2 motions, do you mean with regard to the rulemaking and the MOA, or the 2? You
Well-
can do it in those 2 actions in one motion, but if you're talking about the next agenda item, I think
Okay.
that should be in 2 motions.
Okay. Yep, I'm jumping around here. Okay. I would entertain a motion on the memorandum of agreement.
Madam Chair. I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve tri-state memorandum of agreement regarding the management allocation of discretionary mortality of grizzly bears in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem and approve initiation of rulemaking.
Can we go through the arm and then I'll take comment on both?
Yes, Chair. Chair Robinson, members of the commission, Director Warsek, the second grizzly bear item is a proposed edit to ARM Rule 12-9-3403, grizzly bear demographic objectives for the Northern Continental Divide ecosystem. So same species, different ecosystem here. Previous adoption addressed the Yellowstone. This addresses the Northern Continental Divide. And this also has some history in that this is reaching back, in this case, to 2018 to an ARM rule that the department put in place, the same sort of functionality, clarifying to the public in ARM just exactly how grizzly bears would be managed in this ecosystem upon delisting. Again, same sort of stuff, mortality limits, population sizes, et cetera, et cetera. We wanted to revisit this ARM rule, recognizing Governor Gianforte's recent announcement to petition the service to delist the grizzly bear in the Northern Continental Divide ecosystem. We took a good hard look at this ARM, and we saw there were a couple opportunities to make things clearer for the scrutinizing public and for the service. And we also took an opportunity to clean up a little bit, given the governor's red tape initiative. And so same sort of functionality. And again, this is looking at the motion, this is to adopt for public comment the proposed language and amend ARM Rule 12-9-1403. So a little different action here. Again, we have the proposed rule language in front of you today, looking to further that process. Chair Robinson will stand for questions.
Are there any questions? I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to adopt for public comment the proposed language to amend ARM 12-9-1403.
Okay, up at the top, it says 14, oh, excuse me.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. It says 1402 at the top, 1403 on the bottom.
I think it's
Chair Robinson, thank you for that correction. I've been chasing that edit for a while. It's 1403.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Tabor seconded. All right, and any questions from the commission? Would anyone like to comment on either one of these proposals? Go ahead.
Thank you all. I'm Jeff Dara with Montana Sportsman for Fish and Wildlife. I'm going to try to read this off my phone in 2 minutes. Montana Sportsman for Fish and Wildlife endorses the approval of the Tri-State MOA. It's a necessary step to advance delisting the grizzly bear. We feel recoveries occurred in the GYE as well as the NCDE. Montana should not suffer negative impacts and conflict consequences from an abundance and expanding population of grizzly bears. Montana does not need to be the sending area or the breeding ground to help all recovery in all ecosystems. The refined MOA before you relies on considerable and methodological science-based moving data and is coupled with actions upon real-time reading of conditions. I'd say it's the gold standard for adaptive management. And although the expansion to 932 grizzly bears in the greater Yellowstone provides a substantial cushion to prevent population decline, this weighty type of increase should not become the standard in all other recovery areas. This sort of increase will certainly increase bear and human conflict and livestock loss, which will harm the support for the bear and its recovery in general. We also support the changes to the arm. And we appreciate your attention to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Got it in 2 minutes too.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Mark Cook with Wolf's to Rockies. We do not support any forward motion that will lead to the delisting of the grizzly bears. And the reason is very simple. We look and watch what's happening to wolves, the mismanagement there. And the grizzly bear is the next item up that's going to go down the same path as the wolves. So we encourage you to not support this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commission, Director Warshak, and Deputy Director Temple. My name is Lauren Monroe Jr., LAURENMONROE. I'm a member of the Blackfeet Tribal Business Council. I'm also a Secretary of the Blackfeet Tribe, and I'm here in my official capacity. I know everyone's tired. I am, so I'll be brief. In short, the Blackfeet Tribe officially, we do not oppose the delistment process, and I'll be brief in the statement. So to the extent, prior to the enactment of the Endangered Species Act by the United States government and the subsequent listing of the grizzly bear as a protected and endangered species, pursuant to the act, we exercised our inherent sovereign authority to regulate all wildlife within our territorial borders. To the extent that the Endangered Species Act usurped our authority to regulate all game species within our territory, it is an infringement on our inherent sovereignty and right of self-government. Delisting the grizzly bear or any other plant, animal, bird restores to the Blackfeet Nation our sovereign power to resume regulation of all game within our territory. We do not support hunting the grizzly bear, whether by our own people or by non-natives for sport or fee. However, we reserve the right to regulate the grizzly bear within our territory. Today, the area of the United States known as the Northern Continental Divide Ecosystem, which includes the current Blackfeet Reservation, Glacier National Park, and the Badger to Medicine unit of Lewis and Clark National Forest, has the highest population of grizzly bears in the continental United States. This increased population has resulted in conflicts between the grizzly bear and the Amskapi-Piikani people, and has endangered our people and our communities within our territory. For the reasons set forth herein, we, the Blackfeet Tribal Business Council, as guardians of the Blackfeet Nation and all our people, do not oppose the delisting of the grizzly bear from the Endangered Species Act. Such delisting restores to the Blackfeet Nation our inherent sovereign right to regulate all game species within our territory. That's the statement from the Blackfeet Tribe. So
Thank you. Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment? Okay. Do we have any callers?
I have 3 callers, Madam Chair.
Okay. Go ahead.
Hi there. My name is Michelle Dietrich. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. I'm Michelle Dietrich. I'm from Hamilton, Montana. And I'd like to speak a little bit about moving towards delisting the grizzly bear. Right now, I'm working hard to create bear awareness and bear smart communities in Bitterroot. I'm trying to keep people protected and learning how to live with wildlife, because that's why we're in Montana, right? To live near the wild. And I think it's dangerous and sends a dangerous message to start working towards delisting, because then people think that that's the answer. And it's not. We're always going to have to live with wildlife, and we're going to have to live with bears, black bears, grizzly bears, all of the above. And we need to start changing our ways. And I think it's dangerous and sends a poor message to start working towards delisting again before you've really worked on creating bear smart communities in Western Montana. I have a couple questions as well on the ARM, just on the language, and I'm hoping that these can be explained during the comment process. I wonder the significance between using the word against instead of using for the thresholds in the ARM. And I also am curious about using and. My understanding is meeting any of those thresholds would trigger a change in management. But now the ARM says lists the 3 and then has and between the second and third. And it sounds to me like now all 3 thresholds would have to be breached to cause a change. And I want to get a clarity on that. And then the number 5, where you've added the hunting part, it also says both 2 and 3. And I'm wondering if both of those thresholds need to be met in order for a change. And just, I'd really like some clarification on that because I'm not a lawyer. So I'm not very good at reading these arms and I'd like to understand them better. So I'm hoping that that comes out during the comment period. Madam Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. And Mr. McDonald, if you would maybe clarify that before I go to the next commenter. Okay. Sure.
Chair Robinson, yeah, so we would look for, my answer is to address that in the arm rule, in the arm rule process, the interaction with the public through that defined process.
Sure.
Chair Robinson.
Okay, thank you. Our next caller, please. *6 to unmute. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Trina Jo Bradley. I am the executive director of the Rocky Mountain Front Ranchlands Group. We represent livestock producers on the entire Rocky Mountain Front, which takes up the Northern Continental Divide ecosystem. I just want to echo what Jeff Dara said. I think he nailed it, so I won't repeat that. And I also want to let you know that our group of producers supports both the Tri-State MOA and the ARM changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me? This is Derek Goldman representing the Endangered Species Coalition. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, members of the commission and director. We are looking at the ARM and we're looking at the Tri-State MOA. I did have a comment on that today. I do appreciate the effort to calibrate the new counting methodology that the study team is using to count grizzly bears. And that is for the most part reflected in this MOA. That was something that almost every conservation group during the process of crafting the conservation strategy for the greater Yellowstone ecosystem asked for. But at this time, the states did not include a calibration process for a potential switch to a new counting methodology. So it is good to see that here. I will point out one error in the MOA where the calibration did not occur that needs to be corrected, and that is in Roman numeral 4, bullet point, number 4, the last bullet point. If the population within the DMA is less than, it still says 600, which is from the old MOA, and that needs to be recalibrated. That didn't get carried over here in this document. It should be, I believe, 832. And perhaps Mr. Kujala could address that error. Roman numeral 4, number 4, the last bullet point. Otherwise, that's my entirety of my comment for this evening, and we'll have more comments when this and the ARM go out during the public comment process. And thank you to the commission and staff for such a long day here.
Thank you. Do we have any other callers?
That is all, Madam Chair.
I would like to thank you, Stefan, is that your name? For all your help today.
Yeah.
It's gone very smoothly and I appreciate all your help.
You're welcome. It's a pleasure to be here.
All right. Any further questions? Quentin, do you want to touch on that? Okay.
Chair Robinson, Becky, I wonder if you could help me turn to the right page. I'm not seeing the reference here.
We could, yeah, and he could contact you also.
We certainly can.
Yes.
We can certainly reach out to Derek. Yes.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Although we're going to start out with is there any other comments? Okay. Start out with the Grizzly Bear Tri-State Memorandum of Agreement. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, then to edit ARM Rule 12.9, 1403. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right. All we have left on the agenda is public comment for issues not on the agenda. So if someone would like to speak to that.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Mark Cook with Wolf's Rockies. I have a handout, may I?
Yes. What, you can just hand it to Quentin and we can pass it around. Thank you.
Because of the negative consequences from the last vote concerning wolves, there's been a lot of upset people in the non-hunting community. There was no science based on taking away those quotas around Yellowstone. And to be frank with you, we're not going to deal with it. So we extend an invitation to each of you, the director, if he wishes, to join us in Yellowstone at the Yellowstone Wolf Summit, June 16th and 17th. There's some information in the handout I just gave you. We'd like to see you there. Commissioner Waller, with all due respect, you pushed for people to make comments on the webpage. I've seen times where 50,000 comments come in support of wolves. Less than 400 come in opposing wolves, and they still carry. As recently as the last wolf proposal, we had between 20 and 30,000 comments come in support of wolves, and a couple thousand in opposition to wolves. And the opposition carried the day, the consumptive people. The non-hunter is not being heard in Montana. And if you think for 1 minute, with all due respect, that writing in a comment is going to sway this commission or sway this department, you're sadly mistaken. This department, especially this commission, has lost the respect of the wildlife watching Montanan. That has to change. The senior leadership in FWP has shut down giving us information, my colleagues and myself, information that we requested. We have 3 FOIAs in. We have 1 FOIA in with legal that have been in between 2 and 3 months. That's unacceptable. I was recently gonna, and I'm not being sarcastic here, I was recently gonna submit another FOIA to find out what was happening to my FOIAs. This is crazy. This is wrong. This just goes to show the department mentality that they don't want to deal with the non-hunting community. We own these wildlife too. I call the director's office. I don't get a recall. I don't get a call back. I call the supervisor in 3. My colleagues call the supervisor in 3 and ask for information on Yellowstone wolves that are being killed. No callback. That's unacceptable. Unacceptable. You wouldn't want that out of me. Why would I want that out of you? I dealt with the department, Greg Lemon, for 6 months, on trying to get him to do a podcast on our podcast, All Things Wolf and Wild. 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, he finally said no. But yet the department has podcasts with other hunting organizations and hunting agenda-driven podcasts. But yet they won't assign somebody to sit down and justify their mismanagement of wolves on our podcast. That's wrong. I'm glad to see the Native Americans or the American Indians here today. And I hope you will take them up on what they're trying to do, work with this department. This has got to end. We're not the enemy, but we're being treated like the enemy. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? Items not on the agenda.
Madam Chairman, members of the commission, Mac Menard, Executive Director of MOGA. I want to extend a invitation to each and every one of you to attend the MOGA Winter Convention, which will take place here in Helena on January 13th, 14th, and 15th. And a special invitation to consider attending the Big Hearts which is our service organization. That'll be the evening of the 15th of January. I'll be in touch with a number of you to see about a couple of panel sessions, training sessions that we have, but a heartfelt invitation and wish for the best in the holiday season.
Thank you. Any further comments? All right. I just want to thank everyone for everything. Today, like I said, went pretty smooth. I appreciate everyone's efforts. So
I move to adjourn.
thank you. Thank you and travel safe. I don't
Happy
know,
holidays.
we can't tell if it's snowing, but
Nice drive back record. It's snowing on the path, so yeah.
Oh, no. There's always chatter around.